Ian was the most powerful mage in the Empire, so powerful that even the Emperor feared his growing, monstrous strength. It was the Emperor himself who poisoned Ian, intending to send him to his grave for good. But our hero wasn't going down that easily. He had an ace up his sleeve, a dagger enchanted with forbidden time magic. Ian used this final chance to turn back the clock. Pushing through the last of his strength, he completed the incantation, and everything faded to black. 1 second, he was a mage on the brink of death. The next, he was just some street urchin, though he still had the power and knowledge of a third circle archmage. He shot up and frantically checked himself over, but there was no sign of the dagger, no trace of pain. Suddenly, a gentle, familiar voice called out, asking if he was okay. It was Ian's mother, Vanessa Page. Seeing her, Ian's eyes widened in shock. He was speechless. His mother had died years ago. He quickly grabbed her hand, a hand he hadn't held in so long, trying to figure out if this was heaven or if the spell had actually worked. Glancing around, he tried to get his bearings. It was a line of children, all waiting to be tested, and city guards were keeping order. He scanned the area, and then it hit him. He spotted the flag of the ivory tower flying in the corner. He looked down at his own small hands and finally knew for sure. He had gone back 30 years in time. A memory flashed in Ian's mind. Himself standing with a man holding his staff during a mana response test. This was the exam every 12-year-old in the Green River Empire had to take. A mandatory process to find and train exceptionally talented mages. First, they would be tested for a mana brain, the key to manifesting magic, followed by a test for a mana heart, which governs the production, circulation, and storage of mana. Any child with both traits would be immediately accepted into the Magic Academy and granted a status equal to nobility upon graduation. Ian never imagined he'd travel back a full 30 years. He thought of his dagger, inscribed with the language of dragons. He'd spent his life studying it in the art of time magic, activating the spell just before his death. Ragnar was Ian's closest friend. Ian had helped Ragnar countless times over the years. But out of loyalty, Ian had also killed thousands for Ragnar. And in the end, Ragnar repaid him by taking his life. Ian couldn't let that happen again. To stop it, he needed to reclaim all the power and authority he once held as a third circle archmage. With that, Ian promised his mother he'd be right back. Ian approached one of the knights and introduced himself, and was immediately recognized as Vanessa's son. The knight let him pass. When Ian entered the tent, a mage named Marco was slouched in a chair, looking exhausted. He sighed to Captain Aaron, asking how many more kids they had to test. Captain Aaron replied that they still had at least half a day to go. The moment Ian stepped into the tent, Marco's tired expression was replaced by a warm smile. He sent a stream of mana toward Ian's head and warned him he might feel a little dizzy. When Ian hesitated, Marco told him he detected a mana brain and now needed to check for a mana heart. However, Ian surprised the mage by saying he had something to show him. Marco, though a bit confused, allowed him to proceed. Ian took a deep breath, and in an instant, a fireball appeared in his hand. With intense focus, Ian combined a fire spell with a water spell. Marco's eyes shot open in disbelief as Ian effortlessly wielded two opposing magic types at once. After the display, Ian casually said he'd been doing this for a while. The captain and the other knights present were completely stunned. Marco, still in shock, asked if someone had taught him this. Ian flatly denied it, saying no one had. Skeptical, Marco used his interrogation magic, a spell that checks a person's biological responses like heart rate to see if they're lying. Marco warned that if Ian was lying, he could be charged with treason. Despite the threat, Ian remained calm and assured Marco he would never lie to a noble mage like him. Marco chuckled and cast the spell. The results showed Ian was telling the truth. This only made Marco more curious, wondering what kind of prodigy Ian really was. Suddenly, a woman's scream tore through the air. Ian's heart pounded as he looked out of the tent and froze at the scene before him. His mother was being brutally dragged away by the same knight who had let Ian in. Vanessa Page looked terrified, while the knight, in a cruel attempt to justify himself, claimed she was loitering where she wasn't allowed, calling her a lowly peasant woman. The knights, including Captain Aaron and Marco, rushed outside to see what was happening. The knight continued to run his mouth, but Ian's rage flared at his words. Just as he was about to act, Marco placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, calming him down. Marco stepped forward, addressing the group. He explained that this child had just proven he possessed both a mana brain and a mana heart, which meant the boy and his parents were now equal in status to the Empire's nobility. Insulting a noble or a mage was the same as challenging the authority of the royal family and the ivory tower. Therefore, this knight's actions constituted treason, punishable by death. The knight immediately dropped to his knees, begging for his life. However, Ian turned to his mother and said the apology was for her, not him. He faced the knight, warning him that he would be watching. Afterward, Ian expressed his gratitude to Marco for intervening. Marco, with a knowing look, instructed Captain Aaron to ensure Ian and his mother's safety for the time being. Aaron led the mother and son to an inn where the knights were staying. As they left, Marco watched them go, his mind heavy with thought. He realized Ian was more talented and intelligent than any child he had ever met. He was certain both the Ivory Tower and the royal family would be shocked to hear about a mage like this. Later that night, the knight who had insulted Vanessa was walking through the streets, as arrogant as ever. He was completely shameless, especially as he openly called Ian's mother a lowly peasant woman. But he was unaware of a cloaked figure trailing him from behind, listening to his every mutter. It was none other than Ian. With a simple thought, Ian cast a paralysis spell, freezing the knight in place. Ian then confronted him, calmly reminding him that he'd be watching. The knight's breathing grew ragged as fear began to set in. Ian added, in an ice-cold tone, how the knight was humiliated by the son of a lowly peasant woman, and then fabricated a story about the knight getting drunk and drowning. With that, he pushed the knight off the bridge, sending him tumbling into the rushing water below. Ian stood there, watching him sink, reflecting on how the knight's fate had been sealed. He couldn't help but think of his own past, of the years he spent studying dragon magic to turn back time, to right his wrongs. But now he realized that was impossible. To protect what was important to him, Ian swore he would do anything, no matter the cost. He watched the knight struggle in the water and muttered to himself, "Hate me if you must, but forgiveness is not an option." These were the same words Ragnar had said to him after poisoning him. And in this moment, Ian finally began to understand why. Back at the inn, Ian sat with his head in his hands, nursing a pounding headache. He hadn't expected using so much mana would drain him this badly. He then turned his attention to his mother, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. He knew what the future held. In his past life, after he became a first circle mage, his mother had died from a terrible illness that very same year. All Ian wanted now was to live a long and healthy life with her. In his past life, he lost everything. This time, he swore he wouldn't let that tragedy repeat itself. The next morning, inside the royal palace, Emperor Terry sought the counsel of Archmage Herbert Lyon. Herbert explained that mana is a form of natural energy, and once someone learns to control it, they are considered a mage. The methods for stimulating a mana brain and the techniques for manifesting magic are typically taught by academy instructors. That's how most mages learn their craft. However, news had reached him that a boy named Ian had taught himself to control mana without any instruction. Herbert elaborated that Ian could even perform first circle magic, just like the primeval mage, an ancient mage who mastered magic in an era when no others existed. Terry listened intently, both curious and skeptical, wondering if this Ian kid was just spinning tales. But Herbert reassured him, stating that the stories of the primeval mage were no myth. If this boy truly had such abilities, he could be a dangerous talent. Herbert felt he needed to meet Ian personally to verify if the rumors were true. As their conversation ended, Terry summoned Hayden Greenriver, the Crown Prince. Hayden approached and politely asked why he had been summoned. Terry reminded him that it had been 5 years since Hayden last left the palace when he went to inspect a famine. Now, it was time for him to set out once more. Terry explained that he was giving Hayden command of the 2nd Royal Knight Order, 300 soldiers, and 3 Third Circle mages. His mission was to go to Morjan and bring back the boy named Ian Page. Hayden hesitated, but after Terry offered to give the task to someone else, Hayden anxiously agreed to accept the mission. Afterward, Herbert, eager to get started, also asked for leave. He needed to depart immediately, because if he didn't convince the right people soon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to choose 3 mages to accompany the prince. Terry laughed and gave a permission to go. As soon as Herbert stepped out of the Great Hall, a young page approached and asked if he was returning to the tower. Herbert's expression darkened as he revealed he had to go somewhere else first. The next day, Ian waited, knowing that both the royal family and the ivory tower were likely on the move. An image of Marco flashed in his mind. Given that Marco had declared Ian a mage right after the test, it was highly likely he had immediately reported Ian's abilities to his superiors. But whether it was the Emperor, the master of the ivory tower, or even some third party, he knew one thing for sure. This time, he wouldn't be a pawn for others to command. A few minutes later, an announcement rang out from outside Ian's house. Ian Page is ordered to present himself to receive a royal decree directly from His Majesty, the Emperor. Ian was startled by the sudden declaration. Looking out the window, he saw Marco standing there with his men. Marco, noticing Ian, smiled and got straight to the point. He explained that His Majesty had sent a royal decree for Ian. With that, Marco instructed Ian to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand over his chest. Ian complied without hesitation, though he couldn't shake a feeling of familiarity with the gesture. Marco, ignoring his own strange sense of déjà vu, held out a crystal orb. An order appeared within it, sent directly from the Emperor himself. The Emperor acknowledged Ian's talent and appointed him a mage of the Empire. The decree continued, permitting Ian to have his name engraved in the Ivory Tower's Hall of Mages. Terry, the Emperor, also informed Ian that his eldest son would accompany him to the palace. The Emperor hoped Ian would have a safe and pleasant journey with his son as a companion. As the decree concluded, Ian slowly rose to his feet, fully understanding the Emperor's intentions. One of the knights, Arnold, approached Marco with a request to escort Ian to Lord Morgan's castle. Marco politely granted permission, and soon after, Arnold stepped forward. He bowed slightly, announcing it was his honor to serve Ian during his time in Morjan. The journey continued, and they finally reached the Morjan Dominion, arriving at the castle of Marcus Morjan, the Lord of Morjan. As the carriage came to a stop, Marcus immediately instructed Lavi and Margaret to treat the noble mage with the utmost respect. The castle's inhabitants gathered outside, eagerly watching as Ian stepped out of the carriage, helping his mother down beside him. As they approached, Marcus gave them a warm welcome. 15 days passed, and rumors began to spread among the servants. They claimed to have seen the boy in the training hall, where he was said to be shooting fire from his hands. He hadn't left the training hall for 15 straight days. Inside the training hall, Ian remained focused on his practice. He chanted another spell, watching the ground freeze beneath him, but it still wasn't enough. He was keenly aware that his body was still too young, and he needed to compensate for his limited mana. Just as his mind began to drift, the butler rushed in, breathless and frantic. He desperately pleaded for Ian's help. He revealed that Lord Morjan had gone goblin hunting the day before and hadn't returned. They had been searching for hours, but there was no sign of him. Ian found this situation strange. It wasn't Marcus's time to die yet. In his past life, Lord Morjon was assassinated by one of Green River's enemies just before the First Unification War, a war that wouldn't happen for several more years. His son, Lavi Morjon, fled when the war broke out and was later executed after it ended. Given the current situation, Ian reminded the butler of Marco, who was far more experienced. However, the butler informed Ian that Marco was on another assignment and currently absent from Morjon. Ian was now perplexed. Perhaps his return had truly changed things, as mages assigned to specific domains rarely left their posts. Ian knew the advantage he held. He knew what the future held. But if Lord Morjon's untimely death altered the course of events, he could lose that edge. These thoughts swirled in his head as he weighed the situation. But the butler's desperate plea for help pulled him back to reality. He knew he couldn't let such an event unfold. He agreed to help, determined not to let this change the future he was trying to protect. Vanessa was worried sick after hearing Ian would be going into the mountains with the search party. However, Ian reassured her, promising he would return soon. Meanwhile, Margaret rushed toward him, her eyes filled with tears. She begged Ian to find her father and brother, promising to repay him with anything. As Ian listened, his gaze fell upon the ring she was wearing, and he could feel the mana emanating from it. Curious, Ian asked Margaret if he could borrow the ring, explaining it would be crucial for his search. Without hesitation, she handed it to him, and Ian quickly slipped it onto his finger. The moment he put it on, it felt familiar, just like in his past life. The ring was the Ring of Morjon, a low-tier artifact that amplified the wearer's mana. It seemed Lord Morjon had given it to his daughter instead of his chosen heir. With the ring in his possession, the group resumed their search. They ventured deeper into the woods, and one of the knights pointed out where they had lost the trail of the missing party. Blood was spattered on the ground, and Ian asked if they had dealt with the bodies. The knights said there were no bodies and feared the monsters might have carried them off. Ian examined the scene closely. Dozens of goblins had been killed, suggesting that perhaps hundreds more had attacked the group. He realized there was no time to waste. Without hesitation, Ian raised his hand and summoned a wolf spirit. A magic circle formed in the air, and a stream of energy flowed from it. The knights stared in awe as a loud howl echoed from a distance. Suddenly, a wolf pup appeared before them. Ian hadn't expected the wolf to be so small, but with his current mana levels, it was the best he could do. He commanded the wolf to follow the scent of blood and instructed the knights to follow it. Though reluctant, they obeyed. As they went deeper into the increasingly dense forest, Marcus continued to fend off the goblins with his staff, his head wounded, blood trickling down his face. Surrounded by goblins, he knew they were all about to be overrun. Left with no other choice, Marcus ordered Lavi to return to the castle and warn everyone. He told Lavi to inform them that the goblin horde had taken over Mount Morjon and they were all in grave danger. Just as Lavi was about to leave, his body trembled with fear. His eyes widened as he spotted a goblin leaping into the air, preparing to strike Marcus from behind. In a panicked voice, Lavi tried to warn his father. But before he could react, a loud thump echoed through the air. Ian and his men had arrived just in time. With a swift motion, Ian cast Bursting Frost Shard, freezing the goblin in place and stopping the attack. Footsteps grew closer to Marcus. The last thing he saw was Ian's face before everything went dark. 2 days later, Marcus slowly opened his eyes, still groggy, lying in bed. The fog in his mind made it hard to focus, but he could hear his daughter sobbing nearby. As his senses began to return, he sat up, still trying to process what had happened. His memory was a blur, and he couldn't recall everything that had transpired. Margaret, seeing he was awake, rushed to his side, tears in her eyes as she explained that Ian had saved both him and Lavi. She sobbed with a mix of relief and worry, sharing that both her father and brother had been bedridden for 2 days. Just then, the butler burst into the room, his face filled with relief, thanking God that Lord Morjon had finally woken up. Marcus, still weak, asked about the other knights and his sons, a hint of concern in his voice. The butler's face grew grim as he explained that they had lost 12 men, including Sir Jotun. Hearing this, Marcus's heart sank, and he immediately wanted to speak with Ian directly. Later, in the training hall, Ian could hear a familiar voice calling his name. It was the butler, coming to inform him that Lord Morjon had awakened. The butler believed Marcus had something important to discuss with Ian, and out of curiosity, Ian decided to leave his training session. As he walked toward his office, he unexpectedly ran into both Marcus and Lavi. Ian greeted them with a warm smile, asking how they were doing. Lavi, filled with gratitude, profusely thanked him for saving them both. Marcus also offered his sincere thanks on behalf of everyone. He then pointed to a box on a nearby table, explaining that after some thought, he believed this might be a way to repay Ian for everything. Without hesitation, Ian opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside was the very mana ring he had lent to Margaret. Marcus, slightly embarrassed, admitted that Margaret had told him all about it. He had thought it was just an old family heirloom, but now he asked Ian if it had any special powers and if it could be of use to him. Ian nodded thoughtfully, revealing that the ring amplified the wearer's mana, a crucial tool for clearing the mountains. Marcus, satisfied with this answer, offered the ring to Ian, saying it would be his token of gratitude. Ian, confused by the term token, asked Marcus to elaborate. Marcus, in a solemn tone, explained that the ring would symbolize an oath to Ian. From this moment on, Ian Page would be an honored guest of House Morjon, and should Ian ever need their help, they would gladly serve. He swore upon the northern stream of the Emerald River that he and his descendants would uphold this oath as long as Ian's line continued. With that, both Lavi and Marcus gave a slight bow of respect. Later, as Ian and the knights traveled through the forest toward Lore Village, Ian's thoughts drifted to the conversation he'd had earlier with Marcus. He had asked about any alchemist who could create elixirs, and Marcus had mentioned an alchemist named Ratio. Ian had never heard of Ratio in his past life, but he hoped this alchemist would be able to help him create an elixir to compensate for his mana deficiency. Just as Ian was lost in thought, his attention was suddenly drawn to the sight of Lore Village in the distance. The entire village was engulfed in flames, a horrifying scene that sent a chill down his spine. As the knights drew closer, they realized that bandits had attacked the village. Not only were the houses torched, but the villagers were being mercilessly slaughtered. One bandit, wielding an axe, and clearly the leader, yelled orders to his men, urging them to grab the children and plunder anything they could. The bandits seized a young boy named Douglas, and when his father tried to intervene, he was struck down to the ground. The bandit leader, seeing the boy wouldn't cooperate, decided to make an example of his father. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and advanced on the man lying on the ground, preparing to kill him. He promised the boy's father that Douglas would be sold elsewhere for a good price. As the leader prepared to deliver the final blow, Douglas screamed in terror, desperate to reach his father. But just as he did, something happened that left him stunned into silence, his horrified scream dying in his throat. Suddenly, an ice spear pierced through the bandit leader's body, killing him instantly. The remaining bandits screamed in terror, completely baffled as to where the spear came from. But when they realized its origin, they panicked and ran for their lives. However, Ian had no intention of letting them get away so easily. With a single wave of his hand, he sent sharp blades of ice raining down on the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape the cold, and one by one, they all paid the price. Ian's gaze shifted to the ring on his finger. His thoughts were momentarily interrupted by the sight. The ring was doing its job well. With it, His mana was now on par with a third circle mage. The flames were extinguished, and the people showed visible relief. However, a darker thought lingered in Ian's mind. He felt a profound sense of grief for the tragedy that had unfolded here. Just then, Captain Arnold spotted him and approached. Ian asked if any soldiers were injured, and Arnold breathed a sigh of relief. They were all unharmed. Ian allowed himself a small sense of satisfaction at this. But his relief was fleeting. His thoughts returned to the man he came here to find, wondering if he had survived. Before he could ponder any further, a voice cried out, calling for Ratio. It was the name of the man Ian was looking for, Douglas's father. Ratio had been struck down by the bandits and was now in critical condition. Douglas stood beside him, weeping and calling his father's name. Ian rushed over, gently reassuring Douglas that he would take a look at Ratio. As Ian examined him, he could instantly tell something was wrong. Ratio's skin had turned an unnatural pale, and his hair was stark white. The signs pointed to one thing: mana poisoning. It was clear Ratio couldn't have injected himself with mana, which meant a mage with malicious intent had done this to him. His condition was critical, and Ian knew that time was running out. Without wasting another second, Ian placed 2 fingers on Ratio's forehead, concentrating as he transferred his own mana into him. The process was delicate, but it had an immediate effect. The man's breathing stabilized, and some color returned to his skin. As Ian was about to step back, Douglas grabbed his cloak, stopping him. The boy wanted to know how his father was doing. Ian didn't sugarcoat it. He told Douglas that Ratio would be fine for now, but the mana Ian had transferred wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the residual mana would accumulate again, and Ratio would have to make a choice. Either continue receiving mana injections for the rest of his life or die. The harsh truth hit Douglas like a ton of bricks. With tears streaming down his face, the boy sobbed, vowing he would find a landor flower to cure his father. Ian's mind flashed as he recalled the name of one of Green River's most brilliant alchemists, Douglas Herman, the Royal Alchemist. In his past life, Douglas had hated and distrusted mages. This now explained why. Ian pieced the situation together. An alchemist poisoned by a mage, a rare herb sought in the north, and a poison created to neutralize mana. His memories clicked together like puzzle pieces. Before he could process any further, Ian turned to Douglas. It was clear the boy would do something reckless if left alone. Ian used his magic to put Douglas to sleep, gently lulling him into unconsciousness. Once Douglas was asleep, Ian carried him to a nearby tree and carefully set him down. As Ian watched the boy, a strange feeling came over him. Douglas looked exactly as he had in his past life, though this time without the hostility. Despite knowing that Douglas was responsible for the poison Ian had ingested, Ian couldn't bring himself to end his life right now. This boy would become the greatest alchemist in history. Perhaps making him an ally was the right choice. But there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray Ian at some point. Before Ian could contemplate his next move, Arnold appeared, having caught up with him. He had seen Ian run off and wanted to make sure he was okay. Arnold's gaze shifted to the unconscious boy leaning against a tree. Ian sighed and explained that the boy was from the village and he had put him to sleep to keep him safe. Ian then asked Arnold to take Douglas back while he took care of some other business. Arnold reluctantly nodded, clearly wanting to ask more questions but trusting Ian's judgment. He moved to lift Douglas, preparing to carry the boy back. Meanwhile, Ian turned away, his mind reeling from the recent events and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Night had fallen, and Ratio, having woken up, immediately went to sit by Douglas's bedside, asking if he was asleep yet. Without moving, Douglas told him he wasn't. When Ratio noticed Douglas's cold demeanor, he tried to talk to him, informing him that Barton had told him a mage had come to their village to save them. Furthermore, he mentioned that Douglas had almost gotten himself into trouble. Unable to face his father, the boy wearily explained he was just trying to find the flower. Hearing this, his father scolded him, asking what on earth he was thinking, as he could have been caught by the bandits. Douglas couldn't control his anger anymore and jumped up, questioning Ratio. Then what was I supposed to do? That mage said Ratio would be sick for the rest of his life. Ratio narrowed his eyes, reassuring his son that he was perfectly fine, but they just needed to find the Landor flower. The tears Douglas had been holding back were now streaming down his face as he sobbed for his dying father. They had been searching for over a year and still hadn't found it. Douglas now even doubted its existence. Suddenly, from outside Ratio's house, a voice interjected, insisting that it did exist. Both Ratio and Douglas were stunned by the sudden voice. Frightened, Ratio called out to the door, asking who was there. It was none other than Ian. He had returned, admitting he had overheard them searching for the Landor flower. Hearing Ian's words, Ratio had no choice but to open the door. He was surprised to see a young boy visiting his home. Ian greeted them and asked for permission to enter. As he stepped inside, lowering his hood, Douglas was shocked to see the maid from earlier. Though Ratio was unaware, Ian introduced himself while placing a crystallized flower on a nearby table. Ratio examined the crystal, recognizing it as the Landor flower. Ian promised to give him the flower, but only if he answered his questions. Without waiting for Ratio's reply, he began his interrogation. How did you know what this herb does? Only a handful of people know about this flower's healing properties. Ratio hesitated slightly, but revealed that he had read about it in a guidebook. Ratio showed Ian the guidebook, explaining further that his father had passed down this book of herbs to him. Flipping through a few pages, Ratio showed Ian a specific page. The book contained an entry on the Landor flower, describing that it restores mana balance and is only found in the northern part of the continent. It has 12 petals, all deep purple, while its blue leaves and stem are poisonous. The plant withers the moment it leaves the soil where it's rooted. Out of curiosity, after reading, Ian asked Ratio if his father had studied alchemy, learning it was a family profession, which meant the guidebook was a family heirloom. Ian reminded him that if he knew this flower could neutralize mana, then he must also know what this does to mages who possess a mana heart and a mana brain. It could be used as a deadly poison. Ratio flinched slightly. Hearing this, he understood what Ian was implying, but he assured Ian that the alchemists in his family would never create an elixir to harm people. He could swear it on Herman's name. As those words settled in his mind, Ian glanced at Douglas and thanked Ratio for his answers, apologizing as he picked up the crystal flower. He began to undo the ice magic to return the flower to its original form, but even he couldn't save it. The best he could do was keep it from withering by freezing it. Seeing this, Ratio suspected him of tricking them, but Ian simply explained that he was trying to prove he could help him find the Landor flower at any time. In that case, he needed to make a deal. Ian would regularly transfer mana into his body so he wouldn't die from the mana poisoning. He also offered to help him research the Landor flower so Ratio could use it as medicine. In return, he wanted Ratio to come to the capital with him. Ian was smart enough to make this offer, as he would be able to find the records of the poison that Ragnar and Douglas had used in his past life. Hearing this request, Ratio didn't understand the purpose of him returning to the capital. To explain further, he stated that he wanted Ratio to produce mana elixirs that could replenish a mage's mana and create medicine for his frail mother. Before he could interrupt, Ratio apologized, but suggested Ian should seek a more renowned alchemist. After all, he was a mage of the Empire. However, Ian confessed that what he was looking for was someone to stay with him and produce custom-made elixirs. He reminded Ratio that his son had run into a dangerous forest without a second thought to find a healing herb for him. So, for his own safety and well-being, Ian hoped that Ratio would make the right choice. Ratio now realized this child was no ordinary mage and asked for some time. Ian gave him a moment and watched Ratio speak with his son, promising himself that in this life, Douglas would not lose his father, nor would he have to become a slave. And most importantly, Ian would never let him fall into Ragnar's hands. Waiting outside Ratio's house, Captain Arnold approached Ian, informing him that preparations for their return to the castle were complete. Receiving this information, Ian glanced at Ratio's house. Sighing sadly, he assumed Ratio hadn't made his decision yet and decided to head back. Suddenly, the door to Ratio's house creaked open, and Ratio and his son stepped out with their luggage. Meanwhile, Douglas was startled to see a mage waiting for them outside the house. Immediately, Ian approached them to confirm if he had made his decision. Ratio scratched his head, admitting he didn't really have a choice from the beginning. Since he had an illness to cure, he hoped Ian would keep his end of the bargain. Ian reassured him, but they were both interrupted when Douglas confirmed with Ian if he would really cure his father's illness. Ian's promise excited Douglas, and he eagerly asked for permission to call him captain. This confused Ian, but he allowed it, though the image of an older Douglas popped into his head, making him slightly uneasy, wondering if this was what Douglas was like as a child. Suddenly, a horse galloped towards where they were standing. A knight quickly informed Ian of his immediate required presence at Lord Morgan's castle. Unsure of what was happening, Ian asked for the reason. The knight urgently explained that the crown prince had crossed the Gammes River. This was puzzling. They had just received the message this morning. Why didn't they inform them sooner? Ian then asked the knight to lend him his horse. Using his taming skill, he ordered the horse to ride to Morjan Castle with him. The horse immediately obeyed and knelt. Mounting the horse, Ian instructed Arnold to escort Ratio to the castle, all while both Ratio and Arnold stared in amazement at the horse's behavior. Backtracking 2 days earlier, as Prince Hayden's escort party had just crossed the Gammes River. Inside the carriage, Prince Hayden looked out the window. His mind wandered with thoughts. He recalled the conversation he had with his father, Terry, before this journey. Terry had called Hayden into his office. He wanted to tell Hayden something before he left. He'd heard that Archmage Herbert had been meeting frequently with the Fifth Prince lately. Many nobles tended to follow the Ivory Tower's lead, so whoever the Tower Master sided with would gain the support of those nobles. And now Herbert had made it clear he supported the Fifth Prince. Furthermore, Ragnar, the Fifth Prince, was a very clever child. Terry was sure Ragnar would use the Tower Master to turn many people into his allies. That's why Hayden had to do whatever it took to make Ian Page swear loyalty to him. Terry insisted that his son must make Ian his ally and build his foundation before the Ivory Tower could interfere. Hayden felt the pressure, bewildered by the task ahead. Mage or not, he was still just a child. What could Ian possibly do? There were dozens of mages in the Ivory Tower, yet none of them sided with Hayden. Years later, Ian called to their daughter, Johanna, telling her to come to them. Johanna smiled, running to them and calling Ian, "Ah!" Rage filled his eyes. He thought, how dare they support the Fifth Prince instead of me? I am the Crown Prince. He silently vowed to himself that on the day he became emperor, he would eliminate all those foolish traitors. As Hayden was lost in thought, the captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, Oliver Draywood, called to him from outside, admitting it was a bit late, but suggesting they should let Lord Morjan know where they were. Hayden seemed uninterested, reminding him that they had already discussed this. Oliver politely advised that they would need time to prepare for Hayden's arrival, and pleaded with him to be more considerate. Curious, he asked Oliver if his family was one of the Morjan's vassals, and how much longer until they reached Morjan. Oliver confirmed that his family served as a vassal and informed him they were 2 days away. With that, Hayden thought, and was certain that 2 days would be enough, and permitted him to let them know he was coming. He smirked, looking down on them, wanting to see how the self-proclaimed Northern Guardians and Shields of the Empire would prepare to welcome a member of the royal family on such short notice. Although Oliver didn't really like Hayden's attitude, it was clear he couldn't do much but follow his orders. As soon as the news of His Highness's arrival reached Morjan Castle, Marcus was thrown into a whirlwind of activity. He was both anxious and tired, not having received a single word, leading him to believe the prince would arrive later than expected. Seeing the butler, he urgently asked if the other families had arrived. The butler quickly reported that all families were present, except for the Macfadons and the Dreywoods. He then asked about Ian's whereabouts. The butler hesitated, then bowed his head, shaking it in refusal. Marcus sighed wearily, fully aware that the situation was descending into chaos. A few minutes later, a knight announced the arrival of the crown prince. As Prince Hayden prepared to enter the castle, a nobleman asked Marcus about Ian's whereabouts. Just then, the sound of hoofbeats grew louder in the distance. Ian appeared, breathless and exhausted, nearly collapsing in the saddle. He immediately apologized for being late. Marcus rushed to help Ian off the horse, reassuring him that it was fine and he had arrived just in time. The nobles stood stunned, staring at the young mage who managed to keep his balance. Marcus put his arm around Ian's shoulder and explained that, as was customary, those who receive a royal command would take the place of honor and stand at the front. As he finished speaking, Ian and Marcus faced Hayden. It had been a long time since Ian had last seen Prince Hayden, and the 3 female mages accompanying him stood close by. One of them, Cecilia, smiled at Ian, and he smiled back, though he knew perfectly well she was a spy from the Goldruth Empire. That evening, a grand feast was held at the castle in honor of Prince Hayden's arrival. Oliver advised Hayden to avoid drinking too much, but Hayden coldly replied that the wine was the only thing here that was actually good. He hated the party and disliked the food. He urged Marcus to return to rest soon. Meanwhile, Cecilia held her wine glass, not focused on drinking. She couldn't understand why the Goldruth Empire would be interested in someone like Ian. Recently, she had received 2 orders from the Empire. First, to determine if the rumors about Ian Page were true, and second, if they were true, she was to capture both Ian and his mother alive and return to Goldruth immediately. So, Cecilia set off to find Ian and eventually found him alone outside the training grounds at Marcus's castle. To test his abilities, she silently approached him and launched countless sharp magic missiles at him. The spells slammed into the ground, but Ian remained unharmed. Cecilia stood frozen, astonished. Ian turned to face her, asking who she was. Cecilia frowned, asking if he didn't recognize her, and introduced herself as a high-ranking mage from the Ivory Tower. She added that her attack was just a greeting and mocked him for having such a hot temper. Before she could say more, Ian's expression darkened, and he called her by her full name, Cecilia Cocker. Cecilia was startled, surprised at her full name being mentioned, unable to comprehend how he knew it. Ian smirked, revealing that he knew exactly who she was in his past life. His mission had been to find and eliminate all the Goldruth spies hiding in the Empire. He challenged her to name her other accomplices. She urged him to stop, but Ian took a step forward, naming several IOLE spies. The stable boy on Mullinion Avenue, Robin, the royal secretary, Ariel from the Border Patrol, 9th Infantry Regiment, and Isabel, the head housekeeper of the royal villa. He then challenged her to guess what these people had in common, though he already knew the answer. Cecilia frowned. Summoning a fireball in her hand, she hurled it at Ian. The fireball exploded on impact, but to Cecilia's surprise, the flames were extinguished by some unknown force. Ian's suspicions were confirmed. Cecilia was indeed a Goldruth agent. Before she could react, Ian calmly explained that he came here because he had anticipated she would seek him out. As he finished speaking, dozens of ice shards shot toward Cecilia. Her eyes widened in horror as they drew near. Ian Page just moved his hand to cast the ice spear spell, leaving Cecilia on edge. Quickly, she summoned a mana barrier in front of her for protection. She could feel the pressure mounting, sweat beginning to form on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. Ian curled his finger, summoning a fireball, then launched it straight at her. Cecilia realized she couldn't move while her mana barrier was up, and the overwhelming power of the blast meant she would likely die. The barrier began to crack under the heat of the fireball. Ice shards from the attack cut into her skin. Panic set in as she tried to run, only to be thrown off balance by the massive explosion. As she lay on the ground, she reassured herself that she was still alive. She told herself that since Ian had used all his mana with the fireball, he must be exhausted. She also realized that help would arrive soon. But with no concrete evidence linking her to being a spy, the others wouldn't suspect her, especially not over a child like Ian. As long as she healed her wounds first, she could deal with him later, and the tower mages would believe her. Ian approached with a smirk, revealing his plan. He intended to make a name for himself by selling her out. Cecilia smirked back, asking if he really thought that would work. Ian's smile widened, confirming her suspicions. He then added that he had evidence that neither she nor her Goldruth handlers knew about. Enraged, Cecilia demanded to know what he was talking about. Just then, Captain Oliver Draywood arrived, flanked by others, and asked what had happened. Two men rushed towards Cecilia, one kneeling to check her wounds. Ian flatly replied that he was the one who did it. Captain Oliver Draywood now wanted to understand the situation, demanding an explanation from Ian. Ian claimed that he had seen Cecilia talking to a masked person, and then, suddenly, she had tried to kill him. Cecilia, her voice filled with rage, screamed at Ian, demanding to know what he was talking about. Ian, unfazed, informed them that it was because of that meeting that he attacked her in self-defense. Captain Oliver Draywood wasn't easily convinced, asking Ian if that was truly the reason for his actions. Ian nodded, affirming it was a matter of survival. Draywood then demanded Ian prove his words. Ian explained that he had seen Cecilia and the masked figure conducting a body search and marking themselves. Draywood immediately ordered his guards to search Cecilia. Panic seized Cecilia as the men who had accompanied her stepped forward to intervene. One of them protested, reminding Captain Draywood that Cecilia was a mage from the Ivory Tower and questioning the necessity of a body search. Draywood drew his sword, holding it before the men as a warning. He declared that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver was present, and everything that happened was witnessed in his presence. Whether the tower mages were involved or not, they all had a duty to uncover the truth. The protesting man raised his hands in surrender, pleading with Captain Draywood to allow them to heal Cecilia's wounds before proceeding with the investigation. Draywood, without hesitation, turned away, stating that healing could be done after the inspection. His female guards then took charge, searching Cecilia's body. Once the inspection was complete, Captain Draywood asked his female guards if they had found anything suspicious on Cecilia. The guard reported that there was nothing unusual. The two men with Cecilia, still agitated, yelled at Captain Draywood, demanding to know how he could suspect her. They insisted she needed immediate medical attention. However, Draywood turned his attention to Ian and asked if he was lying. Ian shook his head, denying the accusation. Then, with a smirk, he approached Cecilia, apologizing, and placed his glowing fingers on the back of her neck. The group watched in astonishment as a mana seal appeared on the back of Cecilia's neck. Enraged, Cecilia glared at Ian, demanding to know what he had done. Ian smirked again, revealing that he had been curious about what she was doing with the masked figure. It now seemed they were checking this very seal. Ian's mind briefly flashed to the past, remembering how Goldruth agents were sent to training schools with such marks, unbeknownst to them. Only their handlers knew about them. Ian himself had only learned the truth after a year of interrogating a handler. Back in the present, Captain Draywood turned to the group, asking if anyone knew what this seal meant. One man replied that it was the first time he had ever seen it. Captain Draywood asked Ian the same question, and Ian answered, admitting it was also his first time seeing such a mark. However, Captain Draywood didn't let the uncertainty of its meaning stop him. He realized that the mark itself was still a form of evidence. He ordered Cecilia to be treated first and promised they would interrogate her later. He instructed his men to prepare a mana prison, and they confirmed his command. Turning to Ian, Captain Draywood added that if everything turned out to be true, the Emperor would reward him. Sitting on a sofa, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver asked Captain Oliver Draywood to confirm if a child like Ian had really defeated a third circle mage from the Ivory Tower. Oliver Draywood confirmed the question. Hayden laughed, surprised by the news, saying he never expected a child to possess such skill. He then asked Oliver what he thought of Ian. Captain Oliver Draywood replied that according to the dispatched mages, it seemed to be true. Ian's behavior and words were beyond that of a normal child. Hayden Greenriver, intrigued, told Oliver that he believed he should meet Ian and speak with him directly before drawing any conclusions. He then ordered Oliver to bring Ian to him. A short while later, Ian stood before Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. He bowed respectfully and asked why he had been summoned. Hayden rose from the sofa, looking down at Ian. He explained that, from what he'd heard, one of the mages sent by the Ivory Tower was actually a Gold Roof spy, and she was a pretty good mage at that. Hayden praised Ian, telling him he believed his achievement of capturing Cecilia was significant. Ian, flattered, responded humbly. Hayden continued, saying he wanted to reward Ian for his efforts and asked what Ian desired. Ian realized that Hayden was trying to probe his true desires with this question. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to share his wish. Finally, he decided to be open. Please subscribe to the La La School channel to not miss out on exciting videos. Ian looked up at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and said that if possible, he would like to visit the site of the old Ivory Tower on their way to the imperial capital. Hayden frowned, asking why Ian wanted to go there, since there was nothing much to see. Ian replied that he had only heard stories about the place and had always wanted to see it for himself. Hayden assumed Ian simply wanted to visit a historical site, seeing it as a childish wish. He told himself that Ian was still just a child. After a moment, he agreed, telling Ian he would take him there. Ian smirked to himself, realizing he might get what he wanted much sooner than expected. He remembered the old Ivory Tower site and the item hidden deep beneath it from his previous life. It was the Dragon Language book, the book that had been crucial for his study of time magic. He remembered finding it only a few years before his death, understanding only a fraction of it. Ian wondered how much more he could understand in this life. Later, on their way to the site of the old Ivory Tower, Lady Page looked out the carriage window with excitement before turning to Ian and saying this was her first time traveling so far. Ian smiled and agreed. Ratio, sitting nearby, told Lady Page that when they reached the capital, he would be their guide, revealing that despite his appearance, he had lived in the capital for a long time, making a living through alchemy. Lady Page smiled and thanked him. Ian looked at Ratio with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding his intentions. Just then, Vice Captain Ponce of the 2nd Royal Knights knocked on the carriage window to inform Ian that they had arrived. He told them they would be staying for 2 days, as per Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver's orders, and they were free to explore the area during that time. Ponce then invited everyone to follow him as he would lead them to their accommodations. As they walked through the village, the locals warmly greeted Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. One man stepped forward, saying it was an honor for Hayden to visit such a humble village and that it would be remembered for generations. Hayden smiled lightly, downplaying the honor, saying it was no big deal. Ian watched Hayden carefully and realized that the prince treated common citizens with genuine kindness. He recalled that, in his past life, Hayden always wore a dark and hostile expression, especially when Ragnar was around. Now Ian saw Hayden smiling, and he understood that Hayden only had those cold expressions for those who were not nobility. He was beginning to understand why the Emperor favored the Crown Prince. As they walked, Douglas called out to Ian, asking when they would get to the old Ivory Tower. Ian asked why he was so curious. Douglas explained that he wanted to visit too. Ian, after a moment's hesitation, decided he would visit the underground area at dawn. He He told Douglas they would go together tomorrow when they had time. Douglas, clearly very excited, thanked Ian profusely. Seeing the two of them talk, Ratio noticed that Douglas seemed to be very fond of Ian. He turned to Lady Page and asked if Ian was always this mature, as he found it hard to believe Ian was only 12. Lady Page replied that Ian had matured earlier than most other children, because he was naturally considerate and kind, just like his father. She added that although Ian never said it, she knew he was trying to fill the void left by his father's absence, and she fell for him. Ratio nodded, understanding that Ian was very much like his father. He then asked Lady Page if her husband was a mage. She shook her head and explained that her Fran was not a mage, but an ordinary man. She went on to tell Ratio that Fran had gone missing before Ian was born after leaving for work one day. His belongings were sent home 5 years later, but Fran himself never returned. Lady Page was about to say something about Ian, but then stopped abruptly, brushing it off as nothing. Ian walked through the golden grass, his mind drifting back to his past life, a journey guided by the path of the stars. It felt like an endless road after the Unification War, far from the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. At first, he had wondered if his entry into the Ivory Tower back then was just a coincidence. But he soon realized it wasn't by chance. Something had led him to that destiny. As he looked at the familiar castle before him, it was the same one he had seen in his past life. He noticed that it still looked the same, unchanged by the years. He remembered the Great War that happened 300 years ago between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. The Gargoyle army, along with the dark magic of the Dragonians, was powerful enough to wipe out the Empire. Yet it was the Crown Prince, Michael Greenriver, a high-level mage, who led the other mages to victory, defeating the Dragonians and wiping out the Gargoyles, thus preserving peace for the Empire. After the war, Michael Greenriver, who had led them to victory, refused the position of Emperor, and instead became the master of the tower, building a new one in the capital, Green River DM. Ian now understood why this place had become a ruin, abandoned by the people over time. Approaching a certain spot, Ian wondered, could this be the place? He placed his finger on the stone slab, and as his fingertip made contact, it began to glow. Suddenly, a staircase appeared before him. He slowly descended, summoning a light spell into his palm. The light shone upon the head of a gargoyle statue. Ian's gaze was fixed on the statue as he remembered the surprise he had felt when he first saw it. Then, without warning, the gargoyle broke free from its stone form with a deafening roar, snarling as it locked its eyes on Ian. Ian gritted his teeth, stunned that a gargoyle, thought to be extinct for 300 years, was hiding here. The gargoyle roared again and lunged at him. Instinctively, Ian created a ball of ice and threw it at the creature. The ice slammed into the gargoyle with such force that it crashed into the wall. Ian realized that in his past life, he could have easily killed the gargoyle, but now, in his current state, he had to put in more effort. The gargoyle snarled as it leaped toward Ian once more. Without hesitation, Ian cast an ice spear spell, launching sharp ice shards that flew toward the gargoyle's body. He then raised his finger, summoning a powerful lightning spell. The electrical blast finally finished off the gargoyle. Ian stood over the lifeless body, muttering to himself that he had dealt with the gargoyle, so now he was waiting for the passage to appear. As if on cue, the ground before him shifted to reveal a hidden path. Ian looked down and smiled, recognizing it as the same passage from his past life. He picked up his fallen cloak, slung it over his shoulder, and carefully stepped forward. Soon, he reached a desk where a dragon language book lay. Grinning, he told himself he had found it much earlier than expected. Approaching the book, he wondered if it was hidden here by a dragon or if it was the work of the first mage. He reached out, remembering how the dragon language was hidden. Even in his past life, he couldn't fully comprehend it. If only I could understand it now, he thought. But when he opened the book, he was shocked to find it blank. Confused, he He wondered what had happened. But then it dawned on him. Perhaps it was because he had already used the book in his previous life. Ian closed the book, feeling a pang of disappointment. He longed to read the dragon language again to unlock the secrets it held. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his lips. Realizing this, Ian stared at the book and understood. The dragon language wasn't just spoken with the voice. It was a magical language that drew power from mana. In that moment, Ian realized that without the dragon language, which had vanished, he could no longer use time magic. Without it, he couldn't return to the past. A heavy sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes in frustration. He had hoped for the ability to turn back time endlessly. But now, he understood how dangerous it could have been if he hadn't discovered this limitation. His second life had just become a lot harder to navigate. The carriage rolled through the bustling city streets, drawing closer to the skyline. Ian was informed that they would soon arrive at the capital, Green River Dome. He glanced out the window, realizing they were finally entering the capital, and he needed to be on high alert. He couldn't shake the thought that if Cecilia escaped and met another Goldruth agent, the Goldruth Empire would start paying much closer attention to him. He knew Cecilia would surely talk about him, causing all sorts of trouble. His thoughts shifted as a group of mages blocked their path. Captain Oliver Draywood dismounted and demanded to know by whose authority they were blocking Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver's path. The lead mage replied that it was on the order of Emperor Terry Greenriver. He explained that a decree had been issued, transferring all authority over Cecilia and related matters to the Ivory Tower. Oliver retorted that the mage must have rushed to receive the order before the spy had even arrived. The mage smiled, closing his eyes and saying that urgent matters should be dealt with swiftly. He then informed Oliver that the Ivory Tower would take full responsibility from here on out. Oliver clenched his jaw and insisted the mage hand over the criminal to the Tower Master. The mage looked back, saying that Cecilia was not yet a criminal as the truth was still unknown. He reminded Oliver that Cecilia was still a mage of the Ivory Tower and warned him to watch his words. Oliver gritted his teeth and turned away. Meanwhile, the other guards muttered angrily, complaining about the mages swooping in to take Cecilia, even though they were the ones who had risked their lives to capture her. One guard grumbled that it wasn't fair, and he wouldn't accept it, even if it was the Emperor's order. Ian understood their frustration. He knew the mages weren't trying to protect Cecilia. They simply didn't want the knights interrogating one of their own. He realized they planned to lock her in the deepest, most secure part of the Ivory Tower's prison and quietly handle things behind closed doors. Even if Cecilia was a Goldruth spy, there was no way she would escape that prison. Lady Page looked out of the carriage, curious about what was happening. Ian reassured her, telling her not to worry. But as his thoughts shifted, a messenger interrupted, informing him that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver wanted to make a stop before reaching the royal palace. When the carriage arrived at a mansion, Ian stepped out and looked up at the building. A wave of recognition hit him. It was the same mansion he had received from Ragnar after reaching level 500 in his past life. Hayden Greenriver asked Ian if he liked it and explained that this mansion was a gift to him from Emperor Terry Greenriver himself. Ian bowed gratefully, replying that he was deeply indebted. Hayden laughed and told Ian not to be so formal. Ian recalled that in his past life, he was 26 when he received this mansion. This time, he had received it 14 years earlier. He replied, praising the mansion. Hayden then mentioned that for now, his family would stay here, but Ian had to accompany him to the royal palace to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver, as they were now in the capital. Ian politely asked Hayden if he could take a moment to look around the mansion with his mother. Hayden smiled and gave his permission, and Ian thanked him warmly. Ian strolled through the mansion with his mother, Lady Page. He asked her if she liked it, telling her this would be their new home. Lady Page, stunned, asked again to confirm if this was really their house. Ian smiled and reassured her. He remembered that in his past life, his mother had passed away by the time he received this mansion. Lady Page looked around in awe, commenting that this place was even more impressive than the Lord's castle. Ian thought back, realizing that no matter how powerful he had become in his previous life, he could never bring his mother back from the dead. He replied that this mansion was meant for royalty. As he looked around, Ian felt a sense of contentment. Everything he had ever wanted to do for his mother and with her was now within his grasp. He turned to Lady Page, asking what she thought of the mansion, hoping that this time he would be able to see her happy, something he never got to witness in his past life. Lady Page, in awe, remarked on the splendor of the place, but then her expression turned to one of concern as she asked how they would ever manage to clean such a large space. Ian sighed and, with a determined smile, promised himself that from now on, his mother would not have to lift a finger for housework. Later at the Green River DM Royal Palace, Ian prepared to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver. He nervously adjusted his sleeve, thinking that in his past life, he never had the chance to meet the Emperor face-to-face. By the time he graduated from the academy, the Emperor was already on his deathbed. Ian recalled that Emperor Terry was praised for his wisdom and decisiveness, and hoped he could learn something from him if possible. Walking through the palace, Ian glanced out a window toward the prince's palace and noticed the fifth prince, Ragnar, a concubine's son. He wondered what Ragnar was up to at this moment. Ian knew that while Ragnar resembled the emperor more than any other prince, he inherited his father's cruelty, not his compassion. Ian clenched his fist, thinking of Ragnar as both his old friend and his worst enemy. He wondered what approach he should take when he met Ragnar in this life. As Ian reached the golden doors, a servant informed him that Emperor Terry Greenriver was waiting inside. Ian entered the room and knelt before Emperor Terry Greenriver, bowing his head to the floor with deep reverence. The emperor ordered him to raise his head, calling him the hero of the North. In a warm tone, Terry Greenriver praised Ian for his remarkable achievements in such a short time. Ian bowed gratefully in thanks. The emperor motioned for him to rise, telling him not to be so formal, remarking that Ian probably hadn't been taught proper etiquette. Ian stood up, recalling that the emperor's words echoed what Ragnar had once told him in the past, that he shouldn't try so hard since he hadn't learned etiquette. Terry Greenriver observed that Ian had come a long way and asked if he liked the mansion he had been given, calling it one of his royal houses. Ian glanced at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, who smiled and waved at him. Ian silently wondered why Hayden was present with the emperor. He smiled at the emperor, closed his eyes, and replied, saying the mansion was too magnificent for him to have ever imagined. The emperor, not satisfied with just that, asked him again if he liked it or not. Ian answered, affirming that he did, adding that his mother was also very happy with it. The emperor, leaning back with his arms crossed, asked if Ian knew why he had sent Hayden to bring him to the palace and given him a mansion as soon as he arrived. Ian considered whether to answer frankly. After all, Ragnar, who resembled the emperor in many ways, preferred straightforwardness. Ian considered telling the truth, but ultimately decided against it, reminding himself that he was still only 12 and should act like a child. Ian politely replied, telling the emperor it was because he was a bit more talented than others and that, according to rumors, his magic surpassed most. The emperor frowned, asking if Ian really believed that he was the only one who thought he was more talented. Hearing this, Hayden Greenriver looked at the emperor and held back from questioning a child like that. Terry Greenriver turned to Hayden. Noticing that this was the first time he had seen his son defending someone, he understood that siding with Hayden was wise. The emperor turned his attention back to Ian and confirmed that he had summoned him here because of his talent. The emperor went on to mention that even the knights and mages had praised Ian's abilities. He also acknowledged Ian's role in exposing the spy and declared that since a citizen of the Empire had achieved such a feat, it was only right to be rewarded. He then asked Ian if there was anything he desired. Ian realized this was a golden opportunity to secure the emperor's favor, something he had been contemplating for a while. However, he reminded himself to ask for something fitting for a child, not an adult. He looked up at the Emperor and timidly said he wanted to explore the palace. The Emperor, curious, asked him what he meant by explore. Ian explained that he wanted to wander freely through the palace, to show his mother all the beautiful things inside. Hayden, noticing Ian's curiosity, chimed in and informed the Emperor that Ian's true wish was to see the ancient ivory tower. He explained that Ian, like any child, was full of curiosity, so it would be best to let him explore. Ian smiled at Hayden's words, and the Emperor, amused, agreed to grant Ian's request. He ordered a servant to present Ian with a seal. The servant handed Ian the seal, and the Emperor explained that as long as Ian was in the palace, he could use it to enter almost any area. If Ian needed help, he could show the seal to anyone for guidance. The Emperor then asked if there was anything else Ian wished for. Ian carefully took the seal, thanked the Emperor, and humbly replied that he didn't know what more he could possibly desire. The Emperor smiled, clearly pleased, and announced that he would personally reward Ian. He signaled his servants, who brought in a large box of gold coins along with several maids. The Emperor explained that the gold was his reward and that the maids would be sent to Ian's mansion to ensure his comfort. Ian looked at the maids and realized that his mother no longer had to worry about cleaning, a burden he was glad to see lifted from her shoulders. He thanked the Emperor once more and left the throne room. As Ian stepped outside, he wondered if the Emperor was really that different from others. Instead of warmth, Ian had felt a deep suspicion directed at him, a feeling that reminded him of Ragnar. Looking down at the seal in his hand, Ian understood that the Emperor probably acted this way with everyone, just like Ragnar. He remembered Ragnar's favorite saying that suspicion is the foundation of rule and management. Determined to focus on what truly mattered, Ian decided not to dwell on this feeling. There wasn't much time left, anyway. He approached a guard and asked where the garden was. The guard looked at him suspiciously, but Ian presented the seal, explaining that the Emperor had told him to show it to anyone. Upon seeing the seal, the guard nodded and told him to follow, offering to lead the way. Ian decided that he would pretend to explore the famous spots of the palace before heading to his real destination. A while later, he arrived at the imperial shrine. As he looked around, Ian recalled moments from his past life with Ragnar. Ragnar had once confessed that he loved this place, but was never allowed inside because it was reserved for the Emperor and Empress. Ragnar, then just a prince, was forbidden entry, but he swore that one day he would get in. Pushing the memories aside, Ian carefully entered the shrine. There, he found a guard dozing off in a chair. Taking a moment to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed, Ian cast a sleep spell on the guard, just in case. Using a light spell, he scanned the room, his eyes fixated on the sarcophagus of the first emperor. As he approached the coffin, Ian's eyes widened. He had found it. Ian was gathering stoneheart mushrooms when he sensed someone nearby. He quickly hid behind a wall, thinking that only 3 descendants were around, and it couldn't possibly be Ragnar. He peeked around the corner and saw a girl talking to a man. She mentioned that not many people came to this place, so sound didn't escape the room. As the princess, she was responsible for managing the shrine. Ian realized the girl was the crown prince's biological sister, Haley Greenriver. Kevin asked Haley why she hadn't informed the Ivory Tower about this. Haley growled at him, clearly annoyed, and reminded him that he already knew how dangerous the Ivory Tower was. She clasped her hands with a smile, reassuring him that the ancestors would understand her decision since it was for the good of the Emperor and her brother. Kevin smiled, closed his eyes, and said he would support her until the end. He then asked if she had memorized the basic spells he taught her last time. Haley replied that she had. Kevin asked her to demonstrate the light spell first. She offered to show him the monoflow spell instead, and a small orb of light appeared. Ian frowned, surprised to see Princess Haley using magic. Haley complained to Kevin about why her light orb was so small. Kevin smiled and reassured her, saying it was only because she had recently started practicing magic. Watching them, Ian recalled Haley Greenriver from his past life. He remembered she had lived her whole life like a bird in a cage. When Ragnar came to power and the crown prince was executed, she had followed her brother and quietly ended her life. Ian looked at Haley, wondering why she was hiding the fact that she was also a mage. He knew that in the Green River Empire, hiding one's magical potential was considered a sin. The same rule applied to private magic education outside the Ivory Tower or the Academy. Ian was certain that the mage was aware of this fact. Princess Haley Greenriver asked Kevin to teach her an attack spell next time, something like Volcano. Kevin apologized, saying that he himself couldn't use that spell. Haley laughed, teasing him and saying she was just kidding. Suddenly, Haley turned around, confused, insisting she heard a noise. Kevin told her they should stop for the day, noting that it wouldn't be good if someone saw them. She smiled, reassuring him that only the royal family could enter this place. Ian left the shrine and looked up at it from outside, realizing he had discovered many unexpected things today. He concluded that the reason Haley Greenriver risked hiding her magic from the Ivory Tower was probably because she was wary of the tower, which supported Ragnar. Ian decided it was time to leave, as he had spent quite a bit of time there already. He walked toward the exit, and a guard asked if he had explored enough. Ian replied that he was satisfied, thinking to himself that he had explored more than enough. Ian arrived at his mansion and went inside. He looked at Ratio and asked where his mother and the others were. Ratio informed Ian that Lady Page was chatting with the maids sent from the royal palace. While Douglas was looking around the mansion, Ian remarked that that was nice and asked Mr. Ratio if they could talk for a moment. Ratio looked at him, puzzled, but agreed to speak with him. Ian told Mr. Ratio that he needed him to create a secret potion for him. Mr. Ratio asked what kind of potion Ian had in mind. Ian showed him the Stoneheart mushrooms, explaining that they were poisonous, paralyzing the body, and stopping the heart. Mr. Ratio asked Ian if he wanted him to make a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom. He admitted that a poison might be possible, but a secret potion would be difficult. Ian asked if Mr. Ratio had heard of interrogation magic. Mr. Ratio replied that he had. Ian explained that he needed a secret potion to protect himself from that magic and asked if it was possible. Mr. Ratio said that he would need to experiment first unless it was urgent. Ian replied that it was very urgent. As they were about to discuss further, there was a knock on the door, and a maid entered with a letter. She informed Ian that the Ivory Tower had sent him a message. Ian picked up the letter from the Ivory Tower and began to read it. He realized they were summoning him because, like the royal family, they couldn't wait to meet him, even though it would have been more proper for them to wait until the official entrance day at the Academy. But it would be difficult to teach such a talented mage alongside beginners. The letter stated they wanted him to come in a week. Ian turned to Mr. Ratio and asked if it would be difficult. Mr. Ratio reassured him that a week would be no problem, although he would have to sacrifice his sleep. Ian apologized for the inconvenience, saying he would entrust the task to him. A week passed, and Ian sat in a moving carriage, holding the bottle of potion Ratio had made from the Stoneheart mushrooms. He believed drinking it would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. As he looked out the window, he realized he was back in the place where he had let everything go and left. He told himself, almost in disbelief, that he had returned. Upon arriving at the Ivory Tower, someone informed Ian that they had reached their destination. A girl with glasses approached him, welcomed him, and offered to lead him to the master. She led him to the first floor, explaining that this was the entrance hall. As Ian looked around, he realized the place looked exactly the same as before. The girl with glasses pointed to a golden plate and asked if he saw it. Ian confirmed that he did, and she explained that the golden plate was called a mana elevator, a device that allowed people to move between the different floors of the tower. She added that the golden plates were reserved for high-ranking mages, allowing them to go straight to the highest floors. She instructed Ian to step onto the plate, saying that the high-ranking mages were waiting for him on the top floor in the master's room. After bidding him farewell, the mana elevator began to take Ian upwards. When the elevator reached the top floor, Ian stood before a door. As it opened, he stepped into the room and saw the master. The master greeted him, expressing his gratitude for accepting the invitation to the tower. Ian glanced around at the other high-ranking mages, feeling uneasy. The master noticed his discomfort and reassured him, inviting him to sit. The master acknowledged that Ian might be surprised, but assured him there was no need to be afraid. This was a standard requirement for all mages joining the tower. Ian sat down, sensing an undercurrent of tension in the room, as if they were waiting to see how he would react. Glowing text appeared on the master's hand. The master began to explain that while they knew a lot about Ian's talents, he was impressive even without considering them. He mentioned that they had some suspicions about Ian and needed to clear them up. Ian listened intently, asking if they were going to torture him. The master laughed and clarified that barbaric methods were not used in the tower. They just wanted to ask him a few questions, and he had to answer them. The master began to read from the glowing text, detailing Ian's background. Male, zodiac sign, his father, Frien Page, a wandering adventurer, and his mother, Vanessa Page, who was once a servant in a castle. He then asked Ian if any of this information was incorrect. Ian confirmed that it was all true. A bald man then asked about Ian's relationship with the alchemist, Ratio. Ian explained that his mother was very weak and he had sought an alchemist to provide medicine. The Lord had introduced Ratio to him. A woman with short hair then asked why Ian had really come to the ivory tower. Ian explained that he had read about it in books and had always wanted to see it for himself. Another man asked if Ian remembered Cecilia. Ian confirmed that he did. The man then requested Ian tell them that he had seen Cecilia communicating with someone in a mask, and when Cecilia was caught, she tried to kill him. Ian said that it was true, adding that he really thought he was going to die. A woman with graying hair then asked Ian to swear that no one had taught him magic. Ian swore that no one had ever taught him magic. However, the woman persisted, asking how Ian knew so many spells like Fireball, Spirit Summoning, and Frost Nova. She demanded a logical explanation, not a random excuse. Ian replied that he simply imagined the magic starting with a fire in his palm, and one day, it became a reality. To prove it, he created a fireball in his palm. A man in the room shouted in disbelief, asking how such a thing could be possible. The room buzzed with whispers and speculation about Ian's claim. The master of the ivory tower observed that even the tower's strongest interrogation magic couldn't disprove Ian's story, and began to consider other possibilities. He wondered if Ian could be the reincarnation of the legendary first mage. Another possibility was that Ian had such a high level of magical ability that interrogation magic simply couldn't affect him. The master studied Ian with growing curiosity, realizing there was no reason for such a young child to possess so much mana. He wondered what Ian's true intentions were. Just then, a girl named Helen stepped forward, her eyes filled with anger. She approached Ian with hostility, growling at the others to stop wasting time with meaningless questions. She demanded they ask the real question, glaring at Ian as she did so. The others tried to intervene, urging Helen to calm down. They reminded her that the master and the others were here to question Ian, but Helen ignored them all. Her attention was solely on Ian, and with a fierce look, she demanded to know what he really was. Helen demanded that Ian tell them what he really was, asking why he was only speaking nonsense. Ian looked at her silently, remembering that before he arrived, she had been the youngest Fourth Circle mage, known for her aggressive personality, specifically nicknamed Lady Flame. He asked her, "Don't you know already?" Helen, now even more furious, demanded to know what he was talking about. Ian pointed to the glowing text and calmly explained that it clearly stated he was born in the year 488, and his zodiac sign was a red goat. He asked, "Didn't you read it?" Helen, clenching her fists in rage, screamed at Ian, furious that he would dare speak to her in such a way. The master, observing the escalating tension, ordered them to stop. He declared that was enough and turned his attention to Ian, saying he had one last question to ask. The master mentioned hearing about an incident when Ian went through the mana response test. He brought up the soldier, Jonathan, who had disrespected Ian and his mother, and was found dead the next day with faint traces of mana on him. The master asked if Ian had anything to do with Jonathan's death. Ian immediately realized that the Tower Master didn't hold his position for no reason. The master's approach was methodical, always considering a third possibility instead of solely relying on magic. Ian understood that a normal person would panic and be scared when faced with such an accusation, but if his heartbeat remained steady, it would only raise more suspicion. He wondered if he should end the potion's effect now, or simply tell them what they wanted to hear, since the master had said this was the last question. Ian looked at the master and replied that he knew nothing about Jonathan's death. Everyone in the room looked at him with suspicious eyes. The master asked again, pressing if Ian really had nothing to do with it. Ian affirmed his innocence. The Tower Master closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied, and said he knew from the beginning that Ian couldn't be responsible for Jonathan's death. He thanked Ian for his honest answer to such a difficult question. The master then revealed that the whole story about mana traces on Jonathan's body was a fabrication. In reality, Jonathan had simply slipped on the bridge and died. Ian, enraged, glared at him. The master, unfazed, commented that he would love to finish up and get something to eat, but there was still work to be done. He asked for Ian's understanding, explaining that since Ian's talent was unprecedented, even in the tower, they needed to see his current limits and potential for growth. The Tower Master then showed Ian a device, explaining that it was a mana battery, an essential component that powered a large portion of the tower. The battery, he explained, currently held very little mana, which was why it looked empty. As more mana was added, its color would turn blue. The master then asked Ian to add mana to it. Ian, confused, asked if he had to add all of his mana. The master confirmed, saying that since they were trying to gauge Ian's limits, he had to give his full amount. Ian rose from his seat and walked toward the mana battery, considering its capacity. He figured it could hold the equivalent mana of a third circle mage, but he decided that adding an amount similar to a second circle mage would be the best approach. As Ian placed his head on the mana battery, he thought that if he showed the expected amount of mana, he could avoid suspicion and be placed in a decent class. But then, a thought flashed in his mind. He wondered why he was doing all this. He told himself he was just a third circle mage, not a philosopher or someone who would go down in history. Yet, he knew that magic was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could rely on. Ian continued to add mana to the battery, more forcefully than before, telling himself that he had always lived strategically, calculating every move. He could give up power, authority, and glory, but magic was everything. He poured everything he had into the mana battery, pushing his power far beyond any expectations. Suddenly, the mana battery shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming amount of mana Ian had transferred. Everyone, including the Tower Master, stared in stunned silence at the shattered device. Ian stood there, panting, his energy having surpassed that of a third circle mage. Helen was in disbelief. Picking up a shard of the mana battery, she knew it was only designed to hold the maximum mana of a third circle mage. She looked at Ian, her mind reeling, unable to comprehend how a child like him could surpass a third circle mage. Upon realizing this, Ian, still panting, slowly walked away from the scene. The gentle sunlight streamed onto the tower's balcony. One of the mages slammed his fist on the table in frustration, declaring that all the rumors about Ian Page were true. Not only was he a fourth circle mage, but that meant he was on par with all of them, except for the master. He added that Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was the unmistakable behavior of a liar. The mage, his voice rising, demanded to know what everyone thought that meant. He argued that before Ian became an even bigger threat, they needed to act fast and put a leash on him. He suggested they waive Ian's academy graduation and his 5 years of service, urging them to tame him immediately. The Tower Master crossed his arms, acknowledging it would be a difficult task, but agreed that Ian's time at the academy would just be a waste. He was too dangerous for the other students. The master questioned how the newcomers and young mages would feel having a fourth circle mage as a classmate. He believed Ian had either killed Jonathan or played a role in preventing his death, though he didn't see it as a major issue. But he noted that the real concern was that, despite the success of the interrogation magic, they could never be certain if Ian's lies were deceiving them. The master emphasized that their top priority was the tower's reputation. The stronger the mages they held, the higher the tower's status would be. He suggested that instead of eliminating Ian, they should accept him as the 12th high-ranking mage and officially announce the arrival of a fourth circle mage. However, given Ian's talent and age, it would be best for him to receive specialized education from a high-ranking mage. Everyone nodded in agreement with the Tower Master. Smiling, pleased with their consensus, he asked who would take responsibility for educating Ian Page. One of the mages raised his hand, offering to take on the responsibility. Outside the ivory tower, Ian looked up at it, surprised at being recognized as a high-ranking mage so quickly. A girl with glasses caught his attention. Ian looked up at her and remarked that they had met again. She informed him that she had heard the news that Ian was a fourth circle mage. Ian smiled and confirmed, saying it was true. The girl praised him, impressed that a high-ranking mage of his caliber was only 12 and mentioned that all the rumors she'd heard about him seemed to be true. Ian offered a shy smile and asked what rumors were spreading about him. She replied that he had probably heard them already and then informed him that she had been appointed as his support mage for the year. Ian smiled and said he was in her care, then added that she should feel free to speak more casually with him since she was a senior. The girl maintained her formal demeanor, agreeing that as a senior, she would take responsibility and guide him through the tower. Ian thanked her, and she began to lead him inside. The girl showed Ian the Ivory Tower's Magic Academy and explained that he was supposed to enroll today, but instead he would be receiving special training from the high-ranking mages. Ian quickly realized they were just trying to turn him into a loyal dog under the guise of special training. He sighed, having expected this from Herbert. As they walked, Ian glanced at his old friends in the academy. He remembered sparring with them, but they were all assassinated by a Gold Roof spy during the First Unification War. He never thought he would see them again. Ian smiled faintly at the memory, thinking that while it might be hard to become close friends with them again, he should go and say hello soon. The girl led Ian to a door and explained that it was his personal laboratory. She mentioned that she had heard he would be using it, so she had cleaned it up with magic. As Ian stepped inside, he realized it was the same room from his past life. The girl looked at him with a smile and explained that when the tower was first built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-ranking mages, but now there were less than half of that. So many rooms were left empty. She told him that the Tower Master wanted him to use this room for his personal needs. She then asked him to wait as she would go find the mage in charge of him. As she left and closed the door, Ian touched the furniture and reflected that it had been a long time since he had been in this room. He realized he had gotten this room 7 years earlier than in his past life. With his new status as a high-ranking mage, Ian understood that he needed to build a new force within the Ivory Tower. He had 6 years before Ragnar started making his moves under the protection of the Tower Master. Ian knew that he would need a powerful force to stand against Ragnar, who would be protected by Herbert. Ian understood that power in the tower was based on loyalty to the Master. So if he surpassed the Master in rank, the time would come when he could seize complete control of the tower. For now, Ian decided it was best to act like a well-behaved child. He knew he couldn't even surpass Circle 5 in his current form. Suddenly, Ian sensed someone's presence in the room. He turned to see Helen enter and smirked, realizing they had sent her. She walked in with an air of arrogance, greeting him and calling him an arrogant brat. Helen placed her hands on her hips and again called Ian an arrogant brat, musing that it had been a while since they last met. Ian looked up at her and wondered if she was the one who handled the broken battery. Helen smirked and announced that she could see that arrogant was an understatement for him. She approached Ian and said that he had probably heard about the standard etiquette, the history of the tower, magical theory, and all the things he should have learned from the academy. Helen informed him that the master wanted to teach him inside the tower, because he didn't want the other children to lose confidence if a monster like Ian joined them. Ian continued to listen to her in silence. Helen picked up books from the shelf and threw them, asking what good all of this was. She said that boring stuff like this wasn't her specialty and that the old hags could teach it better than her. Helen leaned closer to Ian and asked if he had defeated Cecilia. She said she had high expectations for Cecilia, since Cecilia was quite famous in the field of magic combat. But she turned out to be a spy. Helen looked at Ian and said that he was able to defeat Cecilia. She told him that since she was his teacher, she wanted to teach him something. Helen explained that there were different types of mages, like a mage trained for combat, a mage trained to support others, and a mage who spends their life researching magic, while everyone else was just an extra. Helen looked at Ian and asked what he thought. What kind of mage was she? Ian replied that he thought she was the first type. She turned around with a proud smile and confirmed it, saying she bet no one could beat her in that field. Helen told Ian that she was different from the other mages who only cared about the grace of a high-ranking mage. She said she would teach him her way and ordered him to follow her, declaring that he had no right to refuse. Ian followed Helen to the garden. She looked at Ian and asked if he understood what he had to do here. Helen asked Ian to attack her and make her want to teach him. Ian realized she was no different than in his past life. Ian recalled that even then, she had annoyed him by challenging him. He decided that this time he wouldn't let Helen start and cut her off. The children looked at them and whispered that it was a bit of a dangerous challenge for Ian to fight Helen. Helen glanced at the children with a smirk and said that there seemed to be enough of an audience. She placed her hands on her hips and asked Ian to go first, saying she would wait for him since she was his teacher. Ian took off his autumn cloak and asked Helen if she was sure about that. She smirked at him, asking who was worrying about whom. Ian smiled and closed his eyes, saying that in that case, he wouldn't refuse. Looking at the blue smoke behind Ian, Helen asked if he was going to put up a barrier first, since he looked like he had some experience. As Helen's side also began to fill with red smoke, she laughed brightly and declared that no matter what kind of barrier it was, she would break it in an instant. Suddenly, Ian saw huge fireballs behind Helen and immediately used his ice seal magic, completely shielding himself inside the block of ice. Shocked, Helen yelled at Ian, asking if he was joking with her. She touched the ice seal and said the only thing he could think of was an ice block. Helen asked him if he planned to sleep there until he ran out of mana. Ian didn't move inside the ice seal because the ice seal is the strongest defensive magic that protects the user. But while it's active, the user falls asleep, so they can't use other magic. Helen sighed in frustration, saying she didn't know what Ian was thinking and that she was the fool for getting her hopes up. Suddenly, everyone heard a cracking sound. The children wondered what that sound was. Helen looked at the ice seal in disbelief as she witnessed Ian staring at her from inside. She wondered how Ian could still be moving inside the ice block. Helen started to approach him, but suddenly froze and looked up at the tree trunks growing in front of her. She cursed the situation as Helen tried to run and dodge the attacks. She quickly realized her efforts were futile. Her attacks weren't hitting their mark, and if she didn't think of something fast, Ian would get to her. Panic began to set in as she wondered how to get him out of the ice block. It was nearly impossible to fight him while he was casting spells from inside and moving at the same time. Little did she know, Ian had silently snuck up behind and caught her off guard. Helen's struggles proved futile as he quickly bound her, and she could no longer deny it. He was as skilled as the primeval mage they had warned about. Desperate, she demanded to be released, but Ian had no intention of granting her request. Helen's face paled as Ian raised his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, the sky above began to thunder ominously. Fear consumed her as she realized what was coming, and she begged him to stop. The sky flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck down on Ian's command, leaving everyone around them speechless. Helen, somehow still alive, let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Shaken, she watched Ian turn away, walking past the crowd, paying no mind to their whispers. A few days later, the Tower Master learned that Helen hadn't eaten in days. He was mortified that she had picked a fight with a 12-year-old and lost. Instead of teaching him a lesson, it was Helen who had learned one. The Tower Master believed that Ian was a wolf, not a dog that could be easily trained, and it would take time before he could be molded into something useful. Later, the Tower Master went to see the Crown Prince, who asked about the mysterious boy Mage, Ian Page. As Douglas prepared for his first day of school, Ian recognized that Douglas had the potential to become a great alchemist. Meanwhile, Ian himself had mastered everything he was learning from his private lessons at the Ivory Tower. Bored, he set the book aside and stood up, thinking that he hadn't had a single day off since returning to the past. Although Ragnar seemed to be quiet at the moment, Ian knew he couldn't afford to be idle. He would need to use this time to physically strengthen himself and regain his power, but he wondered if it was okay to spend his time this way. Lost in thought, Ian was interrupted when the maid brought him an invitation from the royal palace, leaving him wondering who wanted to invite him. Ian picked up the letter and immediately recognized the Crown Prince's seal. However, Ian didn't understand the prince's intentions. It was an unwritten rule that mages of humble origins like Ian were rarely invited to such events. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, who hated parties, had gone out of his way to host one. This passivity was precisely why the prince had missed his chance to engage in politics, which had caused all the nobles to turn against him. Unlike his younger brother, Ragnar, the fifth prince, who was socially active and cultivated strong relationships with the nobility. The Crown Prince's lack of interest in such matters made it easy for Ragnar to usurp the throne instead of him. Besides politics, the Crown Prince was also known for his laziness and tendency to ignore his father's advice, even though the Emperor was the only one on his side. Ian couldn't fully comprehend the Crown Prince's actions, but hoped it was for the best. However, since he had never attended such events, even in his previous life, Ian decided it was best to keep a low profile and leave as soon as possible. Upon entering the palace, Ian was overwhelmed by the splendor of the decorations and the nobles who were mingling with each other. As expected, he felt extremely uncomfortable in such a setting. The royal servant announced the Crown Prince's arrival, causing everyone to bow. But instead of giving the usual speech, the Crown Prince decided to introduce someone first. He walked towards Ian, and Ian immediately thought it must be him. But the prince surprised everyone by welcoming Ian Page as the special guest, the youngest fourth circle high-ranking mage the tower had ever seen. The prince explained that the party was held to introduce Ian to the nobles. Ian wondered if this was just a way for the prince to show the nobles whose side he was on. However, this didn't seem like something the Crown Prince would do, especially after all his past passive behavior. The prince continued by praising Ian's debut at the Ivory Tower, highlighting how Ian had become a high-ranking mage on his very first day. He admitted that when he first saw Ian in Morjan, he couldn't understand why he had to go through so much trouble for a country boy. But now he was proud of Ian's excellence. Although his father had ordered him to bring Ian to the capital, the Crown Prince now felt proud to have done so. He then pointed to Ian, leading him to introduce him to another person. What Ian saw next left him completely speechless. The prince introduced his sister, Haley, to Ian. She mentioned that she had heard a lot about him, but since they didn't have much time to talk, she invited him to her next luncheon to hear more of his stories. Ian politely thanked her for the invitation, but humbly suggested that his stories of magic and monsters might be boring. However, Haley expressed great interest in both magic and monsters, reassuring Ian that she would send him a letter so they could talk more. After bidding him farewell, she left, and Ian couldn't help but notice how different she seemed from the last time he saw her at the Memorial Hall. While watching her leave, Ian paid attention to the Crown Prince, who was fulfilling his duties as the host, though he appeared visibly nervous. Ian decided it would be better to leave now before he attracted any more attention. Stepping out onto the balcony, he spotted Sir Oliver and complimented his uniform. The brief, awkward silence made Ian realize the balcony might not have been the best place to retreat. Sir Oliver then started a conversation, mentioning that he had heard about Ian's duel with Helen. Ian realized that the prince had also mentioned the same thing about his fight with Helen and commented on the strangeness of such rumors spreading so quickly, especially considering most of what happened in the ivory tower was supposed to be secret. Oliver replied that a knight wouldn't survive if he didn't know how to gather information, especially in times like these. Ian agreed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Times like these, he muttered, referring to how a handful of mages had come to dominate the Empire's military power, leaving the knights as mere decorations with little real influence. Oliver went on to say that he was impressed by Ian not only for becoming the youngest high-ranking Fourth Circle mage, but also for defeating Helen, the Queen of Flames. He added that it was clear the Crown Prince was backing Ian because everyone knew how much the prince disliked these social events, yet he went to the trouble of hosting a party for Ian. Anxiously, Oliver then asked Ian to whom he was loyal. Everyone knew that the mages of the Ivory Tower supported the Fifth Prince, so Oliver wondered if Ian might be aligned with him. Ian dismissed the question, saying it was impossible to give a clear answer under the circumstances. However, Oliver, as the Crown Prince's knight, insisted on knowing whether Ian was an ally or an enemy. Oliver Draywood was a loyal knight who had stood by the Crown Prince until his last breath, and trusting in that loyalty, Ian decided to tell him the truth. He admitted that he wasn't sure whose side he was on yet, but he was certain of one thing: he would never support the Fifth Prince. Oliver looked around, checking if anyone was eavesdropping on their conversation, but Ian reassured him by casting a spell to ensure no one else could hear them. Oliver then asked if Ian would be willing to be his training partner until he made his decision. Ian refused, pointing out two reasons. First, he was concerned that Oliver might come after him once he learned how to fight a mage. Second, there was nothing in it for him. Although Oliver couldn't promise he wouldn't come after Ian later, he offered him a necklace. He explained that the Queen had given it to him on the day he was appointed as the Crown Prince's knight. The Queen had told him it was enchanted with a spell that could clear one's mind. Ian recognized the necklace as one of the treasures that had never been found in his past life, with its last known owner being the Queen. Oliver offered the necklace to Ian, saying it would be much more useful to Ian than to a knight like him. He explained that the Queen had given it to him as a symbol of his duty to protect the prince at all costs, and by giving it to Ian, he felt it would be the best way to honor her, certain she would understand his decision. Ian accepted the necklace, but just as he did, a sudden explosion diverted their attention. Hearing the explosions echoing around the royal palace, Ian and Oliver rushed inside. Fearing for the Crown Prince's safety, Oliver began searching for him. He approached the Crown Prince and his sister, Haley, and checked if they were injured. After confirming the prince was okay, Oliver turned to the royal guards to inquire about the situation outside. The guard informed him that the explosions were originating from within the palace and that the emergency communication network had been activated. All forces were currently investigating the cause. The mention of the emergency communication network caught Ian's attention. The royal palace's emergency network connected all the knightly orders, the royal army headquarters, and the ivory tower. It was the only system capable of mobilizing all forces when the palace was in danger. If the emergency network had been activated, it meant every royal soldier and mage would soon converge on the palace. Ian wondered if that was the purpose of the explosions. But Ian realized something. He created a mana barrier around Haley and the Crown Prince. He then asked Haley if she knew how to inject mana into the barrier, explaining that her help would be very useful. Ian proceeded to the maids, asking if anyone named Isabel was around. A maid confirmed Isabel was assigned to the Queen's castle, but wanted to see the party. This confirmed Ian's suspicions. It wasn't about Isabel then, it was about Cecilia. The explosions were just a diversion, meant to redirect attention while they closed in on her, especially now that the Ivory Tower's guards had let their guard down. Ian didn't care what happened to Cecilia, but he knew he had to stop anyone from learning what she knew about him. Meanwhile, a hooded man approached the cell where Cecilia was being held. He was surprised to see her still alive. Cecilia didn't recognize him, but the man revealed his identity and expressed his disappointment in her, saying he thought she would have done better. As he removed his hood, Cecilia recognized him instantly and desperately rushed towards him, begging him to save her. But Daniel, for it was him, had other plans. Cecilia told him she hadn't said anything, that it was Ian Page who knew everything about the Goldruth agents, and even about the mana engravings that she herself didn't know existed. She added that Ian also knew about the mana engraving, a secret even she was unaware of. Daniel replied that this was information most Goldruth agents didn't know. It was only when things got out of hand that the higher-ups would reveal it. He asked if she had anything else to say. Cecilia pleaded for her life and insisted on her innocence, begging him to let her go. Daniel opened the cell door, and as Cecilia stepped out, her eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stabbed her. She fell to her knees, blood pouring from her wound. He told her she was locked up because she didn't know what she was doing and that it had caused quite a bit of trouble. He added that a third circle mage like her was rare and there had been talks of rescuing her. As Cecilia lay on the floor, coughing and bleeding, he said his goodbyes to her. But then another voice from behind interrupted him. Surprised, Daniel quickly turned and threw a dagger at Ian. But Ian easily dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. Daniel didn't recognize Ian at all. As Ian glanced at Cecilia's lifeless body on the floor, he felt no remorse. In his mind, it was one less problem to worry about. Before Daniel could move or respond, Ian froze his feet with ice, immobilizing him. Ian approached and declared that he wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands. Daniel tried to negotiate for his life, but Ian cut him off, saying that he could finally avenge his friends. Daniel hadn't killed any of Ian's friends, at least not yet, and probably wouldn't for another 10 years. The ice continued to grow up Daniel's body, completely encasing him. Ian calmly stated that he had decided to fix things. With just a touch of his finger, the ice shattered, and Daniel's cold, lifeless body slumped to the ground. Ian walked over to the body and examined the mana engravings on the back of Daniel's neck. This should be enough to get the answers he needed. While Ian stood over Daniel's body, he heard footsteps approaching. The Tower Master found Ian standing over the bodies, but he had no idea what had happened. As Ian and the Tower Master faced each other, the mana engraving on the back of Daniel's neck began to glow. Meanwhile, His Majesty, the Emperor, was furious with the Tower Master for his ignorance of the threats lurking within the palace. First a maid, and now the family secretary. The Emperor had given the Tower Master full investigative authority to get to the bottom of the matter. But seeing the Tower Master's incompetence, the Emperor had lost faith in the Ivory Tower. He declared that he would revoke all investigative rights granted to the organization. The Emperor demanded the Tower Master disclose any findings he had gathered to the royal family, the Knightly Order, and the Royal Army, before dismissing him with a curt command to leave. After the Tower Master bowed and left, a royal servant stepped forward to invite Ian to approach and pay his respects to the Emperor. Ian Page stepped before the Emperor, who thanked him for protecting the Empire from external threats. The Emperor remarked that without Ian, they might have unknowingly handed over important information to unknown enemies. Without Ian's intervention, the royal family and the Empire would have become a laughingstock to other kingdoms. As a token of thanks for his contributions to the Empire's safety, the Emperor personally rewarded Ian. He gifted him the cloak that once belonged to Michael Greenriver, the Emperor's ancestor and the only mage in the royal family. According to his will, the cloak was originally meant only for the royal family, but the Emperor chose to give it to Ian as a loan, with the agreement that it would expire upon Ian's death or when he no longer wished to possess it. Ian recalled the stories of Michael Greenriver, a hero of the Empire who was even appointed as the Tower Master for his extraordinary magical abilities. Even in his past life, Ian had never had the chance to see this cloak. Since it was a cloak, Ian didn't need to undress to try it on, and the Emperor encouraged him to wear it. As Ian put it on, the Emperor, however, noticed that it was a bit too large for him, suggesting that Ian would grow into it over time. But Ian quickly sensed that the cloak was enchanted. He declared that he could make it fit him. Using his magic, he adjusted the cloak to his size, astonishing everyone around him. The Emperor praised how well the cloak suited Ian, especially its blue color, and Ian bowed respectfully, thanking His Majesty. Later, Ian met Princess Haley outside, who hesitated before speaking. She mentioned that she wanted to discuss what had happened the last time they interacted. Ian apologized, admitting that his actions had been improper due to the extreme circumstances at the time. He reassured her that what she feared would not happen again. As they were talking, someone from behind Ian approached and commented that what Ian had done was incredibly noble and had brought peace to the Empire. Ian turned and saw a boy dressed like a prince, resembling the Emperor. The boy praised Ian's role in the royal palace. Ian's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the boy. It was the prince walking towards him. The prince introduced himself as Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth heir of the Emperor. A sudden flashback seized Ian's attention. It showed a spilled glass of wine on the floor next to a much older Ian. Ragnar stood over him, telling Ian that he should never forgive him. As Ragnar congratulated Ian on his appointment as a high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower, a thought crossed Ian's mind. Too soon. It's not time to meet him yet. Ragnar invited Ian to lunch that day, but Ian's fist clenched in anger. Before he could respond, Haley interrupted, informing Ragnar that Ian had already promised to join her. Ragnar suggested meeting the next day, but Ian refused again, prompting Ragnar to suggest rescheduling for another time before walking away. This encounter was happening 2 years earlier than when Ian had originally met Ragnar. Ragnar was still a young prince, hiding his ambitions behind a mask. Ian decided that he would interfere in every way possible to prevent Ragnar from expanding his influence, and ultimately ensure his downfall. This time, Ian would be the mastermind behind Ragnar's final demise. Fast forward 5 years later. The Crown Prince was frustrated and disheartened by the overly complex book. He complained about its difficulty. The teacher told him that the book was called The Principles of Sovereignty, written by the first emperor himself. It covered the virtues a future king should have, as well as effective methods for ruling a kingdom. The Crown Prince looked at the pile of books on kingdom history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette, and decided he was done for the day. The teacher told him that his father would scold him if he skipped another lesson. But he didn't care because it was Sir Oliver's last training session with Ian. The Crown Prince decided to go watch instead. Meanwhile, at the main training grounds of the knights, Sir Oliver stood there with his sword held firmly and told himself this was his last chance to defeat Ian in training. He tightened his grip on his sword and looked around. Ice spears rained down from above. As he dodged the ice attack, the ground around him rose up. Oliver ran across and jumped off the mud walls. He then looked around to see what was next, and in that moment, a massive fire explosion flew towards him. Oliver thought fast. Holding his sword up, he split the fireball in two with a single swing. He found Ian standing on the other side of the fireball. Oliver was determined to get him this time. He dashed forward with his sword in hand, and finally, he placed his sword right at Ian's heart. However, Ian suddenly vanished and tapped Oliver on the back from behind, saying he did a good job. Oliver didn't seem too happy with his performance. All that training, and yet he couldn't even scratch Ian. However, Ian reassured him that he had aimed straight for the heart, and if he could have been injured, he would have been dead. After a successful final training session, they shook hands, and Oliver thanked Ian, saying that what he learned was far more valuable than the necklace he had given him. Ian told Oliver that he had improved a lot in the past 5 years, and that even he didn't know a steel sword could split a fireball. Oliver asked Ian what level he was at. Ian was embarrassed to tell the truth, just saying it wasn't as high as he might think. Currently, Ian was a 5th circle mage, and it wasn't until he was 26 in his past life that he reached circle 5. He was progressing quickly, but his goal was to become at least a 6th circle mage. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't accelerate the growth of his body and his 2 mana hearts, so 5th circle mage was the best he could do. Now, he was just waiting for his body to fully mature. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince clapped for Ian and Oliver's amazing performance and said that they were both the best knight and mage in the kingdom. Since it was the last day of training, the Crown Prince suggested the 3 of them have breakfast together and that he would prepare the best meal to celebrate the strength of his right and left arms. However, Ian declined as it was also the day he completed his Ivory Tower curriculum and received his first mission as an archmage. So he needed to go see the Tower Master immediately. This disappointed the prince at first, but he told Ian to go ahead and they would have time to dine together soon. Ian said he would make time for him and flew up into the sky. As he said his goodbyes and flew away, the prince looked up and said that the cloak his father gave Ian was enchanted with flight, which made him a little jealous. The Crown Prince asked Oliver if he was ready to face a mage, since he just saw him and Ian on equal footing. But Oliver said that he couldn't even scratch Ian and that the gap would only grow over time. However, if he had to face other mages, he was pretty sure he could take them down. Back at the Ivory Tower, watching Ian grow from a boy into a man made the Tower Master feel old. As he reviewed Ian's reports, he found nothing but praise. It was no wonder the young mages thought so highly of Ian. He was the most perfect mage the Tower Master had ever seen. He informed Ian that today marked his last day as an apprentice. If Ian were a student at the academy, he would be sent to other lands after graduation. But for Ian, the situation was different. All that was left for his last day as an apprentice was a conversation with the Tower Master. Ian politely accepted the opportunity to talk. The Tower Master congratulated Ian on officially becoming an Archmage of the Empire and handed him a tablet. The tablet would allow Ian to summon soldiers or workers from any city in the Empire, something he would need in the future. When Ian asked if there was a specific place he should focus on, the Tower Master mentioned several locations. Archmages were rare these days, even more so after Helen's disappearance, and they desperately needed Ian's abilities. Ian was considered the best fighting force the Ivory Tower possessed, which came with great responsibility. However, the Tower Master left the final decision to Ian, as this was his first mission. Ian recognized some of the locations on the list. There was Rothmire, home to the Empire's largest port city, Benson, known for producing the most steel on the continent, and Phoenix, to the east of the capital, where Ian had been sent in his past life after the previous mage there died in an accident. Ian found Phoenix particularly intriguing. The Tower Master explained that Phoenix had the most urgent request, despite having sent 2 Third Circle mages and even the Royal Army. But the monster horde from the plains still caused widespread devastation. Ian was given a page detailing the situation and was asked to give his answer by the end of the day. If he refused, the Tower Master would find another candidate, but Ian had already agreed to go. At home, Douglas was surprised to hear Ian would be going to the Far East. Since the place was famous for its dangerous monsters, Ian glared at Douglas, and his mother worriedly asked if it was really as dangerous as they said. Ian reassured her that it wasn't dangerous and that his position was only temporary. He would be back in a few months if things went well. His mother said the mansion would feel lonely without him, but Ian promised he would be back soon. Douglas, eager to help, asked Ian to check out his potions, thinking they might be useful in Phoenix. Meanwhile, Douglas's father suggested that he should change the way he addressed Ian. Confused, Douglas suggested calling Ian brother, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Please subscribe to the La La School channel to not miss out on exciting videos. Ian's mother was delighted by the suggestion, seeming pleased to have another son. She even imagined that Ian must be very happy too, as Douglas and his father continued to argue about what to call Ian. He took a moment to observe his family. Their little quarrels, his mother's giggles, and the warmth of the moment made him realize that maybe this wasn't so bad. However, he was adamant that Douglas was not to call him brother. Ian stood outside, preparing to say his goodbyes. But first he was going to stop by the ivory tower to bid farewell to the Tower Master. Before he left, he took a moment to report to Mr. Herman about the simple traps he had installed at the mansions. Mr. Herman assured Ian that he was well aware of the traps and promised to protect Mrs. Page with his life. Douglas, noticing Ian's frustration, called him brother, but quickly corrected himself to captain. He handed Ian a bottle of elixir, similar to the ones his father made. Leaning in closer, Douglas whispered that his version was much better. Although Douglas was still 3 years away from graduating from the Royal Alchemy Academy, Ian had no doubt that he had already proven himself to be the next Royal Alchemist. He was sure that Douglas's elixir would be very effective. When asked, Ian told him that he planned to take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital first, as he didn't want to attract too much attention by flying. Meanwhile, Ian's mother came and gave him some food and for the trip. She reminded him to finish the food in the first box before the end of the day, as the other boxes had dried meat and fruit that would last longer. She had also packed his favorite red bean bread. Ian hugged her, reassuring her that he would take care of himself and would be back before she knew it. As he left, Ian accepted the fact that he needed to trust in her safety, even when he wasn't around. The mansion was under the protection of the royal family, and the city's public security was solid. Plus, there was the mana trap, a last resort that could only be activated by his mother, Ratio, or Douglas. He had installed enough of them to ensure that any intruder could be dealt with in his absence, so he believed Mrs. Page would be fine. As Ian set off, he reflected that it had been 25 years since he last set foot in Phoenix. Meanwhile, in Phoenix, an army of monsters attacked a military camp. The army captain yelled orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before bringing him the heads of 100 monsters. As the soldiers fought, another came with news that the logistics unit in the rear had been attacked by orcs coming over the mountains. This surprised the captain, as orcs usually fought on the front lines, making their appearance in the rear unexpected. He quickly ordered the mages and teams 2 and 3 to hold the fort, while Team 1 went with him to the rear. The captain mounted his horse, drew his sword, and led the team to intercept the orcs. He ordered them to kill any orc they saw. Although the orcs lacked intelligence, their strength lay in their unity. The logistics unit, inexperienced and unprepared, was no match for the orcs. The captain feared he might be too late as he spurred his horse toward the rear. Suddenly, snow began to fall. The canyon ahead was blocked by a wall of ice, and the monsters were frozen solid. The sudden change in weather confused the captain, but then he spotted a person standing on top of the ice wall. With everything frozen around, the man walked down. The soldiers quickly surrounded him, pointing their spears at him, demanding he reveal himself. The man, calm and collected, said he was told they were in dire need of support, and introduced himself as Ian Page, an archmage sent by the Ivory Tower, leaving everyone speechless. The captain, clearly impressed, praised Ian's great victory against the goblin army of Mount Morjon and extended his hand to him. Lord Celian Pirik curiously asked if Ian could spare a moment of his time, as there was much to discuss. Lord Celian explained that although the attack was anticipated, its scale was not. The monsters seemed determined to wipe them out, which led him to believe that something was wrong in the Great Plains. He went on to explain that he had made 2 requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. The first request was for soldiers and supplies to continue holding off the monsters, and the second was for Archmage with the ability to end this threat once and for all. Lord Celian expressed his admiration for Ian's power, especially the ice wall and the great force with which he destroyed the goblin army, although Ian's actions had bought them some time by blocking the canyon. Lord Celian pointed out that this was only a temporary solution. The Empire was at war with monsters from all over the Great Plains. After years of constant fighting, the soldiers were exhausted and supplies were running low. If the soldiers and supplies Lord Celian requested had arrived, they could have continued the fight. But it seemed the Empire had denied his plea. Now that Ian had arrived instead of a full army, Lord Celian suggested finding a more sustainable solution. Ian reassured him that the ice wall would last for about 10 days. During that time, they could monitor the mountains for any monsters that might try to cross. During those 10 days, Ian planned to investigate the Great Plains to uncover the cause of the problem and, if possible, find a solution. Lord Celian was impressed by Ian's confidence, but pointed out that even the large number of soldiers he had sent over the past few months had yielded no results. All they had discovered was that the once divided monsters had joined forces and were only attacking humans, not each other. He pointed to the map and explained that the monsters were not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Doer Principality to the west, although some countries were less affected due to fewer access points. The majority of the attacks were concentrated on the Pirik estate, like the Great Serpent Canyon, which allowed the monsters to attack in greater numbers. However, what puzzled Lord Celian was that the native tribe on the southern border was not being attacked by the monsters. It seemed something was stopping the monsters there. Although they suspected the cause of the recent chaos lay in the south, the monster attacks were so massive that they couldn't break through and reach the native tribe's lands. Ian realized that the situation in the Great Plains was unlike anything he had witnessed in his past life. Although there had been small monster incursions into the Empire before, this level of invasion was unprecedented. He told Lord Celian that he should personally visit the southern border to meet the native tribe. Lord Celian admitted that if the tribe's leader was the Shaman King, he might know something important about the matter. Meanwhile, Ian looked up at the beautiful night sky over the Great Plains, lost in thought. He believed that the artifact, the Scepter of the Great Plains, was still intact. The scepter, once given to the leader of the natives, the Shaman King, had always fascinated Ian. He had always had a special fondness for it, because scepters made of birchwood were quite rare. In 3 years, the Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, and the Doer Principality would form an alliance to create a joint army to eradicate the monsters from the Great Plains. The monsters would be largely driven out, and each nation would claim a portion of the plains and its resources. During that time, the Shaman King would disappear and the natives would be enslaved. However, something that had never happened in Ian's past life had occurred, and his return might just be the catalyst for that change. Ian told Lord Celian that the ice wall would start to melt and break after 10 days. During that time, he planned to investigate the cause of the recent changes and find a way to resolve it. However, if he didn't return within those 10 days, Ian expressed his trust in Lord Celian to manage the situation. Ian flew over the Great Plains, and landed on a mountain that marked the beginning of the native territory. To his surprise, the area was eerily quiet. While the north was occupied by thousands of monsters, Ian hadn't encountered a single one on his journey south. This led him to think that perhaps Lord Celian was right. The cause of the change must lie somewhere in these lands. As Ian ventured deeper into the area, the natives immediately noticed his presence, standing on guard. Ian calmly introduced himself, explaining that he was a mage from the Green River Empire and that he came in peace. The natives in the area were also curious. One asked Ian where he learned their language. Ian brushed off their question, saying it wasn't important and demanded to see the Shaman King, which shocked the natives. For the natives, the Shaman King was equivalent to a Tower Master, but instead of being trained as a mage, the Shaman King was born with both a mana heart and a mana brain and was raised as a shaman. Therefore, the king of the shamans was the rightful ruler of the tribe. Ian pressed further, saying he wanted to discuss the monster invasions in the north, and that the Shaman King should know about the strange occurrences. The natives were offended by Ian's bold request to see their king and pointed their spears at him. They warned him to leave or face being sacrificed to the spirits of the Great Plains. Annoyed by their lack of civility, Ian refused to back down. He calmly told them he wouldn't leave just because they told him to. One of the natives charged at him with a spear, but Ian quickly blocked it with his own ice spear. Slicing the weapon in two, he threatened the natives, telling them that if they didn't bring the Shaman King, the next thing to fly would be their leader's head. Just then, the Shaman King appeared and asked why someone from the Empire was seeking him. Ian turned to face him, and his eyes immediately fell on the scepter the Shaman King was holding. He instantly recognized the leader and began to explain the situation. The monsters in the Great Plains were attacking the borders of the three neighboring nations. However, despite traveling through this area, Ian had yet to encounter a single monster heading south. He asked the Shaman King if he knew why the monsters were only invading the northern lands. The Shaman King answered dismissively, saying it was not strange for monsters to invade human territory, and the natives had no idea why this was happening. However, Ian could see through the Shaman King's words and demanded he tell the truth. This accusation offended the Shaman King's people, but he motioned for them to stop. The Shaman King revealed that he had heard of the Empire's lie-detecting magic, and, while he was impressed to see it in action, he agreed to tell Ian the truth. He recounted a prophecy that one day the Great Plains would be engulfed by an ocean of fire, its light staining the land red. The natives, who had lived in this region for thousands of years, would be torn apart and enslaved. Although they knew they could do nothing to prevent such a war, they couldn't just sit back and hope the prophecy wouldn't come true. Then one day, a woman came to them, shared her power, and engraved some magic onto the scepter. Before disappearing, she told them that if a stranger came to their land, they could not let that person leave. With a thunderous clap, the Shaman King slammed his scepter on the ground, and suddenly, a wall of fire surrounded them. The villagers began to transform into monstrous creatures, and the Shaman King turned to Ian, declaring that he must die here. Ian immediately recognized the dark magic at play. He thought dark magic had been eradicated and forbidden 3 centuries ago, but now it seemed history had taken a turn for the worse. The natives underestimated Ian, believing they had the upper hand. But Ian was no ordinary mage. He would not die without a fight. With steely resolve, he was determined to take the scepter, now tainted by dark magic, from the Shaman King, even if he had to use force to do so. The Shaman King, unfazed, challenged him to try, confident that Ian would not succeed. Lord Pirik stood anxiously, his mind reeling with worry as he thought about Ian. It had been 10 long days since the mage ventured into the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon entrance was about to melt at any moment. Pirik couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at him, wondering what could have happened to Ian and what would unfold if this situation continued. But forcing himself to refocus, Lord Pierrick called for Ada. When Ada responded, Lord Pierrick instructed him to follow the plan to set up an outpost at the canyon. He told Ada to gather all available troops from their territory, station them at the canyon, and even bring the catapults, along with the suppression squad guarding the mountain paths. Ada bowed deeply, placed a hand over his heart, and promised to return to his team. With Ada gone, Lord Pierrick closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, telling himself he had to rely on his inner strength. He reminded himself that he and his men just needed to protect their land, vowing to defend their territory and its people. He was determined to be the strongest, most unyielding shield of the empire. With that resolve in his heart, he opened his eyes, now filled with a great sense of responsibility. With all his men and the catapults in position, Lord Pierrick stood at the front, sword in hand, instructing his army to prepare the catapults. Just as he shouted for them to get ready, a figure emerged from the fog. As Lord Pierrick focused on the figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. There, walking towards them, panting and clutching something in one hand while holding a scepter in the other, was none other than Ian Page. The mage, breathless and disheveled, had a cloud of black smoke swirling around his head. Lord Pierrick shouted Ian's name, but before he could grasp the situation, Ian, with great effort, forbade them from touching the scepter under any circumstances. Then, without another word of warning, Ian collapsed unconscious. Pierrick, panicked and worried, yelled his name in desperation. When Ian awoke, he found himself shirtless in a strange room. His torso was bandaged, and he could feel the dull ache of his body. At first, he wondered if he had returned to the Lord's castle. Carefully, he sat up. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he realized that he had indeed returned. He decided to focus on dealing with the scepter first. Ian hadn't even had time to compose himself. When Sir Pierrick and Ada burst through the door, a flurry of concerned voices filled the air. They had been waiting for him to wake up. Seeing them, Ian asked how long he had been unconscious. Sir Pierrick replied that he had been out for several days. He asked about Ian's health, mentioning that the doctor had advised him not to move too quickly. Before Sir Pierrick could finish relaying the doctor's advice, Ian swung his legs off the bed, declaring breezily, "I'm fine." When Ian asked about the scepter he brought back, Sir Pierrick pointed to a box and explained that the scepter was inside, heavily guarded by other mages. He added that the box was specially crafted with magic, like a mana prison, to secure it. Ian walked over to the box, examined a lock, then nodded in satisfaction, thanking Sir Pierrick for handling things so thoroughly. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Sir Pierrick asked Ian a question he had been hesitant about. He mentioned that when Ian arrived, both his mana and physical strength were depleted. If he had been any later, it could have been disastrous. Sir Pierrick chose his words carefully, admitting it might be rude to ask right after Ian had recovered, but he couldn't help but wonder what had pushed Ian to such a critical state. Pierrick's question was followed by a long, awkward silence, which only heightened his anxiety about what had happened in the Great Plains. Finally, Ian spoke. He slowly took the scepter out of the box, revealing that it was the cause of the strange events in the Great Plains. This revelation left both Sir Pierrick and Ada speechless. Ian further explained that the scepter was imbued with dark magic, and a heretical mage had used it to control the monsters in the area, using both dark magic and illusions. At the mention of dark magic, Pierrick's mind went blank. He asked Ian, "Are you saying dark magic, the kind that was supposed to have vanished 300 years ago, still exists?" Ian confirmed that the heretical mage king had received dark magic from an unknown source, meaning that despite his investigation, Ian couldn't trace the culprit. Ian continued, saying that after the heretical mage king's death, the dark magic and illusions had vanished, and the monsters in the Great Plains began to turn on the new owner of the scepter. He suspected it was some kind of curse designed to destroy the evidence. He couldn't help but sarcastically thank whoever orchestrated this, saying he had to fight tooth and nail to bring the scepter back. Still trying to process the situation, Sir Pierrick asked why Ian didn't just destroy or discard it if it was so dangerous. Surprisingly, Ian replied that he actually liked the scepter and was still using his magic to tinker with it. Pierrick, his face blank, asked again, "Just for that reason? You actually like it?" Ian nodded and declared that the magic in the scepter had been completely purified. As soon as Ian finished speaking, he suddenly grimaced, clutching his chest in pain. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, especially his legs. The pain intensified, and Ian groaned, his expression growing more confused. Pierrick's face was filled with worry. He called out Ian's name, asking if he was okay. Ian still didn't understand what was happening to him, fearing it was related to his mana heart. Then suddenly he coughed up blood, staining his hands and chest red. As Ian continued to cough up blood, Celian, Lord Pierrick, grew increasingly worried and in a panic asked if he was all right. He urgently ordered Ada to find a doctor immediately. However, just as Ada was about to leave, Ian reassured Sir Pierrick that he was fine and calmly said that he was just molting. Sir Pierrick looked at him, bewildered, and repeated the word molting with a questioning tone. Ian explained that this was a process that occurred when an underdeveloped mana heart broke through to a new level, so there was nothing to worry about. Still concerned, Sir Pierrick asked Ian once more if he was really okay. Ian reassured him again, confirming that he was fine. As the blood on his hands and chest vanished into thin air, Ian thought to himself that if his guess was correct, he had just leveled up from a 5th circle archmage to a 6th circle mage. Looking at his hands, he realized he was feeling a massive flow of mana, unlike anything he had ever felt before. Sir Pierrick breathed a sigh of relief, but still cautious, insisted on calling a doctor to check on Ian. Ian thanked him for his concern. Later, Sir Pierrick said that it might take up a bit of Ian's time, but he had something to give him. He explained that 3 days after Ian left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower had sent him a letter. He handed Ian a box containing a crystal orb, saying they were instructed to give it to him after his mission was complete. However, since Ian was unconscious, they were only able to deliver it now. As Sir Pierrick handed the box to Ian, Ian took the crystal orb, confused as to why the Ivory Tower would send him a letter. Just as he was about to open it, Sir Pierrick told him to wait, saying there was one more thing they were ordered to give Ian. He pulled a letter from his coat pocket and handed it to Ian, explaining that it was sent by the Emperor himself via a knight, with strict instructions to be delivered directly into Ian's hands. The mention of a knight surprised Ian, and Sir Pierrick confirmed it. Ian realized that the Emperor hadn't sent this letter through the Ivory Tower, but had used a more direct and less reliable method, sending a paper letter via a knight, which could have been delayed or even lost. He wondered if the Emperor's message contained something the Ivory Tower couldn't know, so he decided to read the Ivory Tower's letter first. Ian opened the letter contained in the crystal orb and read aloud, as its contents could affect his current mission. "We requested this be given to you only after the mission's end. This was an unavoidable decision, and we hope you understand our situation. There has been a small disturbance within our household. An unidentified suspect broke into your mansion, but we were able to mobilize the royal army in time to protect your family and property." The mention of a suspect deeply shocked Ian, and his growing panic was visible on his face, which Sir Pierrick also noticed. The letter continued, "Currently, the royal family and the Ivory Tower are providing the best possible protection for your family. We want to assure you that there is nothing to worry about." After reading the letter, Ian clenched his fists in anger, his mind reeling. He wondered what kind of joke Tower Master Herbert was playing, calling this a concerning letter. He then decided to read the Emperor's letter. The letter from the Emperor read, "If this letter has reached you safely, it means that both my son and I have not yet run out of luck. Thanks to the goddess of fortune, I have a request. You, a high-ranking mage on a mission, may not have heard the news, But the treaty for the subjugation of monsters in the eastern Great Plains will take place in the free city of Demetera. Ian's eyes widened in shock. He had been certain that the subjugation treaty wouldn't happen for another 3 years. The letter continued. The Crown Prince, Hayden Greenriver. The Fifth Prince, Ragnar Greenriver. The Master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Lyon. And the Grand General of the Empire, Duncan Matasai, have been selected for the delegation. By the time you are reading this, the delegation has likely already departed for Demetera. Notably, there was no one in the delegation who sided with the Crown Prince. Therefore, I ask you, Ian Page, a friend of the Crown Prince, to go to Demetera and assist him. I will also invite your family to the royal palace and ensure they receive the highest level of protection. Ian closed his eyes, pondering the letter's contents. He thought that the Treaty of Demetera was the beginning of Ragnar's campaign for the throne. And this was also the moment when the Crown Prince's shortcomings were exposed. Ragnar's diplomatic skills during this treaty gave the Green River Empire a significant advantage, causing both nobles and commoners to start noticing his talent. This was the beginning of the Crown Prince's downfall, as his incompetence became known to the public. Ian wondered if all of this was part of Tower Master Herbert's plan, considering recent events and his memories from his past life. The sudden changes in the eastern Great Plains, the Mage King receiving dark magic from a strange woman, and the early treaty between the three nations all seemed to be connected to the Tower Master. The suspicious individuals who broke into his mansion probably served to hold him back. Although Ian admitted this was just a theory, he felt they might have figured out who he was. Even so, Ian considered ignoring the Emperor's request and returning immediately. However, something unexpected had happened, a type of magic that even the Tower Master couldn't have predicted. A level of magic unrecorded anywhere in the world. Six-circle magic that only a six-circle mage could use. After a moment of hesitation, Ian called out to Sir Pierrick, who reassured him to speak freely. Ian then asked Sir Pierrick if he could do him a favor. Demetera was known by many names: free, neutral, commercial, seaport, a multifaceted and important place. Crossing his arms anxiously, Crown Prince Hayden nervously asked if they could summon Ian right now. Oliver, ever calm, told him to calm down. Reminding him that he was representing the Empire in this meeting, he reassured Hayden that no one here would dare harm the Crown Prince. Still uneasy, Hayden admitted he knew that, but couldn't shake his feeling of discomfort. Hayden tried to explain to Oliver that he might already know this, but most of the Empire's envoys, including the Tower Master, leaned towards Ragnar's side. He didn't like how this was turning out and wished he had Ian by his side in times like these. Hearing Hayden's worries, Oliver could only grit his teeth. Meanwhile, Herbert, standing amidst the crowd, silently acknowledged that the time was ripe. He thought to himself that they had been planning for this moment for a long time. He knew that kid, Ian, was probably rushing back to the capital. Confident in his understanding of Ian's behavior, he predicted that Ian would willingly become a traitor to protect his family, as they were his top priority. Herbert was lost in thought when he was startled by the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. They were pointing to the sky and chattering, wondering what was happening. One person asked if it was a bird, but to everyone's astonishment, including Hayden's, it was none other than Ian. As Ian gently landed on the ground, he bowed to Hayden, apologizing for being late. Ragnar and his men were furious at Ian's unexpected arrival, as they had been convinced he wouldn't make it in time. Herbert was also stunned. He could hardly believe that Ian had chosen to side with the Crown Prince over his own family. Back at the Green River DM Royal Palace, Douglas sighed in boredom. He sprawled on the sofa, lamenting that he was stuck here because of the suspicious intruder and couldn't go to the academy or see his friends. This, he grumbled, was driving him crazy. Ratio stood nearby, telling him to bear with it a little longer, adding that being in the royal palace right now was a blessing. He admitted that it was fortunate the royal knights had caught the intruder before Ian's mana trap could be activated. noting that if that trap had gone off, the intruder would have been turned to dust. Seeing Vanessa's silence, Ratio reassured her not to worry too much, pointing out that they were in the Emperor's residence, the safest place on Earth. However, Vanessa remained lost in thought, clearly worried for her son's safety. Ratio began to wonder if the Ivory Tower had sent a letter to Ian. As he was trying to comfort everyone, saying that Ian would surely be back soon, the door suddenly opened. Ian stepped in, his calm demeanor confirming his return. He casually asked, "Am I late?" leaving everyone stunned. They quickly stood up to greet him, and Ian took Vanessa's hand, acknowledging that everyone had been worried. He reassured them that they could now rest easy, because he would protect them all. The previous night, at Sir Pierre's castle, Ian spoke with Sir Pierre, making a request. Sir Pierre was eager to repay Ian for his earlier help, recalling how Ian had saved him and his domain. He promised to grant any request Ian had, no matter what. When Ian finally stated his request, it surprised Sir Pierre. He asked for protection. Sir Pierre, confused, asked Ian what kind of protection he meant. Ian explained that the magic he was about to use would put him in a trance-like state. If anything went wrong, Ian needed Sir Pierre to send mages to inject mana into his brain so he could wake up. Ian further explained that because no one had ever reached the Sixth Circle, records of this type of magic were rare. He recalled that in his past life, he had to piece together spells from ancient, unknown texts once he reached the Sixth Circle. Ian stepped forward and announced he was about to perform the magic, then held out his hand. As he channeled his mana, a series of magical patterns formed a circle on the floor. Then, 2 copies of Ian appeared inside the circle, while Ian's real body collapsed. Sir Pierre rushed forward to catch Ian before he hit the ground. He stared in amazement at the 2 copies of Ian, unable to comprehend how such magic could exist. This was Marionette, a rare spell only usable by Sixth Circle mages and above. The caster enters a trance and becomes a puppeteer, while the copies, the puppets, can move freely and even cast powerful Fifth Circle magic. The 2 puppets walked toward the door, and just before leaving, one turned back to look at Sir Pierre, who was still holding Ian's real body. The puppet said it was leaving, but reassured Sir Pierre that Ian's real body was safe in his hands. Hayden was ecstatic, overjoyed to see Ian. He happily exclaimed that Ian had come for him and ran over to him, emotionally grabbing his hands, saying their hearts must be telepathically connected because he had really missed him. Herbert, holding his staff, approached them, curious to see who had arrived. Seeing Ian, he said flatly, "Oh, it's Ian." He then said that he heard from Sir Pierre that Ian had completed his mission. Despite it being so tough that Ian had even passed out, he praised Ian for achieving a great feat for the Empire. Ian bowed slightly and humbly replied that he was just fulfilling his duty as a high-ranking mage. Herbert, clearly wanting to know more, asked Ian what he had been wondering since he saw him. He asked why Ian was here, since Herbert was sure he had told him to go to the Ivory Tower to rest. As Herbert began to ask if Ian had heard what was happening with his family, Ian calmly explained that he had received a letter from the Ivory Tower. However, after completing his mission, he had received an order from the Emperor to join the delegation and assist the Crown Prince immediately. Ian pulled out a scroll to show Herbert, asking if he wanted to take a look. Herbert agreed, and Ian handed him the letter. After reading it, Herbert, lost in thought, told himself that he had assumed they would do everything to stop Ian, but never expected that he would abandon his family and rush here. Herbert rolled up the letter and remarked that he recognized the Emperor's order, but insisted that Ian could not join the delegation. Hayden, stunned and furious, yelled at Herbert, asking if he was defying a direct order from the Emperor. Herbert calmly replied that this was a matter of trust between the 3 nations involved. The number of people and guards in the delegation has been fixed, and changing that number is impossible. This was agreed upon during the negotiations, he explained, and mutual trust between diplomats is essential. So how can they add one person, especially a high-ranking mage, to the delegation at this stage? Herbert said he believed the Emperor would understand why he couldn't allow Ian to join. Ian, however, recognized that Herbert's argument was very logical. Although the nations might not be at war, their shared history of conflict meant that safety and careful planning were paramount. The current treaty was built on these principles. He further analyzed that there were already 3 high-ranking mages in the delegation, including Herbert himself. Adding another one, especially someone as powerful as Ian, could throw the entire treaty into chaos. Ian remarked that diplomacy was based on trust and reasonable explanations, and therefore he understood the Tower Master's concerns. Herbert turned to leave, telling Ian that if he understood the situation, he should go back. He added that Ian staying in this city could cause problems for their diplomatic efforts. Although he sympathized with Ian for having to travel all this way after completing his mission, he insisted he could do nothing more. He would explain to the Emperor separately. Before Herbert could finish his sentence, Ian spoke up, suggesting a possibility. He asked that if one of the high-ranking mages gave up their spot in the delegation, could he then take their place? He reasoned that since it was a direct order, there had to be some flexibility. Herbert turned slightly, preparing to answer, but Ian cut him off before he could ask who would give up their spot. The one who interrupted him was Ronan. Stepping forward, Ronan raised his hand and loudly declared that he would give up his position in the delegation. The room fell silent as everyone, including Hayden and Herbert, stared at him in astonishment. Herbert asked Ronan if he was serious. Ronan confidently affirmed his decision, asking, "Aren't we all subjects of the Empire?" He continued, saying that no subject would dare defy a royal command. Even if it complicated things diplomatically, the delegation's duty was to represent the Empire, and that was a noble obligation. However, if his withdrawal could help balance both the Emperor's order and diplomatic relations, he would gladly make the sacrifice. Ronan then bowed to Hayden, saying he would entrust his sacred duty to Ian Page and asked Hayden to give Ian the chance to take his place. Hayden, still processing the situation, agreed to Ronan's request, expressing his admiration for Ronan's loyalty to the Empire. He ordered Ronan to prepare for a safe return to the capital. Ronan bowed again, thanking Hayden for his grace. Ronan then turned to Ian, saying he was entrusting his mission to him. He asked Ian to ensure he completed the mission with excellence. Ian, genuinely grateful, thanked Ronan for his trust. Ronan was a high-ranking mage, and based on Ian's memories from his past life, he was one of the few kind ones. Although Ronan was known for his inflexibility, his loyalty was not to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower. It stemmed from his own belief in the power of magic. Ian thought to himself that in exchange for teaching Ronan a few powerful spells that even Herbert didn't know, Ronan had easily switched to his side. Finally, Ronan bowed once more, saying that since a high-ranking mage not in the delegation was in the city, as Herbert had said, it could cause diplomatic problems. Herbert, furious, thought to himself that he had initially underestimated Ian, thinking he was just an ignorant kid. But now it was clear, Ian had built his own faction within the Ivory Tower. Herbert watched Ian, who was intentionally ignoring him, and silently vowed that he would not let someone like Ian ruin his long-term plan to turn the Empire into the Empire of the Ivory Tower. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with chatter, and Ragnar, who had been quietly observing, continued to stare at Ian, perhaps already planning his next move. Demetera was a city famous for its neutrality and independence, siding with no nation. Recognized as a diplomatic bridge between 3 powerful nations, it had stood as a symbol of freedom and neutrality for over a century. As the delegations began to arrive to discuss the tripartite treaty, the 19th mayor, Nervalo Neville, warmly welcomed them. Hayden, curious about the arrangements, asked where the other delegations were. Golo informed him that each delegation had its own VIP residence. pointing to a lavish building where the Green River delegates would be staying. He also pointed to another impressive residence, explaining that it had been reserved for the Crown Prince, a private space for the most important guests. Hayden, observing the magnificent residences, commented on their grandeur. Turning to the Tower Master, he asked if there were any other events scheduled for the day. The Tower Master replied that nothing was planned until the treaty discussions. Hayden, pleased with the situation, ordered everyone to rest and then told Ian to follow him as he intended to go out. Ragnar observed the exchange, calling the Tower Master aside after Hayden left for his residence. Ragnar led the Tower Master into his room and began to speak. He reassured the Tower Master that he would not hold him accountable for the recent events, but expressed concern about the mage Ian, who was sticking close to his brother. He admitted feeling uneasy about this. The Tower Master listened intently before replying, saying that although Ian Page was indeed powerful in magic, the upcoming treaty discussions required diplomacy, not magic. He reassured Ragnar that Ian would not be able to contribute much to the meeting, as he wouldn't even have a chance to speak, even if he had something important to say. High-ranking mages, he declared, were nothing more than decorative accessories in a diplomatic event like this. The Tower Master continued to assure Ragnar that, as planned, he would be the one leading the treaty discussions. This calmed Ragnar down a bit, and he sighed, admitting he couldn't do anything about Ian, even if he was an eyesore. He admitted to the Tower Master that he had tried multiple times to win Ian over to his side, but had failed each time. However, Ragnar warned that letting Ian run wild would only lead to bigger problems in the future. He gave a firm order to the Tower Master, hoping he would deal with Ian as soon as possible. The Tower Master bowed respectfully, promising that everything would go according to the Fifth Prince's wishes. Meanwhile, Hayden sat in his room, admiring the artifacts around him. He casually mentioned that he heard Demetera's Night Street had great performances and that there would be a lot to see and enjoy. He turned to Ian and Oliver, suggesting that since they needed to sneak out, they should buy some clothes to blend in with the crowd. He ordered Oliver to run some errands, but Ian cut him off. Hayden, surprised by Ian's sudden seriousness, asked what was wrong. Ian stared at him for a moment and then sighed, asking Hayden if he was aware of his situation. He reminded Hayden that he was not just the crown prince of the Green River Empire, but also a key figure in the treaty negotiations. He sternly told Hayden that he was not here for a vacation and should drop the idea of going out. Hayden, trying to downplay the seriousness, weakly replied that there was still plenty of time before the treaty discussions. Ian, annoyed, retorted that preparations should start right now. Hayden looked over at Oliver, who nervously avoided his gaze. Ian continued to explain that the first speaker from their delegation would be Hayden, and if he couldn't speak, the Fifth Prince would take his place. Hayden mumbled that his father had mentioned this, and Ian assured him that if that happened, the Fifth Prince would seize control of the discussions. Hayden, shaking his head, insisted he didn't want that to happen, but admitted feeling unprepared. He confessed that the topics of military, goods, land, and slave distribution were completely outside his area of expertise. He felt he had no one to support him, and that no one wanted to help him. Looking up at Ian, Hayden asked if it would be better to remain silent instead of embarrassing himself. Ian, seeing Hayden giving up, reminded him that this was the very attitude that would help Ragnar win. He emphasized that Hayden was the only piece on the board capable of dealing a fatal blow to Ragnar's plans. Ian assured him that it was crucial for Hayden to lead the discussions, as this was his chance to prove himself. With a snap of his fingers, hundreds of papers filled with important notes began to swirl around the room. Ian walked towards Hayden, saying the Emperor had specifically instructed him to help and support the Crown Prince. This was Hayden's chance to achieve something on his own. Ian went on to explain that his orders were to ensure the Fifth Prince didn't steal this opportunity from Hayden. He intended to help him seize control of the treaty discussions by preparing him thoroughly. With another snap of his fingers, the room's door automatically locked, and Ian made it clear that from this moment until the treaty discussions took place, Hayden had to memorize everything. A week later, in Demetria, as the day of the tripartite treaty discussions arrived, the delegations began to arrive at the Great Hall. Ragnar, without turning back, casually asked the Tower Master if it was true that his brother had stayed in his residence for the entire week without coming out, and if something had happened to him. The Tower Master replied that this had also puzzled him. So he had people monitor the residence where the Crown Prince was staying, but nothing unusual had occurred. He added that he had only occasionally seen Hayden in the garden, looking extremely tired. Just then, Hayden, along with Ian and Oliver, approached from the other end of the hall. Ragnar smiled and greeted him, asking if he had rested well the previous night. Hayden weakly replied yes. Ragnar smiled again, saying he was glad to hear that. When Hayden didn't reply, Ragnar, still smiling, said he would head into the conference room with the delegation first and then walk past them. Ian watched him for a moment and then turned to Hayden, who was still standing there with a tense expression. Ian reassured him not to worry, reminding him that he had done everything he could in the past week to prepare for the treaty discussion and that Hayden would be the one leading. Hayden listened to him, and after a moment of silence, he looked up with a determined expression and gave Ian a smile. In the conference room, Mayor Angelo Neville introduced himself as the one assigned to arbitrate the treaty discussion. He announced himself as the 19th mayor of Demetria and would be overseeing the proceedings, ensuring that every detail of the discussion was recorded. The delegations took their seats around a circular table, and Angelo continued, urging them to keep his words in mind as the meeting began. The first to speak was Marx van Bennett, the heir to the Bennett ducal family and the authoritative figure representing the Principality of Dewar. He mentioned the difficulty in procuring troops and supplies due to the narrow and dangerous roads leading to their principality. He went on to state that they requested elite mages and knights instead of infantrymen and money instead of goods, an arrangement they had agreed upon with the Goldruth Empire. He quickly clarified that if the Green River Empire had any objections, they were willing to restart the discussion. Ian reflected on how the first topic to be addressed was the subjugation force. He glanced at Hayden and encouraged him to speak as they had practiced. Just as the fifth prince was about to begin his speech, Hayden interjected, declaring that the person in charge of military affairs would be the Empire's general and undefeated commander, Sir Duncan Mentos. He entrusted the matter to Sir Duncan. Marksman wondered if the fifth prince was supposed to be in charge, but Hayden reassured everyone that with an expert like Sir Duncan present, there was no need for further discussion on the matter. He turned towards Sir Duncan and directly asked for his opinion. Sir Duncan shyly agreed to take responsibility and shared his thoughts on the Principality of Dewar's request. Ian observed the exchange and thought that this was a good strategy, and as long as they continued this way, the discussion would go smoothly. The conversation progressed as each delegation presented their opinions, and the young leaders continued to negotiate. As the discussion neared its end, Crown Prince Hector Coutts of the Coutts Empire spoke up. He stated that dividing the land into 3 parts without careful planning, especially with the borders so close, was hindering a fair distribution of land. He pointed out that the quality of natural resources and land varied across the vast territory, and while some nations might hit the jackpot, others might receive worthless land. He explained that some nations would inevitably face losses, which could lead to serious conflict. He suggested that while saying it felt bad was an understatement, in reality, it could cause a war. Ian observed the passive expressions around the conference table and thought that this was the most crucial point of the treaty discussion, the division of land and natural resources after the subjugation. Hector concluded by saying that the Coutts Empire did not seek conflict and was satisfied as long as peace could be maintained for the next 1,000 or even 10,000 years. He urged anyone with a good proposal to speak up, suggesting they should enjoy the shared resources together without holding grudges. Ragnar looked towards the Tower Master and nodded, signaling him to speak. However, Hayden interjected once again, confidently declaring that he knew a method. All eyes turned to him as he smirked, asserting that his solution was foolproof. Hayden declared that he had a method, and after a short silence, the mayor asked him to share his idea. Hayden began by mentioning the Empire's ivory tower, but quickly corrected himself, saying that it was actually their new magic tower that had developed a new type of magic. This magic allowed them to detect and roughly quantify the minerals buried beneath a specific area. This revelation shocked both Ragnar and the Tower Master, who stared at Hayden in disbelief. The Tower Master was stunned, wondering how Hayden could have known this. Marksman quickly asked if it was true, and Hayden confirmed. He then explained that they must have heard rumors about the mage behind this magic, and introduced the Empire's youngest high-ranking mage, Sir Ian Page, the creator of this magic. As the room filled with questions, the Tower Master wondered if Hayden had the same thought as him, that the mineral detection magic would be the deciding factor for the treaty discussion. He looked at Ian, trying to understand how he could have seen through the core of the discussion. Hayden continued to explain that they planned to use this magic to create a resource map, as they needed to determine the value of the land. The completed map would allow them to divide the Great Plain into lots for the nations, based on specific requirements. Although the borders might not be perfect, the land was intended to be farmed and mined for generations to come. Ragnar glared at the Crown Prince, but the mayor asserted that there was no better solution than this. Hayden finished his explanation, saying that this was all he could offer, and then sat down. Outside, Oliver was waiting as the Crown Prince called him over, with Ian following close behind. Hayden excitedly told Oliver that he should have seen the way he turned the meeting around. He roared with laughter at the looks on Ragnar's and the Tower Master's faces, saying it was hilarious. It was a shame Oliver wasn't there to see it. Hayden sighed and said he'd fill Oliver in on the details later, but for now, they should go grab a drink and tour the city. He turned to Ian, asking if he'd join them, noting that he wouldn't get many chances like this again. Ian gave a weak nod. This made Hayden grin, as he probably thought Ian would refuse. He clapped Ian on the shoulder, encouraging him to accept the Crown Prince's offer of a drink, since he was about to become an adult. Hayden assured Ian that he would personally teach him how to drink. Just then, Ragnar approached and called out to the Crown Prince. He bowed slightly, complimenting Hayden's impressive performance and saying he had learned a great deal from him. Hayden hesitated, then gave a weak smile, expressing his delight at hearing that. He added that he hoped to learn a lot from the treaty discussions as well, and encouraged Ragnar to keep improving. He even offered to give him advice whenever needed. Ragnar gritted his teeth and walked away. Hayden turned back to Ian with a triumphant smile, declaring that today was truly the best day of his life. He suggested they make up for the past week of restraint and go all out today. He told Oliver to feel free to join in as well. As he looked to Ian for confirmation, something caught his eye. His expression quickly changed as he urgently asked Ian what was happening to his hand. Everyone turned to Ian, who looked down to see his hand slowly disappearing. Ian calmly explained that he had reached his limit. Hayden ordered Ian to explain it in a way he could understand. But Ian simply apologized, saying he'd have to take the Crown Prince up on that drink at the royal castle instead, as his body continued to fade. Hayden reached out for him, but Ian told him he would explain everything at the royal castle. Then Ian vanished completely, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The Tower Master clenched his fist, realizing it had just been a clone all along. He was bewildered, thinking to himself that a clone shouldn't even be able to exist, yet Ian had accomplished everything with just a copy. They had all been completely duped by Ian. One of Lord Ian's servants brought him food while he was still asleep. Lord Pierrick told the servant to set the food aside, as Lord Ian was resting. It had been several days since someone mentioned that Ian had slowed his metabolism with magic, and it was clear he was growing weaker. Lord Pierrick felt the need to call a mage to wake him, but before he could, Lord Ian stirred and told him there was no need for that. Lord Pierrick then asked how he was feeling. Was he all right? Lord Ian, being honest, admitted that he didn't feel well at all. His head was aching, and he could barely move. Lord Pierrick grew more concerned and offered to call a doctor for him. But Lord Ian refused, saying he just wanted to eat because he was starving. As Lord Ian prepared to leave, Lord Pierrick asked if he was sure he didn't want to stay another night, though he understood Ian must be busy. Lord Ian declined, telling him that he should be the one who was grateful, as Ian had done nothing more than his duty as an archmage, just as any other archmage would. But Lord Pierrick disagreed. While it was true other archmages would have driven the monsters away, they would have done just that and left nothing more. Lord Pierrick thought back to when he first met Lord Ian, admitting he was skeptical about what a young boy could do against such a massive monster army. But Ian had proved him wrong. In just 10 days, Ian had accomplished what Lord Pierrick himself couldn't do in years. He had solved the problem. That alone showed that Ian possessed something no one else did. Finally, Lord Pierrick mentioned the oath. He told Ian that he heard Lord Morgan of the North had sworn the guest friend oath to him 5 years ago. Now, he wanted the East to swear that same oath to Ian. Ian was taken aback by Lord Pierrick's straightforward approach to the matter. But Lord Pierrick's faith and affection for him were clear. Lord Pierrick pleaded with Ian, hoping he would agree to the idea. He wanted to name Ian his guest friend not out of a desire to repay a debt, but because it was what Lord Pierrick truly wanted. Ian, the only 6th class mage in the Empire, will be the guest of honor in Lord Pierrick's lands. A gesture born from Lord Pierrick's own will. Not because he expected anything in return, he believed that neither he nor Ian would regret it. Ian, however, wasn't sure if an oath that lasts 1,000 years should be made so spontaneously. Nevertheless, he had no intention of refusing. Lord Pierrick proceeded with the rites for the 1,000-year oath, reassuring Ian it wouldn't take long. His family would always welcome Ian no matter when he visited, and they swore to always serve him if he needed the help of the East. He hoped the oath would last for generations on both sides, and with a bit of flourish, he swore upon the easternmost stream of the Emerald River. Ian couldn't help but think how much simpler and nicer it would be if they could just say, "The oath is sworn," and be done with it. But for now, he looked forward to a brighter future alongside Lord Pierrick. Lord Pierrick asked Ian to let him know whenever he planned to visit, as he wanted to show him what a true Eastern-style feast was like. Ian agreed, feeling the weight of how much had happened in such a short time. Afterward, Ian contemplated the unexpected gift he had received and his next steps. He needed to track down the one who enchanted the staff and find out how they brought black magic back after 300 years, all while knowing that countless questions were waiting for him back in the capital. Ian returned home, and the moment he stepped inside, his mother rushed to him, her face etched with worry. She asked where he had been, as he had disappeared without a word. It had worried her sick. She was even more shocked to see how thin and weak Ian looked, and she immediately grew more concerned. She demanded to know, "What have you done to yourself?" She even thought that Lord Pierrick didn't know how to care for someone who had come a long way to help him. Her heart broke seeing him in such a state. Ian reassured her, telling her it was a long story, but he would be fine soon. He handed her a communication orb, crafted from a mana crystal, which he had stopped by a workshop to make on his way back. This device would allow her to contact him anytime, even when he was in the city. He also apologized for scaring her and promised not to disappear like that again. Douglas, who had been watching, asked about the magic Ian had just displayed. He explained that he had learned various types of magic at the academy, but had never seen anything like this. He was curious how Ian could be in Demetera and Lodite at the same time. He wondered if it was some kind of mirror trick or a life-size doll. Ian, smiling, told Douglas to ask one question at a time. He explained that it was one of the perks of being a 6th class mage. This left Douglas baffled. If Ian was a 6th class mage, it meant his class was higher than any other mage in the Empire. Ian reassured him, telling him to calm down, saying he was still the same Ian Page they all knew. Douglas, undeterred, told Ian he was going to try a potion he had brewed this morning and invited Ian to join him. Ian declined, explaining that while he'd love to, he already had another invitation. He walked to the location, feeling a bit uncertain as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. However, the moment he arrived, everyone began to welcome him warmly. They told him that the feast had been prepared just for him. They invited him to sit and handed him a drink, a toast to him becoming a 6th class mage. They proudly said they had gotten the finest wine in the royal castle just for this occasion. Ian, who had rarely drunk in the past, decided to give it a try. He took a glass and downed it in one go, and surprisingly, he liked it. The group noted that His Highness should hear about what happened in Demitra. Sir Oliver poured him another glass and advised him to slow down, joking that if he drank too much, he might accidentally blow up the building with a magic fireball. Ian was surprised to see His Highness being so informal with his knights and asked Sir Oliver if it was really appropriate. Sir Oliver smiled and explained that every man in that room had sworn loyalty to His Highness, the Crown Prince, and could therefore be trusted. Ian seemed a bit puzzled, prompting Sir Oliver to remark that Ian probably didn't have many friends with his cautious attitude. He then recalled their first conversation at Mogrian Castle when Ian had apprehended Lady Cecilia, who turned out to be a spy. Sir Oliver also remembered that, even though Ian had just fought a 3rd class mage, Ian didn't seem tired at all. It made him realize that Ian was very good at hiding his emotions, almost like a veteran trained for years not to show any emotion. It made him think, this kid is a cunning one. Sir Oliver then noted that Ian probably had no friends to confide in. He chuckled, saying he had a good eye for people. Hearing this, Ian felt a pang of sadness. He agreed, but also said there was one person he once considered a friend, though their end wasn't very impressive. Sir Oliver was curious, trying to figure out what kind of person Ian's friend was. He reflected on his 5 years of training with Ian and said that whenever they talked like this, it felt like speaking to a middle-aged man, not someone his own age. Ian smiled and acknowledged Sir Oliver's sharp eye. He then joked that he was actually 48 years old and had used magic to maintain his youthful appearance, laughing at the absurdity of it. He reminded Sir Oliver of his earlier remark about him being a cunning brat who sometimes joked as if it were the truth. Ian asked for forgiveness, and Sir Oliver, with a broad grin, forgave him as the more generous man. They both laughed, and Ian found Sir Oliver to be quite kind. Ian stepped outside for some fresh air, his head heavy from the alcohol. He wasn't used to drinking that much. It was then that the vice captain appeared. Ian, slightly surprised, asked what he was doing out here as the vice captain explained he was sneaking out for some air. Since he wasn't much of a drinker, his face in fact turned red after just one glass of wine. Ian nodded, saying he was out here for the same reason. He admitted that parties like this weren't really his scene. The vice captain then told a story about Paul Lance, the vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division. In his past life, Paul had been the 2nd best swordsman in the Empire. He came from humble beginnings, but his swordsmanship and loyalty earned him his current position, winning the trust of the Crown Prince and the captain. The vice captain changed the subject and asked Ian about his first time drinking alcohol. Ian shrugged, saying it wasn't too bad and that he had actually enjoyed himself for the first time in a long while. The vice captain smiled and thanked Ian, saying his presence had turned the usually stern captain into a bit of a chatterbox. He also said he hadn't seen His Highness this happy in years. Ian appreciated the compliment, but responded humbly, saying he was born to be a great leader. All he did for the vice captain was a gentle push in the right direction. Seeing the captain happy, Ian felt a little closer to him. Just then, the vice captain received a call from inside. It was His Highness, Hayden, complaining that if the vice captain didn't let him pour him a drink, he would kick him out. The vice captain apologized, saying he had to go back inside. Left alone, Ian stood there thinking about how the memories of his past life would no longer be of any help. The choices he had made had brought about significant changes, and those changes would ultimately lead to a new ending for his story. At that moment, he realized there was no way to predict how things would unfold, and all he could do was protect the people he loved. Inside, Prince Ragnar asked the Tower Master about the plan. The Tower Master reiterated that their goal was to eliminate Ian, and the usual response was, "Please wait until I turn him into a useful weapon for us." His Highness was growing frustrated, feeling like Ian was always in the way. The Tower Master apologized, explaining that perhaps he had been too cautious. Who would have guessed the kid would rise so quickly? He promised there would be no more delays, and that today would be the last time His Highness had to wait. The Tower Master then introduced Helen, asking her to show her respects to her prince. His Highness confirmed she was the Archmage who had disappeared a few years ago. Helen removed her veil and expressed her honor at finally meeting him. The Tower Master reassured His Highness not to worry, emphasizing that she was human and, above all, loyal. If His Highness wished it, she was ready to go through fire and water at a moment's notice. The Tower Master then explained that Helen practiced the forbidden art of black magic. He was confident that soon enough, Ian Page would be kneeling before them. The Tower Master reassured His Highness that there was nothing left to worry about. The only thing left was for him to reclaim his rightful place on the throne. Herbert Lyon called for Marco, and as Marco entered, he seemed flustered, as if something was wrong. But the Tower Master paid it no mind. Instead, he was reminiscing about the first time he saw Marco over 20 years ago. Back then, Marco was just a newborn, so he probably couldn't even remember that moment. However, Herbert remembered it vividly. An abandoned child, wrapped in rags, smiling at him. He had watched Marco roll over and stand on his own 2 feet for the first time, and watching him grow over the years filled him with joy. Herbert even admitted that watching Marco grow up was so fulfilling that he sometimes forgot about his duties. He was amazed by how the child not only possessed natural talent, but also the determination to become a successful mage. It astonished him. The Tower Master wanted Marco to know how proud he was of him. Marco humbly thanked him, attributing all his success to Herbert's generous support. Herbert wanted to repay Marco somehow, ready to do whatever Marco asked. However, today he had called him for a favor. If Marco had no plans tonight, Herbert asked if he could come to his manor. Marco agreed. Ada greeted Ian Page, the youngest Archmage of the Ivory Tower, with a certain warmth. However, Ian was confused as to how Ada knew who he was. In their circle, there wasn't a soul who didn't know Ian's name. Ada thanked Ian for visiting his humble abode, but quickly got to the point, asking what brought him here. Ian, reassuring him not to worry, explained that he was just another client looking to buy information. Specifically, Ian wanted everything Ada had on black magic. Ada, a bit surprised, remarked that he thought someone like Ian would know more about black magic than they did. Ian explained that he was pursuing something that might seem trivial or ridiculous. Ada understood exactly what Ian was looking for. What Ian wanted was related to something they had recently investigated, and it seemed he had come at the right time. Ada then asked Ian if he was familiar with the Dragon's Cult. Ian admitted that he knew of them, one of the many cults in the Empire that worship dragons as divine beings. Although no one knew for sure how long the cult had been around, it was clear they had existed for over 100 years. The Dragon's Cult originally started as a religious group in a small village. According to a self-proclaimed wandering bard who claimed to have met the last descendants of the dragons, the group was led by a lord who wanted to spread a new truth with superhuman power. At first, no one believed him, thinking he was a fraud. But as time went on, more and more people came to believe in the cult. And now, no one knows exactly how many followers or leaders there are. Everything about them is shrouded in secrecy. And while there are many rumors, including resurrecting the dead or brainwashing people, nothing concrete has been revealed. Ada wasn't sure if the descendants of the dragons actually existed. But considering the rumors and the bits of information they had gathered, one possibility seemed most plausible. He was quite certain that the dragon's cult was involved with black magic. Recently, some of the most prestigious families in the empire were found to have ties to the cult. This suggested their black magic required resources beyond mana or non-human entities, and the cult had the connections to acquire those resources. The cult is very secretive, with only a select few joining, which makes identifying all its members difficult. But who else would be more interested in controlling others through brainwashing than those in power? This was all the information Ada could provide Ian for now, as their investigation was still ongoing. However, he promised to send Ian a letter if they discovered anything useful. Ian thanked him and urged him to continue the investigation. Afterward, Ian reflected on what he had learned. He had never heard of the dragon's cult in his previous life, and if they had been around for over 100 years, he surely would have known their name. His thoughts wandered to the heretical Mage King he had met on the Great Plains, the one who used a staff imbued with black magic. Ian had no physical evidence to support his hunch, but he felt that Tower Master Herbert must have known that the changes in the Great Plains were related to black magic, or even that Herbert was directly involved with the dragon's cult. Ian also wondered if the changes in history existed even before his reincarnation. The differences between his past life and his current one were becoming more apparent. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because he had used Drag Neon, the language of the dragons, or because he had turned back time. He felt like he had opened a secret box that he shouldn't have. And with everything going on, he realized how much he still didn't know. That meant he had to prepare for any situation. Tower Master Herbert felt bad for calling Marco at such an odd hour. But that wasn't really an issue for Marco. Instead, he was more curious about what Herbert wanted to ask of him. The Tower Master stressed that this had to be kept secret, and asked Marco to follow him somewhere. Herbert grabbed a book, and when he opened it, an empty space appeared, opening a passage for them to walk through. He urged Marco to go first, and the Tower Master followed. As they stepped inside, they found themselves in a huge, prison-like cage where several people were being held. The Tower Master called them raw materials, which angered Marco. Whatever they were being used for, they were still human, weren't they? Marco's gaze fell upon Grid, the one who had died during one of his training sessions. Herbert explained that many of the mages in the cage had similar experiences, having died during missions due to accidents or illnesses. There were also mages from outside the Empire and non-mages who had been picked up from dark alleys, chosen to fail. Herbert continued, telling Marco that he had saved these people from ridicule and shame by turning them into something useful. They were ingredients for a greater purpose, the Empire of the Ivory Tower. He reassured Marco that he wouldn't end up like them because Marco was like a son to him. Marco, under the influence of Herbert's hypnotic power, was asked who he thought Herbert was. He replied that it was the Tower Master of the Green River Empire, Grandmaster Herbert Lyon, and introduced himself as Marco, a second-class mage of the Ivory Tower, and also the assistant mage to the Tower Master. Herbert then ordered Marco to use a dagger to cut off his own pinky finger. Marco followed the instruction, and blood splattered everywhere. The Tower Master, breathing a sigh of relief, finally felt he could call Marco his son. Later, 3 people were discussing the situation with Grandmaster Herbert. They noted he was getting busier and had to deal with Ian, the youngest 6th-class mage. This must have put a lot of pressure on him. The girl in the green dress told the others that from now on, the Tower Master will serve the 5th Prince, while Lord Ian will serve the Crown Prince. The 2 of them will become the 2 pillars supporting the tower, each serving different members of the royal family. The 3 continued to discuss who they should serve, understanding that it was all about taking orders and following them. Marco knocked and entered Ian's room, bringing him what he needed. Marco handed the books to Ian. Ian glanced at him, then asked about the Tower Master's health. Marco replied nonchalantly, saying he was just feeling unwell. But as Ian's gaze swept over Marco's hand, he couldn't help but notice something odd. When he asked about it, Marco lied, claiming he had a small accident during training sessions and insisted it was just a minor wound, so Ian shouldn't worry. But something was off. Marco, who was always frank and open when they were alone, now seemed distant. Ian couldn't shake the feeling that Marco was acting like a completely different person. Perhaps Marco was trying to keep his distance now that he was more like his old self and speaking in his true voice. It had all been happening since the Tower Master went on leave. Trying to piece things together, Ian reminded Marco of their past in Mogrian. When they first met, Ian had been stationed there. And if it weren't for Marco's help in wiping out the goblins attacking the Lord of Mogrian, Ian would have been seriously injured. Marco agreed, saying he remembered that, but seemed eager to leave. Noticing his strange behavior, Ian stopped him, questioning why Marco was acting so strangely. Marco insisted that he just remembered the past differently, claiming that their encounter during the battle with the goblins in Mogrian was something he wasn't part of. He said it was actually when Ian was undergoing the mana reaction test that Marco helped him. Ian's confusion grew, and his suspicions were now undeniable. He demanded an explanation. Determined to find the truth, Ian used some of his power to snap Marco out of it. When Marco came to, he seemed completely dazed and out of it. Ian asked him how he felt, and Marco seemed disconnected from reality. Ian informed him that he had cast an anti-magic spell, a spell that dispels all other active spells because Marco had been controlled like a puppet by black magic. Gradually, Marco returned to his true self, and with a look of confusion, he urged Ian to stop Tower Master Herbert from whatever dark plans he was carrying out. Desperate for answers, Ian demanded to know every detail of what had happened. Ian quickly confronted Tower Master Herbert Lion. Herbert's plan had worked. Ian had taken the bait. The Tower Master had cast black magic on Marco, knowing that someone like Ian, a brilliant mage, would recognize the signs of such a blatant spell. Now that Ian was here, the Tower Master's preparations were complete, even though a few raw materials were no longer usable. Herbert considered it a worthy investment to tame a 6th class mage. Herbert felt honored that a 6th class archmage like Ian had come to visit him, especially while he was ill. Ever the polite mage, Ian wished him a speedy recovery, as it was only natural to visit the esteemed leader of one's organization when they were unwell. The Tower Master thanked Ian for his kind words, then invited him to sit for tea. As they talked, the Tower Master mentioned he had seen Marco earlier, noting that Marco seemed a bit under the weather. He joked that perhaps he had passed his illness on to Marco. But Ian disagreed, stating that what he saw in Marco was not just a simple illness. The Tower Master praised Marco for his diligence, admitting that his passion often took a toll on his health. Ian then revealed something disturbing. He told Herbert that Marco had shared an unbelievable story with him. Somewhere in the manor was a gate leading to a secret laboratory where the Tower Master was conducting black magic experiments using unethical methods. The Tower Master immediately denied it, dismissing the claim as absurd and suggesting Marco must have imagined it due to his illness. Anger rising, Ian confronted the Tower Master. He revealed that Marco had been controlled by black magic, and that it was Herbert himself who had cast the spell on him. He added that it was Marco who sent Ian here to stop the Tower Master from continuing whatever dark experiments he was conducting. Herbert continued to deny everything. He insisted he had nothing to do with what Ian was accusing him of. Instead, he confirmed that there was indeed a gate to his lab, but it wasn't the result of any kind of black magic. It was simply a perk from an artifact he had stumbled upon, something that made traveling to his lab more convenient for an old mage like himself. Black magic, he claimed, was not something he dabbled in. To prove his innocence, Herbert offered to take Ian to the lab with him, reassuring him that a look for himself would leave no room for doubt. The Tower Master took Ian with him to his lab, explaining that, as the master of the Ivory Tower, he couldn't let rumors of him practicing black magic spread. It would be too disgraceful. He then demonstrated the power of an artifact, showing Ian how injecting a small amount of mana into a book allowed anyone to use teleportation magic, an ability that normally only an 8th class mage could perform. He insisted that Ian must follow him, and Ian did so without hesitation as they walked. Ian's mind kept flashing back to his previous life, where he remembered Herbert Lyon as one of the greatest Tower Masters in history. Herbert was a legendary mage who laid the foundation for the unification of the continent. Once humble and dignified, he was merciful to all, and with his help, the prince he served rose to become the emperor of the empire. The Ivory Tower's reputation reached its peak during Herbert's time, and Ian, who had also served that same prince as a mage, had deeply respected the Tower Master's noble character. But now the Tower Master claimed that there was a time he dreamed of becoming a hero, of becoming a mage who could protect the empire with great power and bring peace to the suffering hearts of the people. However, over time, he realized there was nothing he could change on his own. The only true power capable of making him a hero existed elsewhere. Herbert then hypnotized Ian, planting the idea in his mind that the true power to command countless talents and to keep the empire and its people safe came from authority. He urged Ian to join him in seizing this power, promising that together they could protect the empire and save countless lives. Although they were different, the Tower Master argued, both of them just wanted to be heroes. He ordered Ian to stand up, and Ian complied, though his mind was in turmoil. Herbert then asked Ian the same question he once asked Marco. Who was he? Ian replied that he was the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Lyon, and also a madman. The Tower Master was stunned, clearly shocked by Ian's words, but before Herbert could react, Ian punched him squarely in the face. Ian reminded Herbert of what the Tower Master himself had said earlier, that this wasn't black magic. But no matter how much black magic he learned, Herbert was still bound by the limits of a 5th class mage. Ian questioned if the Tower Master truly believed he could fool him into thinking otherwise. He mocked Herbert, calling him a cornered rat. As mana was drained from the Tower Master, Ian noted how much he had already taken from him. With his age, it would take Herbert a long time to recover, and Ian warned him that he wouldn't be able to move easily. Ian surveyed all the assets the Tower Master had accumulated, and couldn't help but wonder what he planned to do with all of it, especially since he didn't even have a family. Mocking the Tower Master, Ian remarked that it seemed all his wealth was hidden in a cave. Having never contributed a single coin to the empire, he also asked the Tower Master how far he planned to take it all, asking if he intended to take it all down the river Styx. As Ian looked around at the people in the cave, he noticed they didn't look very well, but some seemed to still be alive. He told them to hang on a little longer, reassuring them he would get them out of there so they could receive proper care. The Tower Master laughed darkly, asking Ian if he really believed Marco was the only one he could tame. There were many others, each more useful than Marco, ready to serve him. Then, in a menacing tone, the Tower Master threatened that his people would be arriving soon, and they wouldn't stop until they received a signal. This was how the spell was initiated in the first place, ensuring 2 things above all were accomplished. Ian felt the weight of the situation and became visibly tense. However, the Tower Master offered him a deal. If Ian forgot everything that had happened and didn't expose the gate, he would have no evidence against him. He claimed not to know Ian's true motives, but warned that getting in his way would be a mistake Ian would live to regret. Despite the offer, Ian refused. The Tower Master's face darkened. He threatened Ian, saying he would slaughter his mother and the Crown Prince. Ian, however, wanted to see just how far the Tower Master would really go. Meanwhile, Mrs. Page waited anxiously for Ian's return. Ratio Heman suggested she go inside as the wind was getting cold. But she was on edge. Something was wrong. She couldn't reach Ian through the orb, and he always made sure to let her know if he was going to be late. Ratio tried to reassure her, reminding her that Ian was a 6th-class mage of the Empire. Not even an army or platoon would dare to touch him, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Mrs. Page was still worried. To her, Ian was still just a boy. Ratio sensed her distress. He cleared his throat and apologized for his earlier words. He admitted that he also had a young son and understood her worries. He then reassured her that Ian probably felt the weight of responsibility and carried the burden alone. But as a family, they had to share those burdens together. However, Mrs. Page felt helpless, knowing that Ian never asked anyone for help. It broke her heart to see him carry everything himself, especially when she wanted to be someone he could lean on. Yet, all she could do was wait for his return. Ratio, sensing her frustration, urged her not to be too hard on herself. He was sure that Ian drew strength from knowing he had a family waiting for his return. He thought back to a time when he himself was suffering from mana poisoning, and having his son by his side was the greatest comfort he could have asked for. That was the power of family, he explained. Even when we think we can't help, just being there for each other provides a sense of security. He then asked if he could stay with her until Ian returned. As they sat in silence, the air was peaceful, but Ratio felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he urged Mrs. Page to get inside the house, sensing something was amiss. 2 hooded figures approached. Ratio shouted for them to stop, but when he saw the weapons in their hands, he immediately moved to protect Mrs. Page, holding her close while preparing for whatever danger they might bring. Arnold and His Highness, the Crown Prince, were both startled by a flash of lightning. Arnold urged His Highness to leave at once, suggesting they return to their quarters as the weather seemed unstable. However, His Highness was determined to learn more about the lives of his people. He insisted on staying. It had been hard enough to convince his father to let him go out in disguise. He had no intention of returning so soon. Arnold, worried but curious, asked if His Highness could teach him swordsmanship. He made it clear he wasn't trying to become a warrior, but simply wanted to learn some self-defense techniques or perhaps some posture exercises. His Highness raised an eyebrow, asking if Arnold knew how to draw a sword with style. But Arnold wasn't interested in that right now. Instead, he asked His Highness to stand behind him, intending to protect him. Just then, Helen, the Archmage of the Ivory Tower, appeared. Arnold, surprised, said he heard Helen had been missing for years. What was she doing here? Helen took a few steps toward Arnold, and he immediately ordered her to stop and state her intentions for approaching His Highness. Helen muttered something about Hayden Green River destroying everything in his path. A confrontation erupted between the two, with Helen activating her mana barrier. Arnold, seeing this, felt a surge of excitement. This was finally his chance to test his abilities. He knew Lord Ian was the first person Ragna wanted to show off for. But now Arnold saw an opportunity to practice for himself. As the battle intensified, Arnold struggled to control the flow of mana erupting from his body. He realized it was becoming difficult, much like casting a spell. For a moment, he thought he was a hybrid, a term he had heard before, but despite the difficulty, he felt that with enough practice, he could manage the mana flow for a certain period after releasing it. With a surge of confidence, Arnold threatened Helen, warning her to prepare to witness what a hybrid can do. He stepped forward, raising his weapon and aiming for her chest. But just as he was about to strike, he was told to stop. He wouldn't kill her, not yet. Not until he found out who was behind the plot to assassinate His Highness. Ian wanted the Tower Master to do what he could, as long as he had the will to do so, because Ian wasn't afraid of his tricks. He had faith in the people he had worked with and met over the past 5 years. Herbert, on the other hand, still believed they stood no chance against a mage. Ian challenged Herbert, asking if he really thought he was foolish enough not to prepare for such a situation. Ian recalled when he saw Herbert send people to his estate in Demidra when the treaty was being signed. The same trick wouldn't work on him again. Back then, one of the many mana traps Ian had set would have easily caught any intruders, and it was highly likely they were already dead. So, Ian refused to negotiate with the Tower Master because he had nothing to gain from it. Instead, the one about to be put on trial was Herbert. With crimes as serious as his, Ian was sure a death sentence was inevitable, and he would be there to make sure it happened. Ian thanked Herbert for looking after the Ivory Tower for decades. He would take good care of it from now on. He understood that maintaining the great reputation of the Ivory Tower was an important duty of the Tower Master. That's why he understood why Herbert supported the Fifth Prince instead of the Crown Prince. Ian had once thought Ragnar would be a good king, because hoarding the wealth of the people behind their backs is something a greedy person would do. But what really angered Ian was that Herbert had dragged his family into this, something he should never have done. Because everyone has a weakness, and that's something you don't mess with. Terry Green River then made an announcement. The sinister crimes of Tower Master Herbert had finally been brought to light. Herbert had abused his position through debauchery and black magic, using the lives and souls of people as ingredients to take advantage of the innocent, and spying on the mages of his own empire. This is a grave sin, a sin so severe that even death cannot atone for it. Terry seethed, disgusted by the nature of Herbert's crimes, declaring that Herbert Lyon would be stripped of all authority and titles and immediately sentenced to death by public execution. He would go down in history as the worst criminal in the Empire's history. Terry also announced that he would personally lead the investigations and carry out all related duties to expose any other sinister accomplices involved. He ordered all present to understand that no mage practicing black magic would be exempt from investigation, regardless of their position or status. He ordered all nobles to cooperate, promising that those who were reluctantly involved in the Tower Master's deep conspiracy would be cleansed of black magic and restored to their original positions. However, Terry made one exception: Helen, who had attempted to assassinate the Crown Prince. Despite being under the Tower Master's influence, her crime of attempting to kill the royal bloodline was an inexcusable sin. Therefore, Terry sentenced Archmage Helen to indefinite imprisonment. Finally, Terry recognized the two heroes who had thwarted Herbert's demonic plans, stating their rewards were fully deserved. He called the names of Ian Page, who had exposed and stopped the Tower Master's conspiracy, and Oliver Wood, who had successfully thwarted Helen's assassination attempt on the Crown Prince. Terry announced that Ian's reward would be decided after the investigation into black magic was concluded. He then turned to Oliver, the captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division, and declared it a blessing and a joyous occasion for the Empire. Not only was the Crown Prince safe, but a new transcendent knight had been born, one who had surpassed human limits. Terry praised Oliver for setting a noble example for the knights of the Empire. He bowed his head in respect to Oliver, and bestowed upon him the highest title a knight could achieve, Swordmaster. The crowd began to murmur in amazement, as no one had received this title in centuries. The reason being that the honor of the sword had been overshadowed by the power of magic. But Oliver, in Terry's eyes, had bravely pierced through that darkness and overcome its limits. Terry was certain that Oliver would continue to do so. He ordered Oliver to kneel before the king. Terry then placed his sword on Oliver's head, swearing by the Emerald River that the title of Swordmaster, along with all its honors, was being bestowed upon Sir Oliver Dreyfus, a knight of the royal family. He asked Oliver if he was prepared to take on the responsibility of the Empire's sword, a position that had been vacant for centuries. Oliver swore upon his title that he would dedicate his life to protecting the Empire. Ragnar was deeply displeased with his father's decision to execute the Tower Master. He couldn't understand why his father didn't see the significant loss of power their empire was about to suffer. To him, the Tower Master was a 6th-class archmage, and losing someone like him would be equivalent to losing 10,000 soldiers. But it wasn't just a matter of the execution itself, but the timing. Since the Tower Master's death would be made public, every kingdom on the continent would hear about it, including their old enemies on the border, the Kuraut Empire. Ragnar fumed and continued to make his point, reiterating how detrimental this decision would be. Terry Greenriver, his father, interrupted, dismissing Ragnar's concerns. He declared that Herbert Lyon was no longer the most powerful mage in their empire. At that moment, the strongest mage in the Ivory Tower was Ian Page, the first human to achieve 6th class magic. Ian would soon replace the current Tower Master, and Terry assured Ragnar not to worry. In fact, he believed this generational shift would bring prosperity to the Ivory Tower. Ragnar reluctantly agreed that Ian Page would probably usher in a new era for the tower. However, his concern remained. Losing an archmage with decades of experience and immense power like the Tower Master would be a waste. If Ian Page could cooperate with the Tower Master to lead the Ivory Tower, Ragnar was certain their empire would dominate the continent in no time. If the young, talented mage and the wise, experienced Tower Master could divide the power of the Ivory Tower, it would create a system of checks and balances that would benefit both the tower and their empire. This, Ragnar argued, would keep both of them busy and distracted, which would be to their advantage. Terry agreed with the idea of Ian leading the tower, but he reiterated his concern about the Tower Master's involvement with forbidden black magic. He believed no research on black magic could properly describe what the Tower Master had truly done. The Tower Master had used the mages under his protection, along with innocent civilians, as ingredients for black magic, showing no remorse in sacrificing their lives. Terry believed this was a sign that the Tower Master had lost his mind. The Tower Master's ultimate goal was to gain more power through human sacrifice. And when he saw Ian Page as a threat to his own power, he tried to brainwash him with black magic, just as he had done with other mages. Ragnar, however, continued to defend the Tower Master. He believed that in extreme circumstances, the practice of black magic could be a powerful weapon that could benefit their empire. If his father was worried about using ingredients for black magic, Ragnar suggested they use criminals facing the death penalty instead of innocent people. Such sacrifices, in his mind, could be justified for the greater good. But this, Terry declared, is where their fundamental disagreement lay, and the reason Ragnar would never be chosen as his successor. Black magic is the art of absolute evil, a force that corrupts the human soul and disrupts the natural order. Terry reminded Ragnar of his ancestor, Michel Greenriver, who fought to banish black magic from this land and make it disappear completely. Terry, as Ragnar's father, was fully aware of his personality, ambitions, and plans, despite Ragnar being extremely intelligent. He lacked the most crucial quality an emperor should have, the ability to value his people above all else. Ragnar, who saw people as mere tools to be used, would never be able to embody this quality. Ragnar refused to let the matter rest. He confronted his father, questioning if his father truly thought he didn't understand the real reason why he could never be the successor. Ragnar mentioned Hayden, the son of the woman Terry loved more than anything in the world. Meanwhile, Ragnar was the product of a political marriage. Ragnar grew more frustrated, continuing to speak his mind, revealing how hard he had tried to win his father's approval, only to always feel like an outsider. He felt as if he had never been treated as an equal to Hayden, and he even believed that if Hayden had been the one to ask for the Tower Master's release, Terry would have done so without hesitation. Terry, furious, was about to strike Ragnar, but managed to stop himself. He stormed out of the room, his anger boiling beneath his composed exterior. Outside, he ordered Sir Delphin to ensure Ragnar's residence was guarded, and that Ragnar was not allowed to leave, even if it meant preventing him from contacting anyone. Sir Delphin agreed to follow the order without question. It was a knock at Ragnar's door. However, Ragnar refused to see him, not wanting to talk. Despite this, the door opened, and Ian entered, stating it was the Emperor's order. Ragnar asked if it was a direct order from the Emperor himself. Ian confirmed that His Majesty wanted those close to the criminal Herbert Lion to be examined, to determine if they were under the influence of black magic. Ragnar was stunned to realize today was the day of the Tower Master's execution. He snapped, asking Ian how he dared to imply that he, Ragnar, was a puppet of the Tower Master, a slave to his black magic. He could not tolerate such an insult. Ian, however, explained that all members of the royal family and those who served them were being tested in the same way, urging Ragnar not to be upset about it. Ragnar finally sat down and told Ian to do what he had to do, though he warned that it wouldn't take long. Ian reassured him that Ragnar might feel dizzy afterward, but there was no need to panic, as dizziness was proof that a person was not under the influence of black magic. Ian completed the process and asked Ragnar how he felt. Ragnar admitted he felt unwell. That meant there were no traces of black magic, and he would feel better after some rest, so there was nothing to worry about. As Ian turned to leave, Ragnar stopped him, his curiosity piqued. He asked why Ian served his brother, arguing that a sharp man like Ian should understand that Hayden was never born to be king. Ragnar questioned why Ian didn't see that so many lords and noble families had turned their backs on Hayden. Ian clarified that he did not serve the crown prince at all. Ragnar was stunned by this revelation. Ian then left, advising Ragnar to get some rest. Once Ian was gone, his hands trembled, and he muttered to himself that it was true. He didn't serve Hayden. There was only one emperor in the world to whom he had sworn loyalty. The plans forming in his mind at that moment all revolved around revenge and treason. Later, Delphin knocked on Ragnar's door. He informed Ragnar that the Tower Master had been taken to the guillotine in Green River Square that evening and was beheaded. That was all, and Delphin asked if he could leave. Ragnar didn't say a word, signaling him to do so. Delphin placed a letter on the table and excused himself. Ragnar opened the letter and noticed the silver border decorating its edges. The next scene takes us to the royal palace, where Ian is updating the king on the current developments. According to what Ian has gathered, the survivors found inside Herbert Lion's teleportation gate are all being treated in a safe area. The ivory tower is also interrogating those who have regained consciousness in hopes of making further progress in the case. As for the treasures Herbert had hidden away, Ian reassured the king that he would do his best to recover what rightfully belongs to the Empire. Herbert's servants have also been checked for traces of black magic, but none of them show any signs of corruption. The king was completely satisfied with the report and loudly praised Ian for his excellent work. The king's heart was broken to learn of Herbert's dark deeds. So much so that he couldn't stop trembling at the thought of the despicable things Herbert had done. He felt responsible for not realizing it sooner. But Ian also took the blame for his own oversight. He felt pathetic for not seeing through the false humility and righteous persona that Herbert presented to the public. In his wildest dreams, Ian never imagined Herbert had a completely different side, one he hid under the guise of a good person. From this point forward, Ian promised to regularly submit even the smallest reports, including updates on the Ivory Tower's internal investigations and the results of the black magic screenings. By the way, the king suddenly remembered something he had been meaning to mention for a long time. Ian, of course, was ready to listen to his esteemed king. The king did not hesitate to ask Ian how he intended to deal with the crown prince. This unexpected question certainly caught the mage by surprise. He hadn't anticipated this at all. He even tried to evade the topic, but the king wouldn't let him get away without a satisfactory answer. Silence fell as Ian thought carefully before finally answering the difficult question. If he were to be honest, Ian admitted he could never be truly loyal to the crown prince. This deeply shocked the king. However, Ian was willing to work with whomever he had to in order to ensure the prince ascended to the throne. He swore to stand by the new king so that his name might go down in history as a wise ruler. The king was confused and didn't know what to make of it. Ian was willing to support the crown prince, even though he didn't acknowledge him. After careful consideration, the king had no objections. He signaled for the butler to bring out the gift he had prepared for the mage. A large box was brought out. Inside was a staff that the king had recovered from Herbert's lair after his arrest. The king assumed Ian already knew that electing a new tower master was not a simple process. Even if there was a legitimate successor, certain procedural rules had to be followed. The standard procedure was to receive proper instruction from the previous tower master and await the approval of both them and the royal family. But given the current circumstances, the king was concerned the position would remain vacant for too long if they followed all the procedures. So, he believed it would be wiser to reduce the cumbersome formalities. That being said, the king wanted Ian to have this staff now. But he wasn't sure if he could do that. Ian was willing to do whatever his king had in mind. It turned out to be about Ragna. Although his strongest supporters had fallen, the king feared Ragna might rise again. The king knew better than anyone how ambitious and ruthless Ragna was. He would do anything to achieve his goals. If Ragna could make those goals a reality and ascend a throne, a great deal of bloodshed and slaughter would be inevitable. The king did not hesitate to admit the mistakes he had made, mistreating his son and causing irreparable emotional wounds. He acknowledged it was not what a father should do. And for that, Ragna had every right to resent him until the day he died. So, the king begged the mage to keep Ragna in check once he was gone from this world. Ian accepted the staff he had been given and bowed respectfully before his king, ready to take on all responsibilities within his authority because of the sincerity Ian showed. The king also placed his absolute trust in him. The scene shifts to the tower, where Ian heard a distant voice greet him the moment he entered. It triggered a flashback. He remembered once dreaming of becoming a hero. He wanted to be a mage strong enough to protect the empire on his own, a symbol of hope for the people in desperate times. He dreamed of having the power to lead an army of young talents, the power to maintain peace and fight against any threat, the power to control everything, the power to protect. And it was often called absolute power. It was something people would kill for in cold blood, just to keep it for themselves. As of now, being a hero didn't really appeal to Ian much anymore. There was only one thing that held his absolute interest. He wanted to erase the existence and wipe the name of one man from this earth, and that man was Ragna Greenlever. Instead of simply killing him and turning his body into a pile of dead flesh, Ian planned to inflict upon him something far worse than death. The scene immediately cuts to the man in question. His days were numbered, and we all know why. The next morning, Hayden came to congratulate Ian on his new responsibility as the master of the tower, though Ian furrowed his brow reluctantly, looking at the prince who always seemed so unserious before him. To keep it a secret for now, he immediately informed him that it hadn't been announced yet. This was to stop Hayden from addressing him as such. But Hayden just laughed carelessly, as he was too excited to see Ian grow up, the boy who had once begged to be taken to the site of the old ivory tower. But now he was the master of that very ivory tower. Ian wondered when he had ever begged the prince, but then he told Hayden to leave as he was busy with the black magic screenings. With a thoughtful look, Hayden let him know he had only come there to see Ian privately since he had been so busy. Worried, Hayden asked if he was okay. Had he been feeling nauseous lately? Without revealing anything, Ian reassured Hayden that he was perfectly fine, although he had noticed some suspicions. He had considered the possibility that he might be under the influence of black magic due to the foolishness he had displayed so far. For Herbert, who wanted to put Ragna on the throne, the prince was clearly in his way. In that case, it would be relatively easy to eliminate him by exploiting his own foolishness. But Ian immediately stopped his train of thought when he saw Hayden's innocent smile and realized Hayden was simply born foolish. In passing, Hayden happened to mention his sister, Haley, a smirk appearing on his lips. Just before he left, he added that Haley had been asking about him often. Her curiosity about Ian seemed to be more than just casual interest, like how he spent his time, what food he liked, etc. As he was leaving, he suggested Ian inform Haley himself if he saw her next time, because even though Hayden was close to Ian, he couldn't answer these questions. As the door closed behind him, Ian watched the Crown Prince leave, noticing Hayden's maturity was slowly but steadily improving. With the right guidance, he would become a wise emperor. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Haley. They both exchanged warm greetings. As they asked after each other's health, they both reassured the other that they were fine. Ian then gestured for her to sit, offering her a seat. Haley sat down, waiting for the black magic screening, but there was definitely tension in the air between them. Suddenly, she fell silent. A mana shield enveloped the room. Ian was a bit surprised. This was a second-level spell that soundproofed the surroundings. Ian congratulated her on reaching such a level, but out of curiosity, he asked to know what she wanted to tell him after casting the silent spell. Haley hesitated for a moment before finally asking what she should do next. She didn't know where to start. Seeing her so anxious, Ian took the initiative to lighten the conversation by asking her a question. Why did she want to hide the fact that she was a mage? She carefully considered whether to tell the truth, revealing that her father had asked her to do so. She further explained that Mage Kevin had conducted her mana test. When the test came back positive, he had informed Haley's father that instead of the ivory tower, becoming a mage meant giving up one's status and power to become part of the ivory tower. Her father wanted her to be a part of the royal family, so they kept it a secret. From that day on, Mage Kevin was instructed to keep quiet, and Haley had fulfilled her duty as a respectable daughter after recounting everything. Haley didn't hesitate to pour her heart out, confessing that her desire for magic could never be extinguished. Ian considered her lucky that Kevin was a supporter of the Crown Prince, otherwise she would have been in danger. But at the same time, he was confused as to why she was telling him all this. Haley explained that at first she wanted to support her brother, but now things had changed. Hayden was on the right path. But she worried if she would get in the way of her brother's future goals, because she had also learned magic and was thinking of pursuing it. As soon as Ian understood the princess's thoughts, he smiled, approached her, and knelt before her. He advised her to live her life to the fullest. That was all she needed to do. Ian added that she shouldn't live for the Empire or the Crown Prince, but only for herself. Haley sadly nodded, as she didn't know how to do that. Ian quickly reassured her that no one is born with all the answers to life. He advised her that if she continued to pursue the values others imposed on her, her life would no longer be her own, but someone else's if she continued to adhere to that conventional way of life. She would lose herself, and she would wander in a void filled only with regret. While advising her, Ian also remembered the regrets of his past life. Therefore, he hoped she would make the right decision and be able to find the path she wanted to walk. Haley listened intently to Ian's advice, and then hesitantly asked if he had found the life he desired. This unexpected question caught Ian off guard. It was the first time someone had asked such a question, and it was also the first time he had wondered about his own purpose in life. Unsure of his own feelings, he replied that he didn't know, assuming he had made a self-serving comment. But Haley was truly grateful to Ian for giving her the courage to think about a life other than that of a princess bound by duty. Ian was glad that learning magic would benefit her no matter which path she chose. With her growth rate, she would become a much better mage in the future. Fully motivated, she asked for a favor, for him to teach her magic. Ian's eyes widened in surprise as he thought Kevin was already teaching her. But Kevin had nothing left to teach her, according to Haley. She clasped her hands, sincerely begging him to be her teacher. Sweat beaded on Ian's forehead. He couldn't help but feel flustered by the unexpected request. Ian thought to himself, wondering what he should do. Although he knew that Haley had an interest in magic, learning third-class magic without anyone's help was no easy feat. And if she became a high-class mage, she would be a great help. So he agreed, clarifying with her that she was obligated to help him if he needed it in the future. She immediately agreed. Ian found it amusing, but Haley revealed that she trusted him. In that moment, Ian felt his heart skip a beat, suddenly blushing slightly. But to ignore these strange feelings, he decided to do the checkup now, announcing they would discuss magic lessons later. Soon after, she was affected by the black magic. As a result, she felt dizzy and nearly fell, but Ian managed to catch her, and Haley immediately clung to his arm. A moment later, out of embarrassment, she couldn't look Ian straight in the eye. So, just as she was about to leave, Ian started spouting information about himself out of nowhere. This really confused Haley. He went on to tell her about his food preferences and about the books he was interested in lately. While Haley looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Noticing her confusion, Ian innocently told her that he heard she had been asking Hayden those questions. Haley's face turned beet red with embarrassment. Tears welled up in her eyes, feeling ashamed and overwhelmed. Haley quickly left the room, slamming the door behind her. Ian stood there, a look of utter confusion on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if he had done something wrong to upset the princess. In a short period, there had been many events that severely impacted the future of the Green River Empire. News of Herbert Lyon, the master of the Ivory Tower and a fifth-class mage, spread quickly throughout the city, causing a great commotion among the public. In response to this, Emperor Terry Greenriver personally ordered an investigation into black magic and tightened security across the empire. Ian Page, now the newly appointed young high-class mage and master of the Ivory Tower, left no stone unturned when it came to anything that could be related to black magic, thereby calming the unrest among the populace. As for Herbert Lyon, he was later beheaded and forever recorded as the worst criminal the Empire had ever seen. As a result, a group of nobles who had previously supported Herbert now turned their backs on Prince Ragnar and became more interested in what the new Tower Master, Ian Page, could bring to the table. On a new day, Ian was drinking tea when he was disturbed by a pile of invitation letters. Surprised, he asked Ratio about the purpose of these invitations. So Ratio quickly explained that these were invitations to various meals and parties sent to Ian. Ian found these people quite carefree, since the black magic incidents hadn't even settled down, though he wasn't interested in reading them and wouldn't be going anyway. Ratio smirked, suggesting he should read them, as there was a marriage proposal letter for Ian. Shocked, Ian spat tea everywhere. However, Ratio briefly summarized the contents of the letter. A man named Batuk Zurat wanted Ian to be engaged to his eldest daughter, who had just turned 12, and proceed with the marriage when she came of age in 5 years. Seeing Ian's surprised reaction, Ratio made him understand that it was nothing strange since Ian was now an elder. People would obviously talk about marriage, but Ian figured these nobles would use him to vie for political power, and found it insane that a father was using his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. Anyway, Ratio helped him decline all the invitations, but before he started doing that, Ian expressed his gratitude to Ratio for protecting his mother. Though, it was no big deal for Ratio, as he had promised to protect Vanessa no matter what happened. And the mana trap Ian had set in the new mansion had taken care of those suspicious individuals. That being said, Ian demanded to know which mage had transferred mana into Ratio's body, causing him to suffer from mana poisoning. Therefore, he would hunt them down and punish them accordingly. Ratio chuckled nervously, revealing that he didn't remember much. It happened at night, and there were many mages who disliked him. When he was young, he made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so he had no idea who it could be. He confided that there was a time he deeply hated mages. especially whenever he thought about dying and leaving Douglas behind alone. But now he had met Ian and was getting better, so he had let go of all his grudges. He thanked Ian as always. Upon hearing Ratio's sincere words, Ian confronted him about never having seen his own biological father. But after meeting Ratio and living with him, he figured if he had a father, he would be like this. He understood why Douglas was so positive, as well as his mother, who was much healthier just because of the elixir Ratio had made. He hoped that Ratio would always protect his mother if he was away from home. Suddenly, Douglas burst through the door, announcing that he had completed the mana poisoning cure made from the Flower of Lander. Douglas was eager to give it to his father, but the moment he spotted Ratio in the room, he was shocked as he wanted to surprise him. Seeing Ratio completely baffled, Ian explained that he had searched the library, where only the master of the tower was allowed to enter, and researched methods to refine the Flower of Lander. It was an advanced spell that allowed one to stop time for an object. It also worked on plants. Ratio slowly approached his son, tears streaming down his face, and he immediately broke down in grateful tears while hugging his son. Douglas promised Ian he would become a famous alchemist, and therefore, he would create a cure for the most serious diseases so that no one would have to suffer like his father did. Ian looked at them, smiling gently as he watched the emotionally charged scene. Back in ancient times, in a strange, mysterious place, a voice echoed. It was Michelle Green River speaking to a Dragonian. The curtain that separates the world of humans and dragons is about to close. The Dragonians will have to pay a heavy price for the destruction they have caused in this world. Michelle declared to that Dragonian that it would have to bear the sins its race had committed until it died. He used his own blood to create a seal that looked like a magic circle, proclaiming, it would not be allowed to set a single foot outside of here. In the present, another plot is brewing in the Crown Prince's house. Ragnar looked at the person before him, unable to believe how identical it was. Facing him was a second Ragnar, a clone so perfect that it was impossible to tell the real one. He recalled what the note said about him waiting because someone would be sent, but never in his wildest thoughts did he think it would be a clone. However, he was still confused about how to get out of here, since Ian had covered the place with magic from the ivory tower to monitor them, so he guessed that a disguise wouldn't help. The clone suddenly spoke, reassuring Ragnar not to worry, explaining that the leader of the cult has greater power than the current master of the ivory tower. Ragnar knew nothing about this cult leader, but he would be informed when he met this figure in person. Opening a book, it immediately emitted a powerful surge of energy, and an escape route instantly appeared before them. The clone told him to enter. It was a portal leading out of the capital. Ragnar hesitated, but his focus shifted as a hand emerged from the portal. It was Delphin. Ragnar hesitated for a moment, still skeptical, but finally took Delphin's hand and stepped into the teleportation gate. After passing through the gate, he was transported to a space far from the palace. A ton of questions arose in Ragnar's mind. He knew clearly that even Herbert couldn't perform this kind of magic. Meanwhile, Delphin remained calm. It was nothing surprising to him. Furthermore, Delphin explained, despite possessing immense power, Herbert had wasted it, focusing only on advancing his own position. He was someone who would have been eliminated sooner or later, though they were better off now thanks to his foolish, self-destructive tendencies. Ragnar was still confused, but Delphin continued to explain that the cult leader thought he was the perfect person for a ruler, even more so than the emperor. A perfect ruler would eliminate foolish elements and bring fresh and creative ideas to the world. Ragnar was also the one who had inherited the bloodline to open the path to this new world. Therefore, the cult leader had been eagerly awaiting this day. The more Ragnar heard Delphin's explanation, the more confused he became. He watched Delphin while following him quietly, his mind wandering with thoughts. How could there be someone with greater magical power than Herbert and Ian? How could such a person exist? Although he had heard of the existence of a cult that did not follow the nation's common faith, he never thought that the captain of the Royal Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower would be involved. This was puzzling. Maybe they had propaganda to change the nation's religion. Did they intend to use someone from the royal family, like himself, as a tool to carry out their plan, considering his situation, whether right or wrong? He needed to gather strength from wherever he could. Suddenly, they arrived at a location. It was a castle where the Dragonians once lived. 300 years ago, it was sealed by the barrier magic of the Ivory Tower. But time passed, and the barrier collapsed, so humans finally found it. In a moment, a group of followers approached them, bowing respectfully. Sweat dripped down Ragnar's face. He could see some familiar faces. They were all nobles. Delphin clarified that since this was a crucial time when a new world with truth begins, he had only gathered the highest-ranking members in the capital. However, Ragnar's concerns were about a few things. The purpose of the gathering, who they were working for. Delphin assured Ragnar he would be fully informed of this after meeting the cult leader. He then led Ragnar to a large gate where the cult leader was waiting for them. The door opened, and as Ragnar stepped inside, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was none other than the last dragon sealed by Michelle Greenriver. And instead of being dead, it was now sealed. The members of the cult quickly knelt, clasping their hands in respect for the last descendant of the dragon race. Ragnar's mind was in turmoil. He had never expected it to be the cult leader, but he still bowed his head in greeting. The last descendant of the dragon race acknowledged that Ragnar must have a ton of questions in his head about its identity and why it had invited him to this place. Before Ragnar could speculate further, it introduced itself as Avantes, the last Dragonian left on this land. Ragnar was horrified, not understanding at all. Weren't the dragon race wiped out 300 years ago? Avantes chuckled at Ragnar's obvious confusion. So it explained that during the war 300 years ago, its race was defeated and exterminated by humans. All Dragonians were killed except one, Avantes. Michelle Greenriver had cast a sealing spell on it that prevented it from stepping foot outside this place. Avantes approached Ragnar, confessing that it had been waiting for this moment because of that person's blood. It urged the bloodline of the Mage who cast this seal on it to remove it. Ragnar felt uneasy. If Avantes needed blood to break the seal, wouldn't it be easier for it to just kill Ragnar and take it? Instead, Avantes was trying to make a deal with him. Although Avantes' plan was grand, it wanted to gain more power by making Ragnar the emperor for a new world where Dragonians could coexist with humans. But Ragnar doubted Avantes' plan because it could easily kill him and use his clone for various purposes. Despite this, Avantes clarified its intention not to harm him and would erase his memory if he refused, though it thought Ragnar wouldn't turn down this opportunity. Clenching his fist, Ragnar made Avantes promise to make him the emperor and not betray him. To gain his trust, Avantes promised him. Without hesitation, Ragnar took the dagger from Delphin and at that moment cut his hand to provide the blood for Avantes to break the seal. With each drop of Ragnar's blood falling into the circle that formed the boundary began to glow, and with small flashes of light, it suddenly disappeared after a few moments. Avantes smirked in delight, thanking Ragnar for trusting it and freeing it. At that moment, it used its magic to change its attire, and at the same time, it walked over to Ragnar, reassuring him not to be afraid of it, as it would never harm him, and they would surely be good friends in the future. Taking a cloak from Delphin, it walked straight outside with its followers to take a stroll after hundreds of years. A few days later, in the princess's room, Haley was feeling extremely anxious, not understanding why Ian hadn't contacted her yet. But her handmaiden quickly reassured her that he was probably just busy with the recent investigation into black magic. Unsure of everything, Haley couldn't help but smile anxiously at her handmaiden's comfort. Suddenly, two handmaidens rushed into the room, their faces flushed. Unaware of their urgency, Haley immediately demanded to know the matter. The two handmaidens excitedly told her to wear a formal dress instead of a robe. Page had finally arrived. Haley was stunned for a moment, but when she realized, she frantically asked her handmaidens for help. A while later, Haley was beautifully dressed and went to the tea room. Before entering, she asked her handmaidens for confirmation if she looked all right. Though all the handmaidens encouraged her to go as she looked her best today. Gathering all her courage, she entered. Ian immediately stood up from his chair and approached her to greet her. Looking at Ian, she blushed slightly, trying to stay calm, and playfully complained that she thought he had forgotten her. Worried, Ian quickly bowed an apology, explaining that he had been busy recently. Then, Ian glanced around, suggesting Haley move to a more suitable place for training as there were too many people watching in the palace. If someone saw him meeting the princess, it would cause a lot of rumors. Haley agreed with him. In that case, Ian offered his hand to Haley, asking for permission to hold her hand. This unexpected request made her heart pound, but this would help them teleport to another location. Hesitantly, she extended her hand towards Ian. As their hands touched, a light enveloped them, and in a flash, they were teleported to a hill. Haley admired the place. Meanwhile, Ian explained that this was a hill on the outskirts of the capital and people didn't visit often. The fact is that since 6th class teleportation magic doesn't have a wide range, he decided to teleport here. The place was spacious and airy, perfect for training. On the other hand, Haley wasn't paying attention to anything and was captivated by the beauty of the place. When she heard Ian call her name, her focus shifted to him. Haley confessed that she had never been outside the palace before. But after holding his hand, the dream she had of going outside had become a reality. Haley smiled with joy, realizing that magic was truly an extraordinary thing. Ian stood still, watching the princess's smile. But just then, a flashback of Haley in his past life flashed in his mind. Back then, her eyes were filled only with hatred, resentment, and pain. Seeing the current Haley so happy and cheerful, Ian gave her a warm smile, agreeing that magic was indeed wonderful. Later, as they walked and talked, Haley was surprised to hear Ian recount the first time he saw her practicing magic. Haley remembered she was in the royal family's sanctuary. Ian chuckled as he explained that he happened to be visiting the palace and chanced upon that place, hiding in a corner when she and Kevin arrived. That's when he witnessed it. Out of curiosity, she asked to know the tactic he used to get in since there were so many guards there. Despite that, Ian was a curious child, and he had his ways. However, Haley could relate to him as Hayden, and she had also explored forbidden areas and got scolded when caught. So now she would consider their conversation about him entering the royal family's sanctuary as if it never happened, just like he was ignoring her learning magic. Instantly, she remembered her brother's birthday party, but was sad to learn that Ian would not be attending. The prince's birthday party was only attended by those of noble lineage, so even though he was promoted to the ivory tower, he was still just a commoner. And the powerful forces that the former tower master had built over decades would not easily fall apart. They would be wary of him until the crown prince solidified his position in the political and high society circles and safely succeeded to the throne on his own merits. He believed he should focus on his work as the tower master. That being said, Haley also decided to carry out the proper duties of a princess so that the nobles wouldn't take any action against her brother, and would also put effort into the field of magic. That evening, Ragna was in discussion with Avanis. Ragna's plan was to eliminate the crown prince before dealing with Page, as these days both commoners and nobles were curious about what Tower Master Ian was up to. No doubt Ian was a great mage, but he was still a commoner with not much experience or influence in the political world. And there were many vassals and nobles who were not happy with him obtaining such a position. So if they eliminated the crown prince who was backing him, he would naturally be out of the game as well. They needed a puppet to carry out this plan, so Delphin offered to take care of it. He knew someone who would be the best puppet for them. With the plan discussed, Avantes decided to leave. But before it could, Ragna asked to ask it something. Avantes had so much power that it could rule the empire, even if it was for the sake of spreading and growing the cult. There were many ways, so why did it choose to work with Ragna? Avantes revealed that it needed to find someone. The last ancestor left on this land, the one who controls time, the golden dragon, whom the Dragonians wished to become. Ragna always thought it was just a myth. But according to Avantes, this was what almost everyone thought, but the reality was different. Dragons existed, and they still exist, although they are somewhere out of reach. However, it was certain that the golden dragon would appear if a great upheaval occurred on this land. By chaos, Avantes meant war. Finally, the clues connected. The war that happened 300 years ago was for the same reason. But that person did not believe they were descendants of dragons and helped humans. Even that person was behind the extermination of the Dragonians, not just Michelle Greenriver, because the Dragonians were far superior to humans. That person never showed his involvement in anything, as if he didn't exist in this world. But as a dragon carrying the blood of dragons, Avantes agreed with him. Basically, Avantes' grand plan was to put the Emperor on the throne and start a war. But to Ragna, it suggested that it wasn't a bad thing since he would unify the continent, even if that was what Ragna's ancestors wanted. If a war broke out, that person would appear to resolve the chaos in the land. Ragna was still skeptical and demanded to know what Avantes would do after finding that person. However, Avantes dodged the question, but before leaving, reassured Ragna that it would willingly play along with what Ragna was planning. The next morning at the Royal Knights headquarters, Paul's eyes widened in surprise as Oliver informed him about having to go to the office of the captain of the First Royal Knights immediately. Paul was tired, wondering why Delphin had requested to see him. Although Paul quickly left the office, receiving such an urgent request, Paul felt nervous but didn't delay for a second. He quickly arrived at the door of Delphin's office. Taking a deep breath, he just hoped that he wouldn't get into any trouble, and he entered the office. Upon seeing Delphin, Paul quickly bowed respectfully but didn't beat around the bush. He confirmed from Paul if the Crown Prince was okay, as he heard security had been tightened since Helen attacked him because she was under the influence of black magic. When Paul confirmed that things were better, Delphin recalled that Paul had been promoted to vice captain some time ago, but they had never spoken privately. He hoped Paul wasn't offended. Despite that, it was an honor for Paul that Delphin called for him. Just then, Delphin approached Paul and continued to converse with him, probing based on what he had heard. It was clear that Paul's swordsmanship was second only to Captain Oliver, who was famous as the swordmaster. Continuing to praise Paul, Delphin acknowledged that possessing skills recognized by His Majesty and Captain Oliver was no small feat. When Paul told him that he was still lacking, Delphin reassured him not to be modest, especially when his talent was recognized and had helped him become the vice captain. Suddenly, Delphin's expression darkened, and he confessed that he couldn't stand it anymore. That Oliver had introduced an orphan and a commoner, someone with a cheap background. Just then, Avantes appeared behind him. Paul immediately became wary, realizing something was wrong, drew his sword, and demanded to know what was happening. But he was bound by black magic, realizing with horror that he couldn't move. A dark energy slowly enveloped him, invading his mind, while Delphin ordered him to become a part of it to establish a great empire. A few days later, Hayden began to grasp the proper attack and defense techniques. Oliver carefully guided Paul to hold his stance. After a while, Oliver called an end to today's training session. The prince collapsed onto the grass, disappointed with his skills. But Oliver knew that Hayden's progress was faster and better than many others out there, even faster than Tower Master Ian. Hearing this, Hayden couldn't help but smile with joy, as he never thought he was better than the perfect Ian at anything. With this motivation, he decided he would try even harder until he surpassed Ian. As Hayden prepared to continue his training, he glanced at Paul, who was standing under the shade of a tree. Paul was quieter and more distant than usual. Although Oliver had asked him what was wrong, Paul reassured him that he was fine. So, Hayden advised Oliver to keep an eye on him, but instructed him not to be too hard on him, as it was the leader's duty to listen to the concerns of his subordinates. Hayden then turned his worried gaze towards Paul. To him, Paul was a close friend, just like Ian and Oliver. The days passed, and in the royal palace today, there was a party. Pure chaos at the castle to ensure everything was prepared for the occasion. Oliver entered the room to inform Hayden that the party had just begun. However, Hayden was ready but nervous. Feeling anxious, he remembered Ian, who would not be attending the event, but had advised Hayden to assert his position with his own strength. Seeing him nervous, Oliver reassured Hayden that he was the main character of today's party. So he had to stay confident. The nobles were the ones who should be worried, not him. Regaining some confidence, they were both ready to leave. But just then, Haley arrived. She looked stunning in her royal attire. Hayden teased Haley that it was a shame Ian wasn't here today, because she looked so beautiful. He should have been able to see her. Embarrassed, Haley suddenly remembered what Hayden had told Ian about her curiosity regarding his preferences, but chose to ignore it and instead wished Hayden a very happy birthday, and promised to crush any high and mighty nobles who dared to speak ill of him. Following her brother's lead, Hayden and Haley began to make their way to the party. The herald quickly announced the arrival of Hayden and Haley. The nobles present there immediately bowed in respect, and gentle music began to play from the guitarists. The nobles approached Hayden, offering their birthday wishes to him. However, Oliver stood to the side, observing everything. Just as the herald's gaze shifted to the emperor, he froze but quickly announced the arrival of Terry Green River when the emperor ordered him to do so. With a smile, he entered, but the nobles were surprised as they looked towards the emperor. Hayden was also astonished as he thought his father wouldn't come. Terry laughed as he wanted to surprise his son and would always fulfill his duties as a father no matter what happened. The emperor then proceeded to the table reserved for the royals and was delighted that so many nobles had gathered here to celebrate the prince's birthday. He addressed everyone, expressing his joy at seeing them all. He then glanced at his son, expressing his pride and surprise at seeing his son's growth. He recalled a time when Hayden was little and they were on a walk, and Hayden followed him because his father was leading the way. After that day, Hayden had followed in Terry's footsteps until now, and he had done a great job. This made his father very proud. The emperor praised Hayden and, after his speech, raised a toast to the future of the empire and the prince. Before drinking, he wished his son a happy birthday. Suddenly, the emperor collapsed, blood spewing from his mouth due to poisoning. Small drops of blood covered the ground, spreading horror through the air. Hayden stood frozen. Haley couldn't help but be horrified as she witnessed her father fall in an instant. Oliver, on the other hand, reacted quickly, looking around warily and lunging forward. It took a few seconds for everyone to react to this horrific scene, and he was immediately taken to the treatment room, but no one had any idea how it had happened. Alone, Hayden sat in his room, still in shock from the sudden event. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Oliver requested an audience. So, Hayden quickly allowed him in and rushed towards the door. He anxiously asked if his father was all right. Oliver reported to Hayden that Terry was out of danger after receiving timely treatment, but he was still in critical condition. All the royal doctors and alchemists were doing their best to help him get better. After learning that the emperor was okay, Hayden quickly demanded to know who was behind his father's assassination attempt. Oliver, when asked, seemed very disappointed. He was tense, but after a moment's hesitation, Oliver revealed that they had immediately arrested the culprit who had poisoned the emperor's drink. Hayden grew more impatient, insisting that Oliver reveal it quickly. Oliver was tense, the tension growing in the air. Hearing the culprit's name, Hayden was so shocked and pained that his hands trembled. He stood there, stunned into silence, unable to process what Oliver had just revealed. At the same time, in the meeting room, a heated debate was raging about the assassin who had poisoned the Emperor. One noble couldn't believe that the vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division had tried to assassinate His Majesty, since he was one of the closest knights around the Crown Prince in recent years. They all couldn't believe that Terry and Oliver had been raising a traitor like Paul under their noses all this time. Instantly, someone else chimed in, guessing that the culprit didn't do this alone, and, in that case, try to figure out the mastermind behind this. They had all heard about Paul biting his tongue to commit suicide during the interrogation so as not to confess anything. Just then, they recalled that about 6 years ago, there had been a series of explosions at the royal palace, and a mage from the ivory tower, a maid, and a secretary in the royal court had been identified as spies from the Kuraut Empire. So it was possible that in this case, Paul was one of those spies. Some blamed themselves for hiring people without considering their status or background. Some suggested stripping him of his title as vice-captain of the 2nd Royal Knights Division. And some suggested executing him for attempting to assassinate His Majesty. Throughout the meeting, Ian remained silent. He knew better than anyone whether Paul was a Kuraut spy, but he couldn't defend Paul because the Emperor's assassination was not part of his previous life's plan. The meeting finally ended. Ian left the palace but ran into Oliver, who was eager to know what had happened. Ian informed Oliver that everyone thought Paul was a Kuraut spy, although Oliver didn't want to believe it. Even Ian agreed. He was aware of Paul's loyalty, that he would even sacrifice his life for the prince's sake, and regardless of his background, he was an outstanding knight. But this incident had confirmed Paul's execution. It was possible someone had influenced him, but so far, he had remained silent about the mastermind behind it all. After informing Oliver, he asked about Hayden. Oliver sighed sadly because Hayden wasn't eating or drinking, instead blaming himself for his father being poisoned. The interrogation would soon begin, and Oliver alone couldn't uncover the truth by himself. But he asked Ian to find out the whole truth for him and everyone. Although Ian clarified that Paul's confession showed no signs of lying, and he would be thrown in prison tonight. Therefore, Ian planned to go see Paul in person, and then he would also come and check on Oliver's house. When Ian arrived at the prison gate, he found the prison guard sleeping. He took this opportunity and went inside unnoticed. There he saw the vice-captain chained to the wall, his body covered in scars. Ian didn't think the vice-captain would assassinate the Emperor. There were no spies from enemy countries. And the vice-captain had sworn loyalty to the Crown Prince, and had even risked his life for him. What Ian didn't understand was why he would do such a thing. So, to find out the truth, he entered the vice-captain's memories. By accessing the memories, Ian saw the vice-captain standing before 2 other men. An aura of black magic surrounded the vice-captain, which finally revealed the truth. He had been controlled by black magic. However, the vice-captain, who had been waiting for Ian, stood before him. He thought he was a fool because he already knew the royal palace had the most enemies. Ian tried to free the vice-captain from the black magic first, but the vice-captain stopped him with his hand and asked about the Crown Prince. Ian informed him that the truth had been revealed and they could clear the vice-captain's name if they found the person who used the black magic. But the vice-captain still felt guilty. Consciously or not, he was the one who had poisoned the Emperor's drink. Ian insisted on clearing the vice-captain's name. However, the only thing the vice-captain cared about was that he had hurt the person he had sworn loyalty to. The disgrace to his name meant nothing to him. Whatever the enemy was, the vice-captain thought that if they targeted the Emperor, they would also target the Crown Prince. So, he begged Ian to let it end with him because he didn't want to hurt the Crown Prince any more than he already had. He told Ian to tell the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver that he thanked and apologized to them. He added that this was the last thing he could do to protect the Crown Prince and pushed Ian. An image of two young boys laughing flashed through Ian's mind before he woke up with a gasp. He tried to use cancellation magic, but it didn't work. He desperately tried to break the black magic to save the vice captain's life. But seeing his cold, lifeless body, Ian realized it was too late. Meanwhile, Captain Oliver was sitting by the fireplace when he heard a noise outside. He cautiously picked up his sword and opened the gate only to find Ian, who brought terrible news for the captain. He asked Ian if he had met Paul today and if he had found anything. Unable to look the captain straight in the eye, Ian told him that Paul Lance had died in his cell today. This tragic news shocked Oliver, who couldn't believe the words that had just reached his ears. Hearing of Paul's death, Oliver was in deep shock. He had first met the boy in an orphanage sponsored by the DeWood family. Paul was always cheerful, lively, and always did the right thing. Oliver's father had recognized Paul's talent for swordsmanship and decided to sponsor the boy. After that, Oliver and Paul often dueled like real brothers. The boy was hardworking and always believed in justice, and the thought of him dying unjustly deeply saddened Oliver. However, Ian told Oliver that before Paul died, he was able to read the boy's memories. He found out that a few days ago, Paul had gone to see the captain of the First Royal Knights, Sir Delphin, and the person with Sir Delphin had used black magic to brainwash the vice captain. Oliver was surprised to hear about Sir Delphin and black magic because, as far as he knew, black magic no longer existed. Ian described the man as having a pale face and long silver hair, but he had never met him before, not even in his past life. One thing he was sure of was that this was related to Sir Delphin Meard, and that the unknown high-class mage had helped him. Oliver asked how strong this high-class mage was, and Ian told him that when he tried to use Dispel magic, it didn't work. So, he was someone who could use higher-level magic than Ian. Although Ian had a few clues about the identity of this mage, he had no proof. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if this mage was working alone or was involved with other dark mages, so he needed to investigate further. However, Oliver was worried that if that mage could cast a spell stronger than Ian's, it could be very dangerous because if they could cast black magic on Ian, it could mean the complete destruction of the Empire. Ian showed him the Queen's necklace that Oliver had given him 6 years ago. Although Oliver said it helped keep one's mind clear, it was more than that. The pendant was made from a very rare gem made from the tears of a dragon. Therefore, the necklace contained an anti-magic spell with a power of at least class 8 or higher, and it could absorb black magic. Oliver breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Ian would be safe with the necklace. However, there was more to it. Ian told him that the details of the anti-magic spell were known only to him and Oliver, and everyone just thought it was a normal treasure of the royal family. Ian made Oliver promise to keep what he was about to tell him a secret. Hearing the secret, Oliver stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, Sir Delphin brought the news of Paul's death and Ian's sneaking into the prison to Ragna. However, Ragna, the fifth prince, remained unconcerned as he knew Ian could do nothing. He still didn't know about the existence of the dragon Ian, and due to the lack of clear information, he would try to prevent being caught by black magic. Although Herbert's 5th class magic couldn't affect Ian with his 6th class magic, Avanti's was an 8th class mage, much stronger than Ian. Avanti's, even with his power sealed, was still stronger than Ian. However, even after knowing that a stronger mage existed, Ian would not try to run away. And Ragna didn't know what Ian must be thinking. Because even though Ian had been one of the Crown Prince's aides since he first joined the royal palace, he still said he didn't serve the Crown Prince. Although Ragna hid his actions very well, he couldn't help but feel that Ian could always see through him. So, Ragna thought it was best for now to observe how Ian moved. Meanwhile, Ian gave his servant a letter to send to Lord Pierrick and asked about the letter he had sent to the Morgan estate in the north. He gave him a letter of authorization issued under the name of the Merchants Association so they could disguise themselves as merchants and leave the capital. At his request, Lord Morgan had offered to help them. So, Ian ordered the servant to gather all the other servants in the mansion after sunset so they could leave for Morgan with his mother. Meanwhile, his mother was confused as to why she had to leave the mansion, but above all, she was worried about leaving her only son alone. However, Ian reassured her that she didn't need to worry about him. He was perfectly capable of taking care of himself, but right now he needed to protect her. But Ian's mother was still worried for her son's safety and insisted on going together. Ian begged her to listen to him just this once because he was afraid of hurting her. He told Ratio to take care of her and forbade him from revealing her location even if Ian himself came looking for her. And once the danger passed, he would send a letter to Lord Morgan. Meanwhile, as Ian's #1 subordinate, Douglas offered to stay, but Ian refused him as well. With Douglas's alchemical talent, it would be serious if he fell into the hands of that mage. As a safety measure, Ian decided to erase a part of his memories after everyone left the mansion so he wouldn't know who was going where. However, everyone needed to move according to the plan because Ian was depending on them. After everyone left, all Ian had left was the necklace and a vial of elixir. Meanwhile, a servant brought Rafna news about the Crown Prince and the Emperor. He reported that the Crown Prince was very weak and hadn't left his house. Although the Emperor had been treated and was out of the critical phase, he was still unconscious. However, even if he woke up, it wouldn't make things better. With his internal organs damaged, there would most likely be negative after effects. The only thing that worried Ragnar was that if his father's condition improved, it would ruin everything for him. Sir Delphin's solution was to think ahead and bribe the royal alchemist beforehand. The fact that Prince Hayden couldn't perform his duties during a crucial time had made the nobles doubt his capabilities. Not only that, but the 2nd Royal Knights Division was under investigation, and the council was discussing stripping Captain Oliver of his title. Avantes was pleased to know that everything was going according to their plan, and soon, Ragnar would claim the throne. However, what concerned Ragnar was that Ian had been inactive, which was unlike him. As he was pondering Ian's actions, the servant interrupted their meeting to announce Ian's arrival at the royal palace. So, Ragnar ended the meeting and told Avantes to erase his presence and stay in the room, and Ian Page entered. When Ian arrived, Rafna feigned a state of distress caused by his father's assassination attempt and pretended to be worried about his father's condition. He asked Ian why he had come to see him during such a difficult time when he should be doing his duty. However, Ian confronted him about the black magic that had controlled Vice Captain Paul Lance, and that he knew about it because he had met Sir Delphin Moran. Ian added that he knew the dragon's cult was involved and that all those affected were also on Ragnar's side. He was certain that all of this was part of Ragnar's plan, but Ragnar feigned innocence and denied the accusations. Instead, he blamed Ian for not knowing about the presence of black magic as the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower. Ragnar denied having any knowledge of the dragon's cult and even called Ian out for accusing him of working with them. Furthermore, as the person in charge of monitoring the princes, Ian should have known that Ragnar had been under house arrest and his actions were being monitored by the tower. However, all of Ragnar's lies were clarified by Ian's lie detection magic, and he confronted Ragnar that he knew he had met the dragon's cult, and he was involved with a user of black magic, who might be the leader of the cult. With his lies caught, Ragnar stopped pretending to be innocent, but he wasn't afraid of being caught because if Ian was right, he had no proof since Paul, who had assassinated the Emperor, was dead, and his confession had been verified as true with lie detection magic. Ragnar told Ian he was a fool for coming here alone. As Ragnar summoned Sir Avantes, Ian recognized him from Paul's memories. While the black magic choked Ian, he recognized the cloak Avantes was wearing. He never thought he would see it again. He recognized the dragon Ian, a descendant of the dragons. On Ragnar's orders, Avani's used black magic to turn Ian into his right-hand man. Ian tried to resist until his eyes finally turned red, and he stopped struggling, finally surrendering to the black magic. Ragnar still felt like nothing had changed, and to satisfy the fifth prince, Avani's told Ian to kill himself. This extreme measure shocked Ragnar, but Ian summoned a sharp-tipped ice spear and held it to his own neck. As he brought it closer to his neck, Ragnar told him to stop. He was convinced after finally seeing Ian obey the command and hold the sharp ice spear at his neck, while small drops of blood trickled down. Work done. Avani's left Ian and Ragnar alone. Ragnar asked Ian whom he served. Ian obediently knelt before Ragnar and said that he served Ragnar, the fifth prince who would rise to the highest position in the empire. Ragnar was now relieved to have the master of the ivory tower by his side. While the crown prince sat in his room, a servant told him to prepare for the meeting that Ian had convened as the tower master. The crown prince didn't want to meet Ian in his current state, so he asked the servant to help him get dressed. The nobles gathered inside the royal palace, whispering about the meeting. They assumed Ian had convened the meeting to discuss who would ascend the throne, since the crown prince's actions were quite disappointing. Some nobles speculated that Ian now supported Ragnar, the fifth prince, despite having been loyal to the crown prince for years. The crown prince saw Ian and excitedly ran to greet him. He extended his hand and asked Ian if they could meet after the meeting. However, Ian pushed his hand away, shocking the crown prince with this change in behavior. Ian then politely told the crown prince that he was busy after the meeting. Before the crown prince could say anything more, someone called Ian to the meeting room. Seeing this change in Ian's behavior and watching him walk away like that saddened the crown prince. In the meeting room, Ian addressed the council and the nobles. With the emperor's critical condition, he believed that even if the emperor woke up, he wouldn't be in a condition to fulfill his duties. This demanded that it was time to make a decision. The emperor's condition had lowered the empire's prestige in the eyes of its enemies. Their country was now filled with fear and terror. In this difficult time, they needed to choose a worthy ruler, one who could end the crisis and bring peace to the political issues among the three nations. The one who could restore the glory of the empire should be the one to wear the crown. Ian declared his support for Ragnar, the fifth prince. Everyone's heads turned to each other in astonishment, looking for an explanation. The crown prince, like everyone else, was still in shock. But Ragnar, on the other hand, remained straight-faced with a smirk on his face. Hurt by this betrayal, the crown prince angrily approached Ian. He grabbed his collar and punched Ian in the face. Everyone intervened to stop the fight and escorted the furious crown prince out of the meeting room. Ian's betrayal had dealt a heavy blow to the crown prince. He never expected this from him. While the crown prince was in his room, he saw Oliver standing outside. Oliver told him to dress warmly so they could leave. Oliver's appearance confused him. Oliver explained to the crown prince that they could take the secret emergency path behind the palace to avoid the guards. Knowing that the entire 2nd Royal Knights Division was waiting outside, surprised the crown prince. Oliver knelt respectfully, extending his hand forward and telling him they needed to leave now. The crown prince initially stood in surprise, unable to respond, but then placed his hand in Oliver's. As Oliver and the crown prince went outside, the 2nd Royal Knights greeted the crown prince with excitement. Oliver told him that the palace and the capital were no longer safe for the crown prince, and the 2nd Royal Knights had decided to escort him to the Pyrrhic domain for safety. However, the crown prince was concerned about the Pyrrhic domain, as Ian, who had just betrayed him, had signed a permanent contract with them. Oliver told him that he would explain everything, but first they needed to leave. But the crown prince was worried about defying orders, as it was treason and punishable by execution. Oliver refused to acknowledge anyone's orders. The 2nd Royal Knights recognized Oliver as their king and only he could command them. They all knelt before the Crown Prince and pledged to serve and protect him, seeing the unwavering loyalty of the Second Royal Knights. The Crown Prince agreed to go with them and asked Oliver to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Sir Delphin brought the news that the Crown Prince had disappeared, along with the Second Royal Knights being seen leaving, fully armed. They were seen heading east, so they sent a team, but Sir Delphin asked if they should send more. Ragnar refused, as they must be heading to the Pyrrhic domain in the east. The frequent appearance of monsters would make it difficult to catch them. With Oliver, the Sword Lord, and elite knights accompanying them, it would probably be fine. A less skilled force would only get injured. So, Ragnar told Sir Delphin to ignore them and focus on finding Vanessa Page. Ragnar saw through Ian's plan. He knew that he must have hidden his mother because he knew he would be affected by black magic. However, he wouldn't reveal her location, and there was no chance Sir Avani's had been brainwashed. This meant Ian must have erased his memories. Sir Delphin was curious why finding a woman with no power was a priority. Ragnar explained that there was no way Ian came here on his own, fully aware that he would be affected by black magic. He thought there was more to Ian's plan, and he needed Vanessa to prepare for it. If something is too good to be true, it probably isn't. This worried Ragnar as he wondered what Ian was planning. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince was standing with Oliver in Pyrrhic Castle when Lord Pyrrhic came to check on him to make sure he was comfortable. The Crown Prince assured him that he was just delighted with the kindness and hospitality Lord Pyrrhic had shown him. Lord Pyrrhic told him that he was honored to host the Crown Prince. He felt bad about the Emperor's assassination attempt and prayed for his speedy recovery. Lord Pyrrhic reassured the Crown Prince that the Pyrrhic family would support him as requested by Ian, and they would do their best to keep him safe. The Crown Prince felt very positive about Lord Pyrrhic and found him very thoughtful. He pointed out that Lord Pyrrhic and Oliver were related. Oliver told him that he was a distant relative and had even taught Oliver swordsmanship as a child. The Crown Prince was relieved to know that Ian had thought things through. However, he was worried if Ian was really affected by black magic, or if he had really decided to side with Ragnar. The Crown Prince worried that Ragnar had always been better than him, and perhaps like all the nobles, Ian also decided that Ragnar was more suitable to be the ruler and sided with him. Oliver reassured him that was not the case. He repeated what Lord Ian had told him 6 years ago, that he would never support the Fifth Prince. He urged the Crown Prince to trust Ian's plan because he believed he had planned everything. Meanwhile, in a flashback, Ian explained the plan to Oliver that he would find Ragnar and voluntarily let him cast black magic. However, the Crown Prince must not know, otherwise he would try to stop Ian. Oliver expressed his concern for Ian's safety, but Ian reassured him that he was too important to Ragnar to be killed immediately. With a 6th-class high mage and the position of the Ivory Tower's master, Ian had the power to influence political and diplomatic decisions. Ragnar would use Ian to gain the trust of the nobles and succeed to the throne. Oliver was stunned as Ian said he hated the idea of being controlled by Ian again. However, Ian continued that it was necessary to find out Ragnar's plan and all those involved. He told Oliver to take the Crown Prince to Lord Pyrrhic when he declared his support for Ragnar. Oliver questioned that when under the influence of black magic, Ian would need someone to break it, and there was no one they could trust in the royal palace or the capital. However, Ian reassured him that there was someone strong and trustworthy, and she had always been out of Ragnar's sight, which gave them an advantage. Haley sat beside the Emperor, who lay unconscious on his bed. She cried to her father about the recent family events, Ian's support for Ragnar, Oliver's disappearance, and the fact that Ragnar was about to ascend the throne made her feel helpless. There was no one she could trust. Even after all the lies, she still wanted to believe Ian. She cried to her father to wake up, but then Kevin interrupted her, saying he needed to talk to her. He gave her a box that the Tower Master had asked him to give her. This surprised Haley after everything Ian had done. Kevin told her that he was ordered to give it to her secretly and left. Then, after Kevin left, Haley stood there speechless, holding the box in her hands. After Kevin gave the box to Haley and left, Haley sat down and opened the box. Inside the box, she found a necklace, a vial of elixir, and a letter. She picked up the letter to read it first. In it, Ian explained everything to her. He explained to her that he had changed because of black magic. The assassination of the Emperor by the vice captain was also due to the influence of black magic. Her brother Ragna, the fifth prince, was working with the organization known as the Dragon's Cult along with a high-class mage against the Emperor to succeed his throne. Ian had voluntarily been affected by black magic to find out who would try to harm the Emperor. However, he needed Haley's help. He told her about the Queen's necklace that could break the curse of black magic, and he needed her to put that necklace on him. The vial of potion was a backup plan in case the necklace didn't work. It was made from a special herb called Hualin Yurer, and it could neutralize the mana in a person's body, but it was also a deadly poison capable of killing a mage. If the necklace couldn't break the black magic curse cast on him, he wanted her to use the vial to kill him. Meanwhile, now that Ragnar was no longer under house arrest, he visited the palace to see his father because, as the Emperor's son, he needed to do his duty. Haley pointed out that she had met Ragnar and Ian after a long time and asked Ragnar if she could talk to Ian for a moment. After Ragnar gave his permission, Haley took Ian to a room so no one would see them. She told Ian that she had to return something he had given her and asked Ian to bend down. The moment she put the necklace on Ian, its gems started to glow and Ian's eyes turned red. The black magic started to leave Ian's body. He coughed and vomited black fluids onto the floor. The princess was worried about Ian, but he stood up as soon as the black magic was destroyed. She hugged Ian in relief, saying she could never have killed him. However, Ian thought that putting his life in danger was the only way to make her trust him. But he was relieved to know the necklace had destroyed the black magic because he was worried it might not work. Haley was angry with Ian for doing such a reckless thing when he wasn't even sure it would work. Ian told her that sometimes reckless actions were necessary for miracles, and that was the only reason he existed. A flashback of him holding a dagger to his chest ran through Ian's mind. He wiped the tears from Haley's face and thanked her for trusting him. In a moment of heartfelt conversation, Ian thanked Haley for trusting him. Haley wiped the tears from her face and stood up to ask Ian if he found out anything when he was Ragnar's puppet. Ian told her everything. The huge scale of the Dragon's Cult, Herbert, the previous Tower Master, being the cult's operator, and the high-ranking membership of dozens of royals. Sir Delphin Merritt, a knight of the first royal family who had served the Emperor for decades, was also involved in the conspiracy. The Dragonian, a species thought to be long extinct, was the religious leader of the cult. He could transform into a human and even use 8th-class magic. It was Ragnar who had freed the Dragonian from Michelle Green River's seal to cooperate with him. Ragnar's actions horrified Haley. However, Ian added that he thought Ragnar had been planning this for a very long time. Succeeding the royal lineage was not the cult's ultimate goal, but they wanted to start a war with the Empire's armed forces to conquer the lands. Ian told Haley that Ragnar had taken control of the royal palace, and it wasn't just the poison that was dangerous to her safety. He urged her not to trust anyone and to stay by the Emperor's side. Haley was worried for Ian's safety, but Ian told her that he still needed to pretend to be on Ragnar's side to find out how Michelle Green River had eliminated the Dragonian. There was nothing about it in the Ivory Tower's library, so Ian believed he might find something in the royal palace. Haley thought for a moment and asked Ian to follow her because she had something to show him. She led him to another place and gave him a book, a treasure of the royal family that had been gifted to her. The book was a relic left by Michelle Green River, the first mage of the royal family. It was said to be a diary written by an ancestor during his lifetime. The reason it was believed to be so was because the seal on the relic had never been opened by anyone. The records state that Michelle Green River was a 5th-class mage. but the seal seemed to be made of a higher-level magic. She wondered if Ian could break the seal. Ian thought of blowing mana into the book to try and read the techniques. But suddenly the book started to glow, and he recognized the language of the dragons. The seal was broken, so they tried to read the book. The first entries of the diary were about the time after they had defeated the Dragonians. The entry contained information regarding the plan to leave the land to build a new ivory tower, along with a memorial for the mages and knights of the Empire who had died in battle. It also had records of research on magical techniques. Ian continued to read and recognized Fran, his father's name. The entry was about when Fran went to see the ancestor, and the ancestor knew it was the last time he would see him. He had sworn to keep the promise he made to Fran until his last breath, and left in the diary his last words in the language of the dragons. Suddenly, a sparkling light appeared around the room, and everything except Ian gradually turned gray. Confusion hit Ian as he saw Haley standing still and realized time had stopped. Across the room, he saw a bright golden light on the other side of the door. Ian opened the door, and on the other side, he saw a grassy plain. Before him sat a man covered by a cloak. Ian approached the man and asked him about this place and who the man was. The man told him that it was a dimensional space known as the Time Archive. The name confused Ian a bit, but the man explained that it was a place that contained all the time of the space Ian was living in. Ian was confused about how the man knew his name. He told Ian that humans knew him as the first mage, also known as the Golden Dragon. This revelation surprised Ian. The Golden Dragon who controlled time only existed in legends, and the first mage was the first person to discover magic. Ian was confused to learn that both were one and the same. The man told Ian that if he was here, it meant he already knew about Michelle. But what he didn't understand was why Michelle spared the dragon in its space. He didn't understand if it was out of pity or for revenge. Ian was confused about how the man and Michelle were related. The man replied that they were friends because he was the one who had granted Michelle the power to destroy the dragon race. Ian asked if he was telling the truth, why he chose to grant the power to Michelle instead of doing it himself. The man replied that a long time ago, humans had suffered from black magic. The power of the dragons had the ability to make all creatures submit, and black magic was created to achieve that power. However, the black magic created by the dragon race was greedy and ambitious. It corrupted and broke the balance of the world. Countless disasters erupted, and although countless humans suffered, he could not intervene because when the world was created, a rule was set that a dragon should never be allowed to interfere in the human world. But since the power of the dragons was the cause of human suffering, the man could not sit idly by. So, he went against the rule and intervened in human history. He taught humans magic to fight against black magic. However, that was not enough. Humanity needed a hero to lift them up in times of disaster. So he shared his power with a human, with Michelle Greenlever. Although Michelle was of royal blood, he dedicated his entire life to destroying the existence of black magic. But one mistake of his wiped out all his efforts. To pay the price for the consequences of interfering with human existence, the Golden Dragon lost all his memories. He couldn't destroy black magic on his own, and he sealed his remaining time in a human body and hoped that he would eventually remember what to do. After losing all his memories, the Golden Dragon traveled the human world. Although that time was short, he cherished every moment. That was when he met Vanessa. His life became beautiful, and he gained another precious gift. He called Ian his son and said he missed him very much. However, Ian refused to believe him because his father had died a long time ago. The Golden Dragon agreed that Fran Page had died, but what existed now was a mind without a physical body, and he had been waiting for Ian. Ian was angry with him for abandoning them. The Golden Dragon continued that after some time passed, his memories started to return, and he remembered what he needed to do. He had to completely eliminate black magic from this world. Although he wanted to protect the world, he had no time. He had no choice but to leave his family. He admitted that Ian had had a hard life, but he hoped that he would find happiness. Ian was sad but told him that he didn't come here to talk about that. The Golden Dragon told Ian that the power he sought to defeat the dragon Ian already existed within him. Before leaving Vanessa, the power of the Golden Dragon had been transferred to Ian while he was still in his mother's womb. He told Ian that he couldn't understand and use the dragon language just because he was a high-class mage. Ian suddenly realized he didn't remember when he started using the dragon language. The Golden Dragon decided it was time to awaken the hidden power within Ian. But first, he needed to look into it. Fran wanted to awaken that special power in Ian Page, but to do that, he would look inside Ian's soul to see what kind of life he wanted so much that it remained a secret even to himself. Ian woke up from a short nap and tried to figure out where he was. He walked over to Vanessa, and she was angry with him and complained that after so much trouble to make time for a family picnic, he slept through it. She knew that Ian had been busy those days, but she wanted him not to overwork himself. She also decided to talk to her brother so Ian could get some rest. Ian nodded and addressed her as Your Highness. Vanessa asked him about the formality he was using or if he was still half asleep, because Your Highness was something she hadn't heard from him in a while. Vanessa called her daughter Johanna to her father because he had finally woken up. Johanna ran to hug her father, but his reaction seemed a bit dry as Ian was confused about what was happening. Vanessa reminded him that this was not the right way to treat a young girl, and since Johanna had hugged him, he should hug her back. Ian reached out to hug the little girl tightly, and hearing her say "Daddy," he felt relaxed. But suddenly, he realized that it was all just a dream, and the first mage asked him what he had seen. He confessed to him that he had seen a little girl with the same hair and eye color as him, and her name was Johanna. Her small body, warmth, sound, and scent completely filled him with a feeling of warmth and tenderness. Ian asked him what was all that. He replied that it was love, because it is the most powerful magic that gives humans greatness, but at the same time, it is also a very common concept. Ian Page felt that sacrificing oneself for the one you love, fighting to protect them, and having the courage to keep living was all that Ian wanted. To become a part of the wheel, the most humble and the greatest. But Ian found it too peaceful and too beautiful for him to dream of. He asked him if he had witnessed his future. According to Fran Page, it could be something, and at the same time, it might not be, because everything depended on Ian's choice. And he felt it was time for him to send Ian back to awaken the dragon's power that lived within Ian. He also wanted Ian to make good use of it and accomplish what he couldn't. Ian could still feel the memories of Fran Page flowing within him. Fran confessed that he had never left his son and that he even loved him very much, forever and always. Ian's heart clenched. Haley Greenleaf just asked him if he was okay, but he denied it, saying there was something in his eye, perhaps, and nothing else. Ian opened the diary, and all the Dragonic letters had disappeared. He asked Haley if she remembered what was written there, but there was nothing, as it had been empty from the beginning. Haley asked Ian if he had found a way to defeat the dragon. And finally, Ian had found a way, which made Haley happy. Ian would settle things with Ragna once and for all, and he wanted Haley to take care of his majesty by staying by his side and keeping him safe, as that was the #1 priority. He also promised her that he would be fine and would put an end to all of Ragna's madness. They shook hands, and Ian would be back as soon as he promised. Ronan really wanted Ian Page to reconsider, since the continent was unified, but they still faced a lot of conflict across the lands, and the Empire needed an 8th-class hero. He wanted Ian to think about the achievements in the Ivory Tower, as if he was about to give it all up. He even knew that His Majesty would never let Ian go like this. But Ian had decided to leave even if he didn't allow it, as he had completed the preparations for Ronan to become the next Tower Master. Ronan was shocked. Ian confessed to him that he was not standing before him as an 8th-class hero, but as a disgusting monster. This left Ronan speechless. Ragna Greenriver called for Ian, and he had read the letter Ian sent him. He asked Ian why he was leaving so suddenly. If he wanted to rest for a while, Ragna would allow him to take a few months off, or even a few years if he wanted, because he knew how much Ian had sacrificed with him to build the Empire. So, he would grant him everything he needed because he deserved the best, and they could find another replacement until Ian was no longer there. And since Ian had recommended Ronan to him, he had done so, and he would also reorganize the system to be able to divide the workload and recruit more new people. So, he ordered Ian to rest and come back whenever he was ready. But Ian refused, as he would not be coming back because his existence would not help the future of the Empire, now that it was unified. And all it would do is bring the Empire to division once again. That's why he chose to resign from all public positions and return home. He would also never use magic again, and he would live the rest of his life repenting for his sins. Ragna was angry, because repenting was for losers, and Ian had done better than anyone in the Empire. And he should be proud of himself for that. And the contribution Ian had made to the nation was the last thing he wanted to do as a citizen of the Empire. So, he wanted Ian to stop wasting time on such nonsense. Ian asked him how he could wash the blood of the innocent from his hands. Ragna confessed to Ian that the sacrifices they had made were for a greater cause. But Ian felt bad because those sacrifices were made with his own hands. He wanted Ragna to do him a favor as an old friend and allow him to repent for his sins. Ragna asked him, would he betray the emperor he had helped put on the throne so he could mourn for some insignificant people he didn't even know? And after all the years they had worked together, how could Ian ask him such a thing? Ragna couldn't imagine that they would part ways like this. Ian felt very sorry for him. Ronan asked Ragna if he would really let Ian go like this, as the remnants of the Kuraut Empire and the rebellious alliances were still causing a lot of problems on their borders. And if their people heard that Ian had abandoned them in such an unstable time, they would be discouraged. And if he teamed up with the rebels, he could take over the Empire by force if he wanted. Some people worshipped Ian Page as a war hero, and he should even be the successor to the throne. And if Ian Page chose not to be their ally, it would be wiser to kill him. Ragna called the royal alchemist to bring Douglas Heeman. He asked Ragna about the new medicine and if he was sleeping well, but his condition was getting worse. Ragna asked him if they could increase the dosage, as that medicine was made with an addictive herb, and if he took more than the current dose, it would harm him. And also, these medicines were just a temporary solution, and Ragna needed to solve the underlying problem, which was that he couldn't sleep at night to get better. But Ragna couldn't do that, because he was afraid that the old friend who had abandoned him would betray him and take over his empire one day. Because when he was by his side, he used to trust him. But after he left, Ragna felt that he was really the monster he claimed to be. The alchemist gave him a piece of advice that the only way to get over it was to kill him. Ragna was shocked that the alchemist was giving him advice to kill his friend. But the alchemist felt that he was really his friend who was causing him so much suffering. But Ragna knew that he was an 8th-class archmage, and there was no way he could be killed because he was stronger than the other mages of the Ivory Tower. The alchemist gave him a very Ian-like idea, that he could prepare a poison that could kill him. Ian was peacefully reading a book by the fireplace on a snowy night, when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Wondering who it could be at this hour, he got up from his chair and opened the door. As he was about to ask who the person was, Ian was surprised to see it was Ragna. Ragna greeted Ian respectfully, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. When he asked Ian if he could come in, Ian confusedly asked him the reason for his visit. Ragna, with a simple smile, asked Ian that even though he had resigned and left, would it be okay for them to meet like this occasionally, explaining further that it wasn't just as a ruler, but as his friend. Ian, after considering his request, let him in, saying he would welcome him anytime. After they were inside, Ragnar sat on a chair with a bottle of wine on the table beside him. Noticing the wine bottle, Ian confusedly asked him why he had suddenly brought wine when he didn't even like to drink. Pouring wine into a glass, Ragnar replied that he just thought having a drink like this once in a while wouldn't be bad. And he added that he was also curious about how his old friend Ian was living. Ragnar extended his hand to offer a full glass of wine to Ian. Ian took it and thanked Ragnar. After Ian had also sat down in the chair opposite Ragnar, Ragnar asked him how he had been, adding that he looked better than when he was in the capital. Ian said that he had traveled to the regions of the unified empire and had seen all sorts of people and how they lived their lives. It was a really meaningful time for him. Ragnar enjoyed the wine while listening to Ian's stories. Then, Ian told him that he had also learned many different things after returning to his hometown. When he thought about it, magic was the only thing he knew in life. When winter passed and the snow melted, he said he was thinking of starting a small farm. Ragnar commented that Ian was certainly living a simple and ordinary life for a hero who had led the unification war to victory. Looking down with a thought in his mind, Ragnar continued. He was glad that Ian was happy with what he had done, as a lot had happened since he left. He mentioned that after they succeeded in suppressing the Korout rebel forces in the north, the unified empire finally stabilized. The daughter of Duke Barnard, who was the ruler of the Dew Principality, would soon announce her marriage to the crown prince. As Ragnar continued to talk about recent events, Ian suddenly felt something was wrong with his body. Despite noticing it, Ragnar continued that with the crown prince's marriage, they would be able to peacefully integrate with the rulers of the Dew Principality. He added that it was fascinating to see the crown prince, who was once a child, now getting married, adding that he thought he finally understood a little bit of how his father felt in the past. He told Ian that although the ivory tower was not as great as when Ian was there, they were stabilizing as they balanced their values and influence with the royal family. By now, Ian had fallen to the floor, writhing in pain while clutching his chest. However, Ragnar continued that the restoration of the area, as it had been destroyed by the war, was also progressing quickly, and everything was being resolved peacefully, and the empire was heading for its best days. Then, he slammed his glass on the table, and angrily added to his sentence by telling Ian if only he disappeared right now. Ian coughed up blood and covered his mouth. It was a poison that neutralized mana in a person's blood vessels. Ragnar stood before Ian, saying it would only last a few minutes at most for him. That's why he had mixed in another poison. Ian could barely ask why, and Ragnar sarcastically asked him if he didn't know that Ian's power would be of no use to the unified empire in the future. It might have been good during wartime, but now was actually a source of insecurity. That's why Ragnar said that Ian returned to his hometown to repent for what he had done for the rest of his life. Reminding Ian that that's what he had said himself, Ian's eyes widened in shock. Ragnar then asked Ian if he knew how scared he had been of him, and it drove him crazy to fear his longtime friend, the 8th class mage, who, if he wanted, could take over his empire at any time. Ragnar called Ian a monster, asking how he could let him live. So, once again calling him his longtime friend, Ragnar asked Ian not to forgive him. Please. Ragnar stepped out of Ian's house and coldly ordered his subordinate to burn it down. After the house caught fire and turned to dust in the burning flames, Ragnar looked back at it. Duncan and Toza assured Ragnar that they would take care of the rest here, asking him to return to the carriage. When he looked up at Ragnar, he was surprised to see him crying while looking at the burning house. Ragnar sadly remarked that this was also how he said goodbye to Ian. He thought he was fed up with such endings. However, he smiled strangely before finally getting back into the carriage. Before finally returning to the carriage while his subordinate cleaned up the mess and took care of the rest of the matters there. Ian entered Ragnar's office, acknowledging his presence. Ragnar looked at the papers he was holding in front of him, asking Ian about what the princess had told him. When Ian told Ragnar that the princess had asked him why he had betrayed Ragnar, Ragnar asked him how he had answered. Ian said that he had bluntly told the princess that he didn't need to answer her, and this made Ragnar laugh. Putting down the papers in his hand, Ragnar crossed his arms and leaned back. He mentioned that the princess liked Ian quite a lot while calling her a pitiful creature. Ragnar then told Ian that his father didn't like any of the men who had proposed to her and had rejected all those proposals. He called it quite unusual, wondering what was wrong with those men, adding that marriage was basically a transaction for the benefit of one's family and power for people like him. Ian stood there silently, listening to Ragnar say that thinking his father would hide the princess away just because he didn't want to do such a thing was ridiculous, because he was someone who would take advantage of such transactions. Getting up from his chair, Ragnar informed Ian that when the time came, he planned to marry Ian off to the daughter of a suitable family. He started walking towards Ian, saying that it wouldn't be long before he ascended the throne and became a more powerful emperor than his father, and would be the first to unify the three nations and bring the Green River Empire to its peak. After approaching Ian, Ragnar stopped in front of him and told him that this was what he would do. Placing both hands on Ian's shoulders, Ragnar asked him to stay by his side as they welcomed the golden age of the empire. However, Ian remained silent even when Ragnar declared that Ian belonged to him and that he would not regret swearing loyalty to Ragnar. Ian finally spoke. He placed his hands on Ragnar's, which were holding his shoulders, and told him that he had already seen it. Explaining his statement further, Ian mentioned the honorable moment of seeing Green River as a unified empire alongside the great emperor. Confused by Ian's statement, Ragnar asked him what he meant. Ian respectfully removed Ragnar's hands from his shoulders and lowered his gaze. He told him that he had given up everything he had for the empire and the emperor because that was his entire life. However, he looked up and said that he had found it in this life, the life he truly wanted. Ragnar was shocked, stepping back and frantically asking Ian if he had broken the black magic and how he had done it. Ian sadly closed his eyes and admitted that he was sorry to tell Ragnar this, but called Ragnar the only one who existed in the past, present, and future, his friend and lord, who had trusted him the most and given him the greatest honor as well as the greatest despair. Ragnar, Ian asked him to come for him as he placed one knee on the ground with respect and looked down. Ian then placed his hand on his chest respectfully, telling the trembling Ragnar that he would be waiting for him at the old ivory tower. With that said, Ian disappeared through his teleportation skill, leaving Ragnar to collapse in anger and clench his fists. Ragnar stormed out of his office, and seeing him so angry, his subordinate asked him what had happened. Ragnar angrily roared at him, demanding to bring the captain of the First Royal Knights here immediately and ordering him to assemble the knights and prepare the fastest horses they had, finishing with a final command to find out where Cervantes was. Ian sat on the steps of the old ivory tower. He looked up at the sky before sighing and looking down, thinking about how it was no coincidence that he came to this place in his past life. He said to himself that someone had been watching all along. He declared that they had been watching him, who had wandered aimlessly, and his life was full of regret and torment. Recalling the painful past events of his life, he accused them of bringing him to this place to give him a second chance. Thinking of a book, he admitted it was the last memento they had left, the Dragonic language of time regression. He then said that he thought he understood why he could understand the dragon language, and how he should use the power they had passed down to him. After saying that, he made a yellow light appear around his hand until he noticed Ragnar's horses approaching, and he looked at them questioningly. Ragnar, after approaching the stairs of the old ivory tower while riding his horse, glared at Ian, who was sitting at the top of the stairs with a slight smile. As Ian looked at him, he stood up from the stairs, and, as he began to walk down, he welcomed Ragnar. Ragnar dismounted his horse and turned to Cervantes. He spoke to him and told him that he must kill Ian this time, as he asked Cervantes if it was possible. Cervantes sighed as he looked down, saying they should have killed him sooner instead of getting into this mess. He called Ian a brat, just a 6th class mage. Therefore, he declared he would finish Ian off immediately. However, worried, Cervantes told Ragna that there seemed to be another problem. When asked, he replied that he could feel the power of the golden dragon, saying that person was nearby. Ian and Ragna looked at each other. Ian walked down to where Ragna was standing and welcomed him. However, Ragna angrily snapped, mockingly asking Ian if they were close enough to call each other by name. Before Ian could say anything, Ragna called Ian by his full name, telling him he was wrong, and asked if he thought the crown prince could rule the empire. Angrily, Ragna said that what the empire needed was a rational emperor with strong power. Therefore, he declared that the fool, the crown prince, had no right to possess power. Laughing manically, Ragna stared into Ian's eyes and said that if the crown prince knew it wasn't his place, then he should have given up. And he angrily added by asking how the crown prince dared to rely on his father's love and be arrogantly confident when he was incompetent. Ian remained silent, even as Ragna called the crown prince an incompetent insect, saying he was enjoying what Ragna couldn't have, as if that was how things were meant to be. As Ragna shouted in fury, refusing to acknowledge the crown prince by claiming he was the competent one and saying he was the one who needed to become the emperor, Ian finally spoke in his gentle voice. He said that black magic corrupts the human soul and told Ragna that he was no exception. He added that he had lost the cold judgment he once had and was now showing his true face while pursuing his desires. When Ian told Ragna that he could no longer return to his normal self, Ragna smirked and arrogantly told Ian to spout whatever nonsense he wanted, as today would be the last day that mouth would speak. After saying that, Ragna called out to Cervantes, signaling him to do his job and finish off Ian. Cervantes then stepped forward by spreading his wings and sent his air-based magic towards Ian. Thinking about how he had heard that Ian was an intelligent human, but perhaps that wasn't entirely true as he was thinking about how Ian was ending his own life. He noticed that the air-based magic he had sent towards Ian did no harm to him, and he was still standing strong. This angered Cervantes, and he confusedly wondered how that was possible. Cervantes then confidently sent his fire-based magic towards Ian, but to his surprise and utmost annoyance, this magic also failed as Ian still stood there nonchalantly, and the fire only burned around him without harming him. Cervantes thought Ian Page was definitely a lower-class mage than him. Therefore, no matter how outstanding a human he was, he could not surpass the class of a Dragonian who had lived for over 5 centuries. That being said, Cervantes now threw his ice-based magic in the form of ice spikes towards Ian, just like the other forms of magic. This one also failed as the ice spikes that surrounded Ian from all sides stopped right near him and froze in the air. By now, Cervantes was panicking like a madman, wondering how none of his attacks were working, and it wasn't just that. The energy he had felt since he arrived, the power of the golden dragon, Cervantes felt that energy was from Ian. Ian shattered all the ice spikes while staring into Cervantes' eyes with a stern look. Cervantes finally asked Ian, "Who are you?" In his reply, Ian called him by the name of the pathetic last Dragonian, remarking on how Cervantes had craved the power and authority of a dragon and had even killed his own ancestors to obtain that power. But now his race was gone, and he was left all alone. Recalling Cervantes' past, Ian said that Michelle Greenriver had given him the most painful punishment possible, which was emptiness, hatred, anger, and sorrow. The powerlessness of not being able to do anything. As Ian mockingly praised Cervantes by stating that he sure did well to survive through all that humiliation, he reached the limit of his self-control, and his anger flared up violently. Cervantes screamed at Ian to shut his mouth. Threatening to extinguish Ian's life, he charges, ready to strike with his long claws. Ian, on the other hand, stands there calmly and gracefully, saying, finally, he declares he will send Sir Avantes to his brother's side with the power he so desperately sought. As Avantes charges toward Ian, Ian unleashes his control magic, commanding Avantes, the last descendant of the Dragonians, to take his own life. Before Avantes can comprehend what is happening or how Ian possesses this power, he collapses to his knees, asking Ian what he just said. Avantes doesn't even get his answer as a sword impales him from the front. Groaning in agony, Avantes can barely form the words, asking Ian how he possesses the power to control his enemies. Meanwhile, Ragnar, who is standing behind Avantes, is completely shocked by what just happened before his eyes. Ian still remembered the first time he met Ragnar. It might have been just a calculated move, but it meant the world to Ian when Ragnar approached him in that fleeting moment. After that happened, Herbeck Lion told Ian on the way to meet Ragnar to be honored, as this was the first time Ragnar had ever actively approached anyone. Herbeck added that Ragnar had also promised to provide any available resources to develop Ian's potential because he valued Ian's talent. Therefore, Herbeck told Ian to be careful with what he said and did, for he must behave properly, as the person he was about to meet was the one who would eventually take the throne. After they arrived at the door, Ragnar was informed by his subordinate that the Ivory Tower Master, Herbeck, was requesting an audience. Once granted permission, Ragnar entered with Ian following at arm's length. Ragnar happily welcomed the Tower Master, Herbeck, and the Mage of the Ivory Tower, Ian Pitt. He said that he had heard a great deal about Ian from the Tower Master, that he possessed unprecedented talent in the academy and had astonished everyone. However, Ian humbly bowed before Ragnar, saying he was unworthy of such praise. Seeing Ian's humble demeanor, Ragnar smiled gently before telling Ian that he heard Ian's mother had passed away a few days ago from an illness. At the mention of his sorrow, Ian's expression turned to one of sadness. Ragnar continued that since he too had lost his mother, he could understand a little of how Ian felt. Although Ian would still be sad no matter what Ragnar said, he wanted to offer his sincere condolences. As Ian's head was still bowed in respect, Ragnar walked down to him, stopping right in front of him. Ragnar told Ian to raise his head. When Ian looked up at Ragnar after raising his head, Ragnar told him that he was not the prince of their empire right now. Instead, he wanted to meet Ian as a fellow companion, saying that he wanted to befriend Ian. Now, in the present day, as Ian has made Avantes kill himself, Ragnar is too stunned to speak. His eyes are wide with shock, and his mind is consumed by his own fear. Finally, he closes his eyes, telling himself he has to make a decision. With a thud, he kneels before Ian, stating he will not beg for his life and asking Ian to kill him, as he would rather be killed by Ian here and now than be beheaded in the public square. Ian, in contrast, remains quite calm, standing still while looking at Ragnar. When he doesn't say a word, Ragnar becomes flustered and asks if he isn't going to kill him. Ian's silence only makes Ragnar more uneasy, causing him to ask why Ian is looking at him like that, or if Ian is pitying him. Finally, Ragnar reaches his limit of frustration and calls Ian a monster. He screams at Ian that he should have killed someone like him from the very beginning. His words hurt Ian deeply, causing him to look down sadly and ask Ragnar if that's how he truly feels, and if he's that afraid of him. Ian moves closer to Ragnar, saying he wants to show him this in his final moments. With that said, Ian is now standing before the still kneeling Ragnar, and places a hand on Ragnar's head, saying he wants to show Ragnar who he really is. Upon saying this, Ian's magic activates, causing Ragnar to have flashbacks of a past life. From the beginning, when Ian came to him with Herbeck, until the very end, when Ragnar poisoned Ian's drink and then burned him in the fire. Ragnar is reminded of how Ian had been loyal to him his entire life and stood by his side, yet Ragnar still killed him in the end. Out of regret and shock, Ragnar's eyes fly open. Unable to grasp the sudden flood of memories, Ragnar looks up at Ian, calling his name, but before he can say more, Ian summons a sharp weapon and kills Ragnar. It is clear that Ian is not happy about doing this. However, it was the only choice he had left. After the Dragonnian Avanis and the fifth prince Ragnar died, a large-scale purge was carried out against the Order, and those involved with it were executed. The executions began with the captain of the First Royal Knights, Dimful, and extended to all the nobles who had aided in the fifth prince Ragnar's rebellion. Thanks to Princess Hallie's dedicated care for Emperor Terry Greenriver, he was able to recover quickly and regain consciousness. After his recovery, when Princess Hallie told Terry of all the events that had transpired, along with the death of the fifth Prince Ragnar, he was heartbroken by the news. Paul Lands, who had tried to assassinate the Emperor while under the control of black magic, was deemed to have returned to normal and was proven innocent. His grave was treated with respect, and he was laid to rest with the other royal knights. The rebellion of the fifth Prince Ragnar, involving the use of forbidden black magic, was recorded as a rare case of a serious crime in history, and the records of the Dragonnian Avanis were sealed under royal decree, his existence to remain a secret to the world. As time passed, the death of the fifth Prince Ragnar was quietly and gently forgotten by the world, as if he had never existed. With that, Ian's revenge and the journey of that rebellion, which had seemed endless, finally came to an end. When Ian sees Princess Hallie sitting with a tense expression, he asks if she is worried. She acknowledges his presence and admits that she is indeed very nervous. Ian then asks if she regrets her decision. She firmly replies that she doesn't want to hide anymore and that she is determined to help people with her power. Ian smiles at her determination and reassures her not to worry, telling her that everything will be fine. Just then, a servant enters and requests that they please enter the trial room. Inside the trial room, Princess Hallie stands at the witness stand while Ian sits in the judge's chair. An announcement is made declaring that the trial to decide what to do with Lady Hallie Greenriver, due to her practice and use of illegal magic, is about to begin. Ian speaks up before the trial begins, saying there is something he wishes to address first. He then walks to the witness stand where Princess Hallie is standing. Ian asserts that he is directly involved in the charges against Princess Hallie and therefore cannot preside over the trial, so he will hand over the responsibility to Sir Ronan and Decker. A confused Decker asks Ian to clarify what he is talking about. Ian confirms that he was one of the teachers who taught her magic. Sir Ronan asks Ian to explain further. Ian admits that he has known for 6 years that Princess Hallie was a mage. Although he saw her use magic with his own eyes, he chose to ignore it because he believed she had her reasons. A year later, Ian explains he had to secretly investigate an organization known as the Council. This group, deeply involved in black magic, had infiltrated the royal family, with many nobles in the capital belonging to it. The Dragonnian, a high-ranking sorcerer, posed a particular threat as he could have turned the entire empire into a bloodbath if he wished. Ian explains that, naturally, he had to act carefully for everyone's safety, but there was a limit to what he could do alone. He needed help from someone within the royal palace, someone he could trust who had power and influence in politics. This led him to make a proposal to the princess. In exchange for teaching her magic and nurturing her abilities, she would help him in return. Through her assistance, Ian was able to get rid of the black magic and find a way to defeat the Dragonnian. Ian concludes by saying that other details can be found in the report on the fifth Prince Ragnar's rebellion and the investigation into the Dragon Order. He states that this is all he wishes to add. Sir Ronan then asks if he may question Princess Hallie, asking if the Tower Master's account is true. Princess Hallie confirms that it is true. Sir Ronan then informs her that she now has the opportunity to speak and asks her to say whatever is on her mind. Princess Hallie takes a deep breath and admits that she is a criminal for breaking the laws of the Empire. She acknowledges that she is ready to face whatever punishment comes her way. She continues by saying she expects no special treatment due to her status as a member of the royal family, and that she wishes to be punished according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, she argues that Sir Kevin and the maids who knew about her magic and concealed it are innocent. They were simply following her orders because she was royalty. She then begs the judges to consider the special circumstances and to place all the blame on her. She implores the Ivory Tower to be lenient in light of these factors. Just then, Terry enters the room, declaring that the princess is not at fault. Ian looks at him and asks if he is all right. Terry confirms that he is fine, adding that it seems it wasn't his time to die yet. Terry then addresses the mages of the Ivory Tower, explaining that the princess is not to blame. She was simply following his orders. He goes on to explain that when Mage Kevin informed him of the princess's magical abilities, he instructed them to keep it a secret so she could continue to live as a royal, not as a mage. Although the princess later became more wary of the Ivory Tower, Terry admits that he played a role in influencing that decision. He confesses that everything that happened was the result of his own poor judgment and the love he had for her. Terry then passionately pleads with everyone to place the blame on him and to give the princess a chance to pursue her magic. The panel of judges exchanges confused glances at this. Finally, Sir Ronan announces that while the decision is usually made after discussion with the Tower Master, since he is also involved, he will personally announce their verdict. He explains that this trial concerns the serious crime of illegally teaching magic and training a mage. However, they acknowledge the special circumstances involved. He points out that the person the princess was wary of, Herbeck, the leader of the Ivory Tower, was actually a slave and the right-hand man of the rebel Ragnar. With this, Sir Ronan confirms that Hallie's cautious decision was justified. They also affirm that she gained no personal benefits from using magic, meaning her actions were not driven by personal ambition. Furthermore, Sir Ronan acknowledges that her having reached the fourth circle in a restricted environment shows that her magical talent is extraordinary, perhaps the greatest seen on the entire continent. With these factors in mind, the Ivory Tower will give Princess Hallie one final chance instead of punishing her immediately. Her sentence will be postponed for 5 years, during which she will be assigned responsibilities as a mage of the Ivory Tower. Sir Ronan adds that she will be the first to be sent on missions within the Empire and will receive private lessons from the Ivory Tower to learn what she couldn't during her time at the Academy. He emphasizes that the importance of this postponement lies in what happens over the next 5 years. The outcome of her actions during that period will determine what punishment she will face in 5 years. Therefore, as of now, the panel declares that Princess Hallie Greenriver is no longer the princess of the Empire, but a mage of the Ivory Tower. Ian is standing in his office when Hallie calls out to him. He turns around, recognizes her, and bows his head, addressing her as, "Your Highness." Hallie chuckles and gently tells him not to call her that anymore, explaining that she is no longer a princess and asking him to just call her by her name. Ian smiles at this and asks if she is enjoying her visit to the Ivory Tower. Hallie replies that she is enjoying it very much, though at first, the other mages were a bit awkward around her. However, they now treat her as one of their own. She looks at him and says it's all thanks to his wonderful speech that she was able to become a member of the Ivory Tower. And she thanks Ian for his help. Ian politely lowers his gaze and says he is glad to hear that. After a moment of silence, Hallie mentions a rumor she heard about Ian giving up his position as Tower Master. She wonders if it was because of her request for him to teach her magic. Ian quickly shakes his head, insisting it has nothing to do with her. He explains that there is something he must do that he cannot do as a member of the Ivory Tower. He then opens a box on the table and says that, in fact, this is why he came to see Hallie today, to return something. Hallie looks into the box, and Ian explains that inside is the robe of Michelle Greenriver, a gift His Majesty had given him. The robe was originally intended for the future mage of the royal bloodline, and Ian had been keeping it until its true owner appeared. He looks at Hallie and tells her it's time to return it to its rightful owner. Ian then raises his staff and tells Hallie that this is the staff of the Great Plains. He explains that it is made from a rare material not found anywhere in the Empire, which helps one manage their mana circulation more effectively. He hands the staff to Hallie and reassures her that it is very light, so she will have no trouble carrying it. Hallie waves the staff and laughs brightly. Ian asks if she likes it, and she replies with enthusiasm that she loves it. Ian nods, then adds that there is one more thing he would like to ask of her. She asks what it is. He tells her that he will be leaving the capital for a while and may not be back for several years. He asks her to look after his family, ensuring their safety in the capital. Hallie, surprised, asks where he is going. Ian shakes his head, explaining that he can't tell her right now, as he has no fixed destination. He recalls his father's words that the world is still full of unforeseeable dangers. Hallie looks down. Sadness fills her eyes before she tells him that she finally knows what she wants to do with her life. Looking up again, she says she wants to help the powerless and abandoned people in the Empire. She wants to establish a foundation to financially support those in need. She tells Ian that her father was delighted to hear her plans and has promised his support. After a long pause, she stammers as she says she wants him to stay and help her. She begs him not to go. Ian looks down, his expression soft, then says that he is sorry. The Crown Prince suddenly bursts in, shouting that Ian is about to leave the capital. He rushes over to Ian as Ian greets him. Hayden expresses his surprise at receiving the letter about Ian's resignation and departure, saying that just when he thought things were getting back to normal, this happens. He pauses, then asks if Ian knows how sad Hallie was to hear the news. He glares at Ian and demands to know how he could just abandon his sister. Ian looks at Hayden, speechless. Hayden admits, though it's embarrassing, that his sister is passionate and wonderful. She inherited the grace and looks of a queen from their mother, and she's so talented that she became a high-ranking mage without the Ivory Tower's help. He adds that Ian won't find another woman like her anywhere in the world. Ian replies that he knows Hallie is a wonderful person, and it is for that very reason that he wants her to find someone better than him. Frustrated, Hayden asks if Ian even understands what he is trying to say. After a moment of silence, he asks what Ian wanted to tell him. Ian recounts a request from Sir Paul Lands before he passed away. Sir Paul wanted Ian to tell Captain Oliver that he was sorry for what happened and that he was grateful. Ian explains that all he could do was listen as Sir Paul said this before giving up his life. Ian bows his head before Hayden and apologizes. Hayden informs him that he would not be in the position he is today without Ian's guidance through all the hardships. Without Ian, Hayden would still be a drunk, bitter, and insecure man. He tells Ian that from now on, he will try even harder to become a king worthy of the trust that Ian and the others have placed in him. When Ian finishes whatever he needs to do, he must come back. Ian smiles at Hayden and reassures him that he will return. Suddenly, Hayden orders Oliver to bring him his sword. He takes it, draws it from its sheath, and asks Ian about his swordsmanship skills. Hayden tells Ian that he has been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ian asks what Hayden is trying to do. Hayden presents the sword to Ian and tells him it is a gift. He calls Ian his teacher, his friend, and his savior. He vows that the royal family will always welcome the visits of the great mage Ian Pitt, and will provide all manner of aid from generation to generation and forevermore. Ian looks at Hayden in amazement. Ian laughs, admitting he always thought it was cool seeing nobles do that, and that he'd always wanted to try it himself. He laughs again, then wishes Ian good luck, saying he will be waiting for him. Ian's eyes well up as Hayden pulls him into an embrace. Ian quietly thanks him. Ian is packing his things at home when he hears a knock on the door. His mother asks if she can come in. He tells her to enter, asking what brings her here. He notes she must be tired after her long journey, so he suggests she go back to her room and get some rest. But then his mother suddenly grabs his hand. Surprised, Ian asks her if everything is all right and why her hands are so cold. She reassures him that she is fine, but then, abruptly, she collapses into his arms. Ian panics, anxiously calling her name, telling her to hang on while he goes to get Ratio and a doctor. His mother clutches his shirt, telling him she is really okay. She says she came to say goodbye, but seeing him made it too difficult. She confesses that after hearing about everything he went through upon her return to the capital, she couldn't breathe. With tears in her eyes, she cries, wondering why such a terrible thing had happened to her son. Why did he have to bear all that pain alone? She blames herself, her heart breaking for him. Ian tries to comfort her, but she continues, saying that when she was in Mogrian, she was terrified that she might never see him again. Suddenly, she looks at him intently and says that if anything were to happen to him, she wouldn't be able to go on living. She thinks of her late husband and says she couldn't bear to lose another family member. Ian takes her hand, reassuring her that it might be hard to believe, but he met his father. He can't explain everything that happened, but his father told him that even though Ian couldn't see him, he never truly left his side. Ian confesses that he used to hate his father, but he now realizes that everything he has comes from his father's love. That's why he has decided to follow in his father's footsteps. He tells her he wants to understand his father's thoughts and why he chose to protect them the way he did. Ian begs his mother to let him do this on his own to fulfill his father's last wish. His mother stares at him, her eyes welling with tears. She breaks down crying, realizing how much he has grown up. She had always seen him as her little boy. Ian reassures her, telling her there is nothing to worry about. He reminds her that she is not alone, for she now has a new family who loves her dearly. He speaks of Ratio, describing him as a wonderful man. Ian had never experienced a father's love until he met him. Then there is Douglas, a bright young boy who lights up any room he enters, a child who knows how to care for others. Ian takes his mother's hand, telling her that he wants her to be happy. He promises her he won't be gone for long. Outside the room, Ratio and Douglas silently shed a few tears, moved by the heartfelt conversation between mother and son. The next day, Ian is preparing for his journey, checking on his horse. Ratio approaches, asking if it is time for him to go. Ian turns and tells him it is. Ratio notices Ian is only taking his horse and remarks that it reminds him of the first day they met, when Ian left his home village. Ratio chuckles, recalling how terrible Ian was at riding back then. Embarrassed, Ian looks down and says, "I'm better now." He then asks Ratio to take care of his mother. Ratio promises to protect her with his life. Just then, Douglas calls out to Ian, but instead of captain, he calls him brother. Ian turns, surprised, and asks why he called him that. Douglas smiles and hands him a pouch. He explains that he brewed some mana elixirs and healing potions, promising they are better than the best on the market, though Ian probably won't get himself hurt. But Douglas wanted to make sure he was well prepared. He adds that if Ian needs more, he can send a letter to the estate. Ian smiles gratefully and thanks Douglas. Right at that moment, his mother runs towards him, panting as she hands him a box. She tells him it's food for his journey and urges him not to skip meals and to stay healthy. She also reminds him to write to her often. Ian promises he will, and he tells her to stay healthy as well. After the emotional goodbyes, Ian mounts his horse. He looks back, thinking that this is his home, a place he can always return to. His mother, Ratio, and Douglas are all waving him off. Ian smiles, knowing they are his family, and with that, he begins his journey. Douglas sits at his desk, carefully writing a letter to Ian. He begins with "Dear Captain," and quickly asks how Ian is doing, noting it has been 8 years since Ian left. A lot has happened in that time. Douglas writes that he graduated from the Royal Alchemy Academy with top honors, and finally achieved his dream of inventing a cure for his father's incurable disease. This success led to his appointment as a royal alchemist. His father, who had helped him with his research, was also offered the same position but turned it down. Douglas suspects his father was overwhelmed by the duties that come with working for the royal family, but thinks it was more about not wanting to be away from their mother. He asks if Ian remembers how shy they used to be, but now they're a loving couple. He continues, saying that His Majesty, the Emperor, has not fully recovered from the assassination attempt 8 years ago, and recently ordered the Crown Prince, Hayden, to take over official duties. Hayden has become sharper and more mature, and he is doing an excellent job. His most recent achievement was successfully negotiating a peace treaty between Green River, Coot, and the Duchy of Lu. The treaty led to a major boost in trade, bringing great advancements in both the economy and technology. Douglas also shares that Lady Hallie has completed her 5-year probation and officially become a great mage of the Ivory Tower. She established a charitable foundation, which has made her incredibly popular among the people of the Empire. Currently, she is the leading candidate for the next Tower Master. He concludes by saying everyone is living their lives to the fullest, though they all miss Ian very much. At the end of the letter, Douglas writes that he hopes Ian will return soon and that they will be waiting for him. He also jokingly asks if he can call him brother the next time they meet. Douglas stretches after finishing the letter, thinking to himself how much he misses Ian. Just then, his father calls for him. He heads downstairs and notices his mother, telling her she looks beautiful. She smiles and thanks him, then asks her husband if it's all right for her to join him tonight. Ratio reassures her, saying it was the new emperor himself who sent them an invitation and a carriage for the occasion. Douglas chimes in, saying everything is taken care of and that he has reserved seats for them in the guest of honor section. With a sigh, his mother agrees to go with them, and the three of them leave for the castle, excited for the evening. Meanwhile, Oliver is sitting by Paul's grave, visiting him. He has brought flowers, and after a moment of silence, stands up like a soldier and informs him it's time to go. He glances back at Paul's grave, muttering to himself how wonderful it would have been if Paul were here to see everything. He promises he will be back and that Paul should rest well. At Hallie's chambers, a mage knocks on her door and asks if she is ready. Hallie stands in her dress and robe, looking radiant, and replies that it will be just a moment. She turns to get her staff and tells the mage that she is ready to go. She can't miss her brother's coronation. The castle is buzzing with excitement as people gather to witness Hayden's coronation. The emperor welcomes the guests and begins his speech. He speaks of the blessing of passing the throne to his son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. Though tradition would have him hold the throne until his death, the emperor has come to the difficult decision that it is time for Hayden to take over. He believes this will be good for the empire and that under his son's rule, the lives of the people will improve. The emperor then calls Hayden forward to present him as the new emperor. Hayden walks up to the throne, each step heavy with resolve. He kneels before his father. Hayden looks up and promises he will continue to make his father proud and never let him down. His father nods, beginning the tradition of passing the throne. Once everything is official, the emperor declares that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver is now the new emperor of the Green River Empire. The crowd roars, cheering and blessing their new king. In the main hall, a mysterious cloaked figure is watching the new emperor. Suddenly, pink petals begin to fall from the sky. The surprised crowd looks around as they are showered in the petals. Douglas catches one of them, quickly realizing there is mana in them. He glances at Hallie, and they both look towards a source. To their astonishment, Ian is standing before them, congratulating Hayden on his ascension. Hayden, spotting Ian, breaks into a radiant smile and welcomes him back. He shakes Ian by the shoulders, his voice thick with emotion as he says how much he missed him. Ian laughs and replies that Hayden really hasn't changed, once again congratulating Hayden on his ascension. Just then, Ian's mother calls his name, and his parents and brother rush to embrace him. His mother begins to sob, asking why he didn't let them know about his return sooner, if he's okay, if he took care of himself, if he ate enough, and if he knew how much she missed him. Douglas adds that he also missed his brother dearly. Ian takes a deep breath, a warm smile spreading across his face as he replies that he missed them all very much too. His mother, still teary-eyed, asks if he has finished everything he needed to do. Ian smiles and reassures her that he has done it all this time, and he has returned to stay. Hayden, beaming, calls Ian's name, trying to get his attention. As Ian looks at him, Hayden secretly gestures towards Hallie, who has been quietly watching the reunion. Ian's eyes light up with joy as he calls her name, turning to her and saying, "It's been a long time. I hope your time here has been peaceful." Hallie shyly nods, telling him it has been very peaceful and asking if he's been well. Ian tells her he's been wandering all over, and though he was far from the capital, he heard about her remarkable deeds. He shares that everyone talks about the noble lady who cares for orphans and the poor, praising her for the wonderful work she has accomplished. Hallie, slightly embarrassed, replies that she has only just begun. The conversation fades, and the two stand there in silence. Hallie quickly bows her head, saying she should go, hoping Ian will enjoy the ball before hurrying away. Ian watches her retreating figure without a word. Hayden, with a mischievous grin, teases Ian, saying he looks disappointed. He informs Ian that Hallie hasn't married anyone. Although she received many proposals, she turned them all down, saying she was waiting for someone. Hayden hints at the mystery, wondering who that person could be and who she has been waiting for all these years. Ian looks down, realization dawning on him. Hayden calls his name again, saying Hallie isn't the only one who has been waiting. He reminds Ian that they still have much to do and asks if Ian will help him. Ian looks at him and places a hand over his heart, solemnly declaring that he will follow His Majesty's every command. Meanwhile, after Hallie has rushed off in embarrassment, she finds herself squatting by a bush, lost in thought. Her mind drifts to her last encounter with Ian, and she regrets not talking to him longer at the ball. Her face contorts with a pained expression as she remembers the day he rejected her plea for him to stay. She tries not to think about it, rationalizing that Ian probably doesn't have time to think about her since he just returned to the capital, lost in thought. Hallie is startled when Ian calls her name from behind. She takes a moment to compose herself, but to her surprise, she calls his name back in a panic. Ian quickly apologizes, explaining he didn't mean to startle her. Hallie brushes off his apology, asking why he is here with a composed expression. Ian explains that he just met with the mages of the Ivory Tower, and they told him she would be in the garden at this time. Hallie is a little surprised that he asked all the mages about her location. Ian looks around, remarking on how much more beautiful the garden has become since he left. He remembers it used to be a simple space, but now it is a place full of life. Hallie shyly admits that she started planting seeds there after she became a mage, thinking it would be nice to have a place where mages could rest. Ian smiles warmly, praising her for the wonderful idea. He then asks if she could show him around the garden if she has the time, and Hallie agrees. As they walk among the lush foliage, the two chat about different types of flowers. Ian mentions how surprised he was to learn that the landier flower, a rare herb in their empire, is considered a weed in Coot because it grows so abundantly there. He laughs, remarking that it almost makes the trouble his family went through to obtain it seem insignificant. Ian then tells Hallie about a lake on the west side of the duchy that he heard shines like gold. He had gone there, expecting to see something extraordinary, but when he arrived, it looked like any other lake. However, as the sun began to set, the lake truly did shine, as brilliant as gold. Ian reminisces about that moment, admitting it was so beautiful he could never forget it. Hallie smiles and says it sounds like a wonderful trip. She adds that she would love to visit the lake someday. After a short silence, Ian asks if Hallie would allow him to take her there, saying he will take her anywhere she wants to go. He offers her his hand, telling her he will only do so if she takes it. Ian then shares that over the years, he wandered through golden lakes, vast forests, scorching deserts, and endless seas. But no matter where he went, the first thought that always came to his mind was her. He admits that he started to wonder how she would react if she were with him, and with that thought, a longing grew in his heart. He says he realized what that longing meant to him. He tells her that when everything at the end of the world was over, the first thought that still lingered in his mind was her. Suddenly, Ian kneels on one knee, once again offering his hand and asking if she would accompany him, just as she has accompanied him in his heart all these years. He asks Hallie to let him spend the rest of his life by her side. For a moment, Hallie just stares blankly into space. Her voice is faint as she asks if Ian promises to never leave her again. Ian, without a moment's hesitation, replies that he will never leave her, that he will be with her until the end of time. Hearing this, Hallie begins to sob. Tears stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ian, not knowing how to react, looks at her with concern as she speaks through her tears, telling Ian that she missed him so much and that she really, truly waited for him all these years. She says she is finally ready to have him by her side, and with a joyful heart, she answers, yes. She places her hand in his. Years later, Ian calls out to their daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running to them and calling out, "Daddy!"